Good morning, Honorable Premier. I'm sure you'll be joining us soon. Members of the Executive Council, members of the Provincial Legislature, the Chief Whip, leaders of political parties, ladies and gentlemen, the people of Gauteng, and all guests, you are all welcome. I would like us to remain standing to observe a moment of silence and prayer. Thank you very much. You may be seated. Honorable members, let's start with our meeting under announcements. Honorable Mikwe, I'm told you have an announcement, members' announcement.
Thank you very much and good morning, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier and members of the Executive Council and leaders of parties. I wish to congratulate Dr. Koketso Tsebe from the University of South Africa for being appointed a psychologist for Team South Africa that is currently representing our beautiful country in the Olympics in France. Dr. Tsebe will be and is instrumental in helping our athletes achieve their full potential and to bring the prizes home. Her research and contributions have earned her widespread recognition and making her an invaluable asset to South African sport as well as the Olympic team. Shine, Dr. Tsebe, shine, our 200 young South Africa in sports category. That's how she was actually recognized. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mikwe. Under motion without notice, there is none. MEC statements in terms of Rule 79, subsection 1, there is none. Member statements in terms of Rule 81, subsection 1, Honorable N. Diagar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The ongoing water crisis in Gauteng is a stark testament to the abject failure of Rand Waters in fulfilling its mandate. Over the past years, residents across our province have endured frequent and prolonged water interruptions, highlighting a systemic breakdown in service delivery. Rand Water's negligence is evident in its poor maintenance of reservoir systems, inadequate pipe upkeep, failure to protect infrastructure from vandalism. More alarmingly, their inaction has put residents at risk of injury. This gross mismanagement can be directly attributed to the absence of a coherent plan for capital budget allocation towards maintaining, refurbishing and expanding existing infrastructure. The recent month-long outage in Ekurhuleni, Johannesburg and Tshwane underscore Rand Water's inability to anticipate the impact of maintenance work on their bulk water supply. While the Democratic Alliance cautiously welcomes this long overdue maintenance, we question Rand Water's lack of foresight and planning. Equally concerning is the Department of COCTA's failure to fulfill its oversight role. COCTA has neglected to establish minimum standards, guide municipal budget allocations, or hold both municipalities and Rand Water accountable for their shortcomings. The DA reiterates its call for a comprehensive infrastructure master plan to address these systemic failures. This plan must include all aspects of service delivery, with a particular focus on ensuring Rand Water's capacity to provide uninterrupted water supply to all Gauteng residents. It's high time for decisive action. The people of Gauteng deserve better than empty promises and dry taps. We demand immediate intervention to restore reliable water services and prevent future crises. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Jahar. Honorable Hickling.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In 2012-2013, the then MEC of Economic Development, Gedani Mahlangu, included in her department's legislative programme the Gauteng Funeral Undertakers Bill and the Gauteng Funeral Industry Reform Regulations. An amount of over R3 million was wasted by this uncaring provincial government, as money was authorised by the Chief Financial Officer and Chairman of the Department of the Acquisition Committee towards drafting of the legislation, but it was never taken any further. As has been typical of this Gauteng government in preceding administrations, the legislation was not passed when Mahlangu was MEC of Economic Development, nor when she was MEC of Health, making the Gauteng government's commitment to the objectives of this legislation and the harm that could have been prevented questionable. Recently, a Tswani family was severely traumatized, not only by the death of one of their children, but by being given the wrong body by the state mortuary for burial. The family was then notified of the error and had to relive the trauma of not only losing a child, but having to authorize the exhumation of the body to ascertain who they had actually mistakenly buried as their loved one. This is spine-chillingly horrific, but not uncommon. A DA government would ensure that legislative reform would be urgently implemented to prevent the mistaken identity of bodies through the appropriate regulation of both the funeral and the undertaking industries as a priority. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Hickling. Under motion in terms of Rule 121, we have none. Honorable members, I have also not received any apologies from the respective political parties. We have in the gallery a number of stakeholders. The Department of Health has invited some of their stakeholders. GPL itself has also invited some of the stakeholders that were trained, and they are from the city of Tshwane. I just want to remind you, our guests in the gallery, that there are rules that govern your visit to the GPL sitting, and I'm going to emphasize only two. You cannot participate in the proceedings in the floor, and secondly, you are also not allowed to take pictures, but you are welcome. Will the Secretary please read the first order?
Thank you, Speaker. Consideration of the Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs Portfolio Committee's Oversight Report on the detail of the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs Budget Vote 7 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G001-2024 for the financial year 2024-2025.
Thank you. Honorable Khumalo, kindly present your committee report.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I respectfully request permission to read only the following sections of the report: the executive summary of the committee consent and recommendations, and acknowledgement and the adoption of the report. This request is made with the understanding that all members have already received the entire report since it was tabled in the House. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the consideration. The Battle of South Africa's economic challenge has caused Gauteng's 2024 budget to prioritize constant provision of critical services whilst ensuring the long-term sustainable of public finances. The financial viability of municipalities is crucial for service delivery in communities and also for credit worthiness for investment opportunities, which ultimately contribute to the Gauteng economic growth. Nonetheless, the Gauteng city region could remain a far-fetched dream should municipalities fail to get the basics right. The Portfolio Committee observed that each municipality has its own unique economic outlook that is influenced by various factors such as industrial profile and job market. However, these economies are also affected by national and international factors such as load shedding, weak global demand for goods and services, low commodity prices, and trade policies. The Gauteng government responds to these challenges by tabling the budget of 1,016,812,000 for the year 2024-2025 financial year. Conditional grants was allocated an amount of 2 million for the same fiscal year, inclusive of total appropriations mentioned above. The department is forging ahead with the establishment of a single tier of local government. The plan is to strengthen the capacity of the two districts through Section 154 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, empowering them to perform their legislative functions. A legislative framework will be developed to establish metros in the two districts. The district development model, DDM, will be implemented through the Centre of Government, which is the Office of the Premier, Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, and Gauteng Provincial Treasury to drive intergovernmental planning, budgeting, implementation, and tracking progress. The following are Portfolio Committee concerns on the budget of the Gauteng Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs for the current financial year. The budget on local government transfers has been reduced by 3.6 million, which represents 30% in the year under review. In the face of political instability due to coalition formation in hung municipalities, the Portfolio Committee is concerned about the lack of progress on the amendment of Section 12 notice. This will bring about facilitation and advocating for the changes in the current mayoral executive systems to the corrective executive system. The land dispute with Amandebele Balebelu Traditional Council in Hammanskraal, which caused the delays in development and service delivery in the affected jurisdiction. The reduced budget under a disaster management sub-program from 72.2 million during the previous year to 53.5 million, which represents 25% to 2024-2025 financial year. Proposed recommendation: the department should provide responses to the following as raised by 31st September 2024. The Portfolio Committee recommends that the department should appeal for an adequate budget on the local government transfers. This is precisely because the current allocation is insufficient to support the municipalities to meet the challenges of economic growth at local level. Since the introduction of the process to amend Section 12, in accordance with the applicable legislation occurred towards the end of the sixth administration, the department should provide the status update of the implementation thereof. The Portfolio Committee recommends that the Gauteng Department of COGTA should seek intervention from the National Department of COGTA in addressing the land dispute with the Amandebele Balebelu Transitional Council, which causes the delay in development and service delivery. The Portfolio Committee urges the department to ensure the adequate budget is allocated to disaster management sub-program. This will provide essential support in instances where unforeseen disaster strike the province. In terms of acknowledgement, we would like to acknowledge the MEC for COGTA, Honorable J. Mamabolo, and the Head of Department, Dr. D. Bartley, and their team. The chairperson further wishes to appreciate the diligence, dedication, and commitment shown during the deliberation on the detail of Vote 7 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation for the current financial year under review. To all members of Portfolio Committee, and these are Honorable A. Mosai, Honorable N. Mukhobe, Honorable S.T. Msimanga, Honorable K. Russell Lingwani, Honorable B. Makene, Honorable M. Masuling, Honorable N. Dilebi, Honorable S. Nyati, Honorable D. N. Diakher, Honorable S. Masilela, and Honorable F.R. Ngobeni. Over and above, the committee would want to extend its gratitude to the support staff, Group Committee Coordinator, Ms. Z. Panswa Mbalo, Senior Researcher, Dr. S. Nenweli, Committee Coordinator, Ms. J. Nyembe, Researcher, Ms. S. Nenene, Media Officer, Ms. P. Bulasekgobu, Information Officer, ML Ngube, Committee Administrator, N Ntembus, Service Officer, Sim Teto, and Hansard Recorder, N Mbonani. In terms of Rule 1172C, read together with Rule 164, the Portfolio Committee on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs table its oversight report on the budget vote 7 of the Gauteng Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs for the 2024-25 financial year for adoption by the House, taking into consideration the concerns and proposed recommendation made in the report. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kumalo. Is there a seconder for the report?
I second the report, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Msimang. I now put a question. All those in favor say yes. Yes. Those that are not in favor say no. The yeses have it. Will the Secretary please read the second order?
Thank you, Speaker. Debate on the detail of the Department of Corporate Governance and Traditional Affairs Budget Vote 7 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G001-2024 for the financial year 2024-2025.
MEC Mamabolo.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, Madam Speaker, and let me also acknowledge the Honorable Deputy Speaker, Premier of the province, colleagues in the Executive Council, the Honorable Chief Whip. Let me also greet honorable members of the House, and of course all the mayors, the councillors, MMCs, and of course the House of Traditional Leaders, the leadership of SALGA. Let me also greet the head of our department and all the senior managers, and of course CEOs of public entities, and of course the people and residents of our province, and acknowledge all the guests. Madam Speaker, I must say I am deeply honored and humbled to present the budget vote for the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs under the most dynamic 7th administration of the Gauteng Provincial Government, led by our Honorable Premier. I wish to take this opportunity to extend my heartfelt gratitude to my colleague and comrade, Honorable Mzi Kumalo, for his exemplary and outstanding leadership in the work he has done in leading the department thus far, and of course, making sure that the department is well prepared to fulfill its mandate. Thank you very much, Comrade Mzi, Honorable Mzi Kumalo. Through this budget, we recommit ourselves to getting the basics right. This means securing energy and water supply, revitalizing our central business districts, delivering projects at the right quality, within cost and of course time, and setting our municipalities on a more sustainable path. Honorable members, for the 2024-2025 financial year, the Gauteng Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs has been allocated a substantial 1 billion rands, with a total of 2.3 billion over the medium-term expenditure framework. These very important funds of the people will help bolster our ongoing initiatives, particularly our most comprehensive and strategic response to the energy crisis and water, in collaboration with the National Energy Committee, local governments, and of course, distinguished experts working with our municipalities. Honorable members, allow me just to report that over the last Sunday, we had the honor and privilege, together with the Honorable Premier, to visit the Val Dam. This was to signify our commitment to attending to the challenge of water supply in the province. And of course, we have also had the opportunity to engage Rent Water, the Department of Water and Sanitation, and of course our municipalities on the significance of this very important service to the people. I'm very much pleased to announce that we will be establishing the Provincial Water Intergovernmental Relations Committee, or the IGR Committee on Water Supply, and this we intend to convene early next week. We are finalizing the preparations for that, and it is through this IGR platform that we will be able to deal with the issues of sustainable, efficient, and effective management and supply of water in the province, and I would like to assure our residents that we will be attending to this matter and make sure that we provide this very important service to the people. We will also conduct site visits, we will do roadshows to municipalities, but also we will make sure that we attend to the challenges of water supply in the province. This is the best way to collaborate, to work with, and to support municipalities as a critical sphere of government. Our budget, honourable members, will go to the allocation to Emergency Energy Crisis Response Project, which the province has already launched. As you know, this came from the devastating impact of load shedding, and of course it has necessitated an urgent and robust intervention plan. Consequently, a state of national disaster, as you know, was declared. But where we are, honourable members, is that we have, as you know, concluded a very important partnership with the City of Johannesburg through City Power. I'm very much pleased to report to this esteemed House and the people of Gauteng that during the 2023-2024 financial year, our department has successfully executed a 440 million project aimed at mitigating the energy crisis in our municipalities. 5 municipalities across Gauteng benefited from this initiative, which included the installation of transformers, smart meters, and of course solar high masts. Part of the budget, honourable members, will also go to municipal infrastructure, disaster management, and IDP coordination. The department is responsible for the provincial coordination of disaster management, and of course critical to this core responsibility is ensuring that municipalities are capacitated and ready for any eventuality of disaster. In line with the applicable legislation and best practices, the department allocated 53 million rands for the coordination of infrastructure in this province, including our capacity for managing disasters. With respect to IDP coordination, the department provides essential support to municipalities regarding the preparation and review of integrated development plans, that's IDPs. We ensure that IDPs are prepared according to the required standards, and of course we want to maintain those standards. With respect to public participation, you may be aware, honourable members, that the department has successfully implemented programs aimed at promoting public participation and bringing the 3 spheres of government together with communities. And of course, one other critical area is for municipal support with respect to monitoring and evaluation or overall oversight on the work of municipalities. To this extent, the state of our municipalities continue to present challenges, and of course the department is working tirelessly to assess the impact of the support provided on improving the status of municipalities. The Gauteng Department of COGTA, in conjunction with the Provincial Treasury, continue to facilitate government debt processes as an intervention between organs of state where payment of debt disputes is identified. In addition, the department will assist with the facilitation of the financial relief plans offered by ESCOM to struggling municipalities. Gauteng COGTA will continue the support by monitoring the implementation of the various interventions to ensure that we can be able to provide support to our municipalities. The department has allocated 77 million to municipal support monitoring and evaluation. The municipal viability assessment and strategy development is one critical area, and of course in this regard, we will be conducting due diligence assessment to determine financial, institutional, and of course the development capabilities of municipalities to ensure that they execute their mandates. We remain committed to clean audits, improved audit outcome for our municipalities, and this is one area where we provide support. The traditional institutional management, we've already, just in this term, visited Hoshikekana in Hammanskraal, and we commit to support all the houses of the traditional leaders, and of course, work with the people to make sure that these very critical institutions are fully supported. The critical area of our work to which the budget will go is to revitalize the central business districts, and I'd like to take this opportunity to say that this matter will be adequately, certainly outlined by the Premier with regard to where are we going on this task, but as COCTA will be coordinating all our municipalities to ensure that we revive our CBDs, and to this extent we'll work with the Department of Environment and ensure that we integrate our interventions. I've already met with the MEC to discuss how we are going to work together on these issues. To that extent, honourable members, thank you very much. Looking forward to the debate, and congratulations to all those who will be debating, particularly those who will be giving speeches for the first time in the House. Thank you very much, honourable members.
Thank you very much, Honourable Mamambolo, MEC. Is there any member who wishes to ask a question or make a remark? Yes, proceed.
Speaker, you will guide me because we are new here. I'm responding to the budget, and
Honourable Ngobeni, let me assist you because you are on the speaking list.
yes,
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
You may take your seat.
thank you.
Honourable Ismail.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Good morning to fellow colleagues and to the members of the public. Madam Speaker, the Department of Corporate Governance and Traditional Affairs in Gauteng has consistently failed to fulfill its constitutional mandate to guide and monitor municipalities effectively. This failure is particularly evident in the department's inability to successfully implement turnaround strategies in municipalities placed under administration. And we can talk about Mfuleni, and we can talk about quite a number of municipalities that interventions was needed and had actually somewhat been started but not really carried through. Madam Speaker, I hear the MEC, and I think it's welcome that we talk about all these plans. But I've raised this and I'll raise it again, MEC. It's no use to us spending money and putting plans there if we're not monitoring the effectiveness of what we are doing on the ground and making sure that ultimately what we are putting as systems in place will be able to then address the challenges that are there, and we can then see whether we are making a pathway in there. You speak about the 2.3 billion rand in the MTRF, that will be put in place. The question is, what have been done that we're able to then look at in terms of the previous budgets that have been put in place? Is it really effective then to be putting more money if we're not monitoring what we are doing then going forward? You're speaking about the AGR, the water initiative, and I can tell you right now, if you go to the 2017 and 2018 speeches by the then Premier and David Makura, these were things that had actually been introduced at that point, particular point in time, which then underscores the point that I'm making, to then say that we are good at introducing projects, we are good at talking about these things, but we're not good at implementing and monitoring what is it that we are doing. And this is why it is becoming difficult for us to then support this budget that is being placed here in front of us. I want to suggest to you a number of things that needs to be done as a matter of urgency here. First of all, I think there's a need to make sure that we develop and implement an effective turnaround strategies for struggling municipalities that can actually be publicized in terms of what is it that municipalities that are struggling with. How are we going to then make sure that we're able to then do with it? How do we then also put in timelines that are measurable outcomes, that have measurable outcomes? We need to also establish a minimum standards of municipal performance and consistently monitor the adherence to these standards. We need to make sure that we're providing impartial support for all municipalities, irregardless of political leadership. I don't want to go, you are new in this position, I don't want to go into the history of what has transpired while somebody else was in that particular portfolio who used that position to then fight political battles instead of making sure that municipalities are actually then supporters. We also need to make sure that we offer specialized assistance to coalition governments to help them to navigate through these unique challenges that they face without favoring any other political party, but making sure that they're able to then work together and serve the people. We also need to make sure that we're enhancing the transparency in its interventions and regularly report to the provincial legislature on the progress of municipalities under administration. This is something that hasn't been forthcoming. The Democratic Alliance, unfortunately, MEC, will not be able to then support this budget as it failed to address these critical issues that I'm asking that you then look into introducing and making sure that we're able to then support going forward. We are looking at some of the challenges that the people of Gauteng have told us that they're sitting with at the municipal level. The people of Gauteng have told us that they want jobs. The people of Gauteng have told us that they want infrastructure that is working. The people of Gauteng have told us that they want a government that is transparent, that is actually then responsive to their needs. And unfortunately, this budget is not actually then empowering, or is not actually then giving us the confidence to then say that the people of Gauteng will be receiving that kind of intervention that we are asking for. I think Section 154 of the Constitution is very much clear on the role of COCTA to support and strengthen the municipalities, for the municipalities to be able to roll out those services that I spoke to. And unfortunately, when I'm looking at this budget here, MEC, that budget doesn't tell me that we are going to be addressing the challenges that the people of Gauteng have raised with us. And therefore, the DA will not be supporting this particular budget here, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Msimang. Honorable Masoleng.
Ke a leboha modulasetulo re ko dumedise ke dumedise meloko ya ntlo ena ya the 7th legislation ke dumedise baiti ba rona kaofela ka kakaretso, most importantly ke dumedise badudi ba Gauteng. Speaker, the Department of Corporate Governance and Traditional Affairs is vital to the well-being of a developmental state. COCTA holds immense potential in enabling local government to play a developmental role. In essence, the success of this department directly correlates to the standing of municipalities across the province towards a specially transformed revenue generating as well as a disaster resilient province with thriving municipalities. It is on this basis that we evaluated the proposed budget for the 2024-2025 financial year, which stands at 1 billion. We are of the view that this appropriation does not respond to the current political climate we find ourselves in. An indication that once more the ANC government has failed to recognize the rise of the moment Gauteng finds itself, where the people of the province are dissatisfied with the ANC, failed to give it an outright majority. This should have sounded the call for new ideas and a departure from the old, yet it did not. Speaker, the economic freedom fighters raised concern that COCTA looks to be shifting away from its core mandate around local governance, which lies at the heart of this department. For instance, Program 2 around municipalities saw only a fraction of allocation at just 28%, while public participation enjoyed a massive allocation of over 60%. This undermines the capacity of the department to effectively carry out its mandate of providing effective support as well as oversight over Gauteng municipalities. More so, this reconfiguration of COCTA's mandate fails to take into account this new era of coalition governments, as well as the realities of the residents of Gauteng, whose lives are directly impacted by the failures of municipalities owing to either instability or service delivery. Such failures are amplified in Tshwane, where the municipality is unable to provide basic services like water and refuse collection in townships, yet the DA-led council is more confused of hailing false accusation of racism instead of addressing service delivery. Merely supporting municipalities with capacities to implement revenue collection will not ensure that struggling households meet revenue collection. Operations like the Siakima Manje launched by the former EFF MMC of Finance in the city of Ekurhuleni to recover rates and taxes from companies and SOEs ought to be supported by Cooperative in terms of balancing the scales between collecting revenues and providing much needed relief to struggling and indebted households. It does not seem as if the Gauteng Special Development Framework will be a priority of this administration, despite the urgent need for special development program aimed at addressing the legacy of apartheid special planning and connecting Gauteng nodes. It seems as if the Premier's elevated priorities, as well as the township informal settlement and hostel program, have overshadowed this program. The Economic Freedom Fighters is of the view that this budget is not representative of the department that ought to provide strategic foresight in the context of the ever-growing threat of climate change and a province faced with growing seismic activities and the legacy of gold mining. Furthermore, this budget fails to capture the political moment factor as well as the 7th administration finds itself in. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Masoleng. Honorable Ngobeni.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, allow me to dedicate this maiden speech to Mike Makubu, a father, a husband, a committed public servant, a community leader in Mfuleni, and a member of Action SA who tragically lost his life in the hands of criminals a few weeks ago. May his soul rest in peace. Madam Speaker, on the 11th of June 2018, this government announced what it called at that time a detailed and comprehensive plan to rescue the embattled Mfuleni municipality. So the municipality was placed under administration, and the poor performance areas that had been identified by this government at that time were the following, just to name a few: inability to provide adequate service delivery, monies were owed to Eskom and rent water to the tune of about 3 billion, poor infrastructure maintenance, poor revenue collection, challenges with regards to collection of waste. 4 years later, Madam Speaker, on the 30th of March 2022, this government resolved that the interventions in terms of Section 139, subsection B, subsection I of the Constitution will terminate on the 31st of August 2022. Although the interventions was later extended for additional 6 months, the truth is that 4 years later, this government failed dismally to assist the people of Mfuleni with persistent challenges they are experiencing with their municipality. If you think I'm inventing stuff, please ask Premier Lessufi, because he was there in Tate Makubu's neighborhood in Solent Park on the 19th of May ahead of elections. And residents raised similar countless service delivery challenges, ranging from illegal dumping, power shortage, waste removal, water sanitation, rehabilitation of roads, mining, and among others. Fast forward to today, Madam Speaker, the same government says they will provide Mfuleni with capacity to undertake data enrichment of large power and water users. I think we should agree that this is unsustainable. Here's our proposal, Madam Speaker, on what must happen with Mfuleni. If this government doesn't want to dissolve that municipality, they should at least do the following. Number one, they must implement a metering system that accurately measures the consumption of power and water for each user. They should regularly monitor and inspect meters to ensure they are functioning correctly. They must set up systems for tracking and recording the usage of data for each user. We need to see and establish that clear billing policies and procedures that outline how larger users will be billed for their consumption. It's important, Madam Speaker, that this government must monitor that bills are sent to customers on a regular basis, and customers are provided with detailed information of their consumption and charges. It's important, Madam Speaker, through you, MEC, that all this must be done so that we can be able to turn around the situation in Mfuleni. Doing the same thing all over again would not change anything. In fact, people will think that we are fools. We support this budget with those concerns, and we hope that the MEC will take our proposals and ensure that Mfuleni gets solutions and people of the Mfuleni get the services that they deliver. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ngobeni. Honorable Ali.
Madam Speaker, honourable members, as the proverb suggests, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Noble ideals with poor execution can be even more detrimental than the absence of intervention itself. That's because these ideals lull us into a false sense of security, making us believe that something good is being done when the opposite is true. The quest to protect the indigent in our society from the throttling cost of living is admirable indeed. But providing the indigent access to free basic services is not a nice thing to do. It is the right thing to do. It has nothing to do with sentiments or feelings of benevolence and should not be treated as such. It's a human rights issue, and more often than not, it is a matter of life and death. And yet here we are, with huge discrepancies between the funds that National Treasury allocates to municipalities for them to cater for the basic needs of the indigent versus the actual funds that the municipalities spend in this regard. A matter that received mention at President Ramaphosa's address at the most recent opening of Parliament. Honourable Speaker, researchers tell us that Treasury disperses funds for approximately 950,000 indigent households estimated to reside in the city of Johannesburg, or COJ. However, there are less than 50,000 households registered on the COJ's indigent registry as of the 1st of July 2024, when tariff increases were implemented. Now, if that is correct, it means that well over 900,000 households in Johannesburg that are regarded as indigent by Stats SA cannot access free basic services such as electricity and water supply, not because they don't need those services or not because they don't deserve those services, but because they are not registered on the indigent registry. Furthermore, research indicates that municipalities have no incentive to intentionally encourage the poorest of the poor to register because the municipalities unduly benefit from what they allege to be a laxity on the part of the indigent to register. Now, despite a letter that we wrote to COJ, the city has yet to inform residents about how it utilizes the surplus from the equitable share grant. In the interest of cooperative governance, I implore you, MEC, let's not take one step forward and two steps back when it comes to this one. We need to assist municipalities to utilize the funds for poverty alleviation as intended. South Africa is known for its prestigious litigation or legislation and yet pitiful implementation thereof. So please, let's not let noble intentions of the equitable share grant be in vain. If Batupeli and a better life for all are more than just slogans, it's time to put money where your mouth is. We support this bill with those concerns that have been raised and ask that we please do better.
Thank you very much, Honourable Ali. Honourable J. Mulder.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you so much.
Honourable members, Mr. Premier, distinguished guests, it is an honour for me to serve in this House once again after I started serving here in 2004, and I still remember the faces of Honourable Moody, Honourable Jack Bloom from those days. And then I served in the National Assembly till end of this election, 29 May, and I'm back again. Honourable Speaker, Honourable Premier, there's a saying in Afrikaans for those of you who can understand it. It says, "Dis net katte en politici wat kan vry en beklei terselfdertyd." It means that it's only cats and politicians who can hook up and fight with each other at the same time. The people of Gauteng have spoken. We've got a minority government. And there's also a saying in English that goes like this: the future ain't what it used to be. And that means that there's a huge responsibility on all of us in this August House to bring about a new dispensation to the benefit of Gauteng and South Africa as a whole. Honourable Speaker, that brings me to COGTA. The Gauteng Department of Corporate Governance and Traditional Affairs plays a crucial role in supporting and overseeing local government in this province. However, it faces several significant challenges. The navigation of the complex relationship between provincial and local government is challenging, and service delivery gaps are frequent occurrence. Many municipalities in Gauteng struggle to provide essential services such as water, sanitation and waste management to their residents. Municipalities are experiencing financial difficulties due to mismanagement, corruption and overspending. The rapid growth of Gauteng's urban areas puts pressure on infrastructure and service delivery. Honourable Speaker, the Department is forging ahead with the establishment of a single tier of local government and its way to establish 2 more metros in the Vaal and the West Rand. Speaker, the Portfolio Committee, however, recognised that each municipality has its own unique economic outlook that is influenced by various factors such as its industrial profile and unique circumstances. This is the Gauteng Global City Region, or just as the Gauteng Global City Region or Gauteng Megacity concept that was announced by former Honourable Premier Shilowa in 2005, when I was a member of this August House, failed, and the Ekurhuleni and Joburg metros failed, and the failed legacy that is in the process of recovery in the Tshwane Metro. The idea of a Gauteng City Region, as stipulated in the committee report, will remain a far-fetched dream. This huge cut in budget for this financial year is a real concern. Speaker, municipalities should be smaller. Self-respecting municipalities should bring more decision-making powers to the people at grassroots level. Self-sustaining communities with less government interference is what the people of Gauteng want and need. The general voter turnout in Gauteng has declined significantly. We send out a huge and a clear message to government. The people of Gauteng have already rejected these policies. The FF Plus
Your time
cannot
is up,
support
Honourable
this
Mulder.
vote. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honourable Rasi Dingwani.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, members of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, the resident of Gauteng Province, I greet you all. Madam Speaker, today I stand before you to express the DA's concerns regarding the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs budget for the vote of 2024-2025 financial year. Madam Speaker, our position is informed by a careful analysis of COGTA's performance over the past year as reflected in their 2022-2023 annual report. Madam Speaker, while we acknowledge that COGTA has made some strides in supporting municipalities, the persistent challenges in local government demand that we scrutinize this budget. The harsh truth, Madam Speaker, is that COGTA has failed. It has failed to provide oversight, it has failed to provide support, it has failed to provide leadership to ensure the effectiveness of functioning of local government in Gauteng Province. This failure, Honourable Speaker, is not just an administrative issue. It is a human catastrophe that affects the daily life of our residents in a profound and most painful way. The health of these municipalities is the foundation of service delivery and local democracy. Yet in Gauteng Province, Madam Speaker, we are seeing a troubling pattern of financial mismanagement, inadequate service delivery, and a lack of accountability. Madam Speaker, let us start with municipal finances. The annual report highlights COGTA's efforts to enhance revenue allocation in municipalities. In Mid-Val alone, they identify potential revenue of 38 million from top debtors. Yet in Lesedi, the figure was a staggering 291 million. You can do the maths, Madam Speaker. While we identify potential revenues as a step in the right direction, it also reveals the depth of our municipalities' financial woes. In terms of service delivery, the current situation is equally worrying. Despite Cooperative reporting that they monitor 9 municipalities on infrastructure's delivery program, no data is available in actual improvements to support this saying. Our constituents, Madam Speaker, grapple with water shortages, electricity outages, and poor waste management. Imagine every day, Madam Speaker, waking up every morning uncertain about having clean water for drinking, no cooking, no even bathing. Try picturing trying to study by candlelight due to the government's failure to provide reliable electricity. This is more than just an inconvenience, Honourable Speaker. It's a crisis that affects our daily life. Perhaps most worrying is the understanding reported from this department, particularly in traditional institutional management. In a province where every cent counts, how can we justify allocating more funds to a department that has not effectively utilized its current budget? The current budget as it is, Honourable Speaker, does not convince us that it will effectively address the significant challenges facing our municipalities. It also does not provide us with confidence that it will result in an improved financial management, service delivery, and good governance. Given this context, Honourable Speaker, the department should consider the following when developing its budget. They must consider providing a clear, measurable target for improved financial health. They must also consider outlining specific strategies for enhancing revenue collection and reducing unauthorized expenditures. Honourable Speaker, the department must also consider committing to concrete improvements in basic service delivery with a clear metrics for success. Until, Honourable Speaker, we see such a budget that seeks to address these critical issues, the DA cannot, in good conscience, bring themselves to offer its support. We owe it to the residents of this great Gauteng province. We also owe it to the communities that we represent. It is therefore, Honourable Speaker, that we record our vote against this budget. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Rasigingwani. Honourable Musai. Honourable Musai.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Honourable Premier, Honourable MEC, Chief Whip of the Majority Party, Honourable members and the people of Gauteng, Dumelang. Madam Speaker, the aim of the cooperative government is to drive an effective system of governance to build sustainable municipalities, inclusive communities, and the institution of traditional leadership in the Gauteng City region. Effective governance across our three-tier system will occur when the state has the capacity, legitimacy, and authority to deliver public services and generally act in the public interest. Regardless of the outcome of the recent elections, the ANC government has worked tirelessly with authority and legitimacy for the past 3 decades of the democratic dispensation to transform society and deliver public services for the benefit of the majority of South Africans. Madam Speaker, as Dr. Ambedkar, an Indian freedom fighter, once observed, open quote, democracy is not merely a form of government. It is primarily a mode of associated living, of conjoint, communicated experience. It is essentially an attitude of respect and reverence towards fellow men, close quote. Today, we gather to discuss the future of our local governance, standing at a pivotal moment where our action will define the lives of our constituents. Imagine a Gauteng where every municipality functions with the utmost efficiency, where services are delivered seamlessly, and where our communities thrive together. This is not just a dream, but a tangible goal we can achieve through dedication and collaborative effort. On the occasion of the opening of Parliament on the 18th of July 2024, His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa emphasized that to achieve rapid inclusive growth, we need to fix our struggling municipalities. Growth happens at a local level where people live and work. Our task is therefore to transform these municipalities into engines of growth and pillars of community strength. Let's embark on this journey together with a renewed commitment to excellence and service. The President also said that our municipalities must become both the providers of social services and facilitators of inclusive economic growth. They must work to attract investment. This approach, he said, can encourage businesses to expand and create more jobs in municipal areas. He further said that investors are attracted to areas with reliable and modern infrastructure. Speaking on our behalf as government, he said simplifying and speeding up planning and regulatory processes can make it easier for businesses to invest and operate in a municipality, thus creating more jobs. To this end, the national and provincial governments have both a constitutional responsibility and a clear electoral mandate to assist municipalities in the effective exercise of their powers and function. We therefore have to ensure that the institutional structure and funding model for local government is fit for purpose, and that municipalities are financially and operationally sustainable. Madam Speaker, our responsibility in this regard is to put in place systems to ensure that capable and qualified people are appointed to senior positions in municipalities, and that we must ensure independent regulation and oversight of the appointment process. The 2024 medium-term expenditure framework outlines the Gauteng provincial government's vision of growing Gauteng together, and from which the 5 elevated priorities are derived. Since South Africa faces economic challenges such as higher unemployment rates, poverty and inequality, the 2024 budget prioritizes the sustained provision of critical services while ensuring the long-term sustainability of public finances. We will be organizing a series of public hearings on the Public Procurement Bill to ensure comprehensive community input. These engagements are designed to incorporate the voices of our constituency into the legislative processes, ensuring that our financial policies are reflective of the needs and aspirations of the people we serve. Honourable members, provincial departments are expected to plan within the top-down framework set by overarching national and sector plans, the province's own policy statements or plans, as well as the bottom-up information from the local level, including the integrated development plans. This means that there should be a clear linkage between the national, provincial and sectoral priorities, as well as the Gauteng Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, strategic goals and objectives. Madam Speaker, we need to emphasize that we have accepted the elections outcomes and the configuration of the new government of provincial unity as the 7th administration. Notwithstanding the emphasis on the GPU does not in any way divorce the administration from the policy priorities that are already in focus and aligned to the budget. To start with, the municipal performance will be monitored in accordance with the national policy known as the Back to Basics principles and Section 154 and 155 of the Constitution. In addition, the following policy and strategic documents were also considered, amongst others, from a provincial standpoint. Gauteng Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs Annual Performance Plan, the APP 2024 to 2025, Gauteng Province Estimates of Provincial Revenue and Expenditure 2024, Gauteng Province Socio-Economic Review and Outlook 2024, and the State of the Province address by the Gauteng Premier, Honourable Panyaza Lesufi, in February 2024. On the national and provincial priority alignment, in his State of the National address, His Excellency Honourable President Ramaphosa observed with great concern that many municipalities are failing on governance, financial and service delivery measures. These constraints affect every aspect of people's daily lives. The government has introduced several measures to address these problems by providing support to local government, including professionalizing the civil service and ensuring that people with the right skills are appointed to key positions. This while stakeholders involving the Presidency, National Treasury and CONTA will continue to collaborate to enhance technical capacity in local government and to improve planning, coordination and fiscal oversight. The President confirmed that through the presidential imbizo that have have been held across the country, the implementation of the DDM has brought together all spheres of government and key stakeholders to address service delivery challenges in communities. The government will continue to broaden and deepen this process, since the DDM has proven to be an effective instrument to enhance cooperative governance and collaboration. Madam Speaker, we have heeded the call by the Finance Minister, Comrade Godongwana, who mentioned that several municipalities are experiencing weaknesses in governance, financial management, and service delivery. And he committed an additional 1.4 billion earmarked for the Municipal Disaster Recovery Grant to fund the repair and reconstruction of infrastructure damage by the tragic floods that took place in 2023. We will adopt a multi-pronged approach to transform municipality into engines of growth, focusing on tightening budget processes, ramping up oversight in maintaining and building infrastructure. Alongside this activity, we will be the strengthening of the role that traditional leaders play in national building, as recognized by Honorable Premier Banyazali Sufi. Madam Speaker, democracy is not a spectator sport. It is a participatory event, as one wise man once observed. The Gauteng government is about to achieve an important milestone that will lead to the signing of an agreement with Pick It Up, so that wherever there is uncollected refuse and dumping, the province will step in and collect. This will also be extended to flowing sewage and water, where both Rainwater and Restwet municipality will be asked for assistance. Honourable members, our provincial treasury has indicated that the current allocation of 1 billion and 2.3 billion over the MTF will enhance the existing raft of initiatives. This includes energy projects in collaboration with the national energy. Madam Speaker, our support for this budget is also premised on ensuring that municipalities reduce unauthorized, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, that there is going to be a reduction of corruption incidents that took place mostly in metros, that it's aiming to address poor revenue collection affecting Gauteng municipalities. Lack of revenue management has a direct effect on service delivery of municipal infrastructure, such as water, sanitation, refuse removals. Honourable members, other areas that the department budget aims to support, which are by no less important, is institutionalizing the performance management system, developing one annual municipal performance report compiled as per Section 47 of the Municipal Financial Act. As the ANC, in conclusion, Madam Speaker, we support and move for the adoption of the bill. Honourable members, our journey to transform Gauteng's municipalities is not just a mandate, but a moral obligation. By ensuring capable leadership, fostering economic growth, and engaging our communities, we can overcome the challenges that we have and lie ahead. As John F. Kennedy once said, open quote, geography has made us neighbors, history has made us friends, economics has made us partners, and necessity has made us allies. Let us be, in close quotes, let us be allies in this noble cause of building a prosperous and inclusive Gauteng. Nelson Mandela once said, it always seems impossible until it's done. Let's make the impossible possible for Gauteng. I thank you. Ke a leboha.
Thank you very much, Honourable Musai. MEC, you may reply.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Let me start by extending a word of gratitude and appreciation to a very eloquent, well-delivered, thoroughly said maiden speech by Honourable Musai. Thank you very much. You have made my job very easy. You have actually covered enough ground. I think you have clarified many of the issues that I wanted to speak to. Well done, Companero Musai. Now, let me just quickly comment on the points made by honourable members. And I would like to start with the points made by Honourable Msimang. Now, Honourable Msimang, I want to start by just, expressing a disappointment that you will not be supporting the budget. And I would like to appeal to you to reconsider because, as Honourable Musai was saying, that it is better when we walk this journey together. And I would like to invite you that in a very profound and important proposal you are putting on the table of turning around municipalities, I think we can do so on the principle she has laid of working together, walking the journey together. And I would like to extend an invitation to you that let us work together to look at what you are proposing. And of course, you have made some clear set of points. Those we will consider, but I think it will be good to have further engagements and discussions with you on how to deal with matters of the turnaround. And to that, I'd like to assure you that we'll have interactions. The reason why I'm saying this, that it's important to work together, to walk the journey together, I would like to refer you to what the President of the country said when he was opening Parliament, when he was speaking about the Indlulamiti scenarios 2030. And this is what the President said. He says, open quote, they also described a scenario they call the cooperation nation, symbolized by the social weaver bits. This scenario paints a picture where after disruptions and protests there is a coming together of political parties, the state, the private sector, and civil society in order to jointly identify priorities and leveraging the strength of each other, close quote. And I would like to put emphasis to leveraging the strength of each other. In the period in which we are, we need to leverage our capacities, our capabilities, our experiences, and look at how we can work together, because the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs is a department for cooperative governance for a cooperation nation, in line with what the President of the Republic said. And to that extent, I welcome your proposals, but still appeal that you reconsider supporting the budget. Honorable Masoleng, thank you very much. I worked with you in the last administration. Today you made a very profound point, and I hope I understood you correctly. COCTA is critical to the concept of a developmental state. I hope I heard you well. This is a very good point, and I'd like to affirm it that that's exactly what we need to do. Make sure that COCTA is a pillar and a very important organ for cooperative governance. I think we're going to have a good year, very constructive proposals. I think the EFF is ready for leveraging each other's strength. Thank you very much for that point. The point is well taken. Now, let me go to Honorable Ngoben. Thanks for supporting the budget, and I would like to assure you that we will not disappoint you when it comes to turning around Mfuleni. Well, good point made. We will work with you. Honorable Ali, thank you very much. The point you have been making about supporting the indigents, poverty alleviation, the cost of living, I think this is a very important point, and I can assure you that when the Premier opened the Provincial Legislature, you will hear about what the government is doing and going to do further to deal with the issue of indigents and how to make sure that we fight poverty in the province. I wouldn't want to preempt that, but knowing what we said at the Lekgotla, I'm quite sure this matter is going to come out. We will work with the municipalities to do exactly that. Meneer Mulder, thank you very much for the point, Honorable Mulder. Indeed, the future ain't what it used to be, and we're looking forward to your contribution and to working with you. Obviously, Honorable Raslingwani, thank you very much for very decisive and good points, but just as I extended the gesture to Honorable Simang, I want to extend it to you, that together have a conversation. Let's leverage each other's strength, let's cooperate, let's work together. We will be 10 times better. I think this year we're going to let's have a good, constructive, peaceful year. Thank you very much, honorable members. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. MEC Secretary, could you please read the third order?
Consideration of the Human Settlements Portfolio Committee's oversight report on the detail of the Department of Human Settlement, Budget Vote 8 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill, G001-2024 for the financial year 2024-2025.
Thank you very much. Honorable Dr. Muketi, please present your committee report.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. Greetings to the honorable members of the House and to our people of Gauteng and those that are watching us at home. Honorable Speaker, may I request that parts of the report that I'm not going to table be taken as tabled by the House. I, Honorable Nomathemba Muketi, the Chairperson of Human Settlement Portfolio Committee, tables the Committee Oversight Report on the Gauteng Department of Human Settlements for the 2024-2025 medium-term expenditure framework, abbreviated as MTEF, allocation as follows. The department's 2024-2025 financial year allocation amounts to the total of 5,767,478,000, of which 4,826,349,000, which translates to 84%, is the Human Settlement Development Grant, and 941,129,000, which translates to 16%, is the equitable share allocation. Included in the department's budget for the 2024 MTEF is the conditional grants allocation, which consists of human settlement upgrading partnership grant for provinces, with 927 million and EPWP integrated grant from the National Department of Public Works with 5.4 million. The department's service delivery is implemented through 4 key programs, and the allocation of budget is as follows. Program 1, which is administration, 670,623,000 for the year under review, which shows a decrease when compared to the previous financial year allocation, with 711,723,000. The Portfolio Committee noted that the program's budget over the MTF will cater for compensation of employees, purchase of goods and services, and payments of capital assets to provide for tools of trade for employees. The budget for goods and services is mainly for payment of lease buildings, software licenses such as Microsoft Office licenses, fleet services, accruals, property payments, municipal rates and services, audit fees, communication costs, and provision of managerial and support services to the department. On Program 2, which is mainly on housing needs, planning and research, 22,531,000 in the 2024-2025 financial year. This is a slight decrease of about 0.8% when compared to the previous allocation. The Portfolio Committee noted with concern that this program has a history of underspending. This is despite it receiving the lowest share of the budget of the department. This budget available under the policy sub-program will achieve strategic objectives and ensure alignment and compliance with the regulatory environment. Funding is made available in respect of the planning sub-program to support the development and alignment of the departmental planning housing development plan, including the APPs, the integrated multi-year housing development plan, the mid-term budget policy statement, and the programs of action in line with the national and provincial requirements. On Program 3, housing development, it's allocated 4,887,499,000 for the payment under review, which is the biggest share of the budget allocated to the department. The allocation has increased by 1.3% when compared to the allocation of the previous financial year.
The Portfolio Committee noted that this program plays a huge role in closing the gap of the missing group, those who do not qualify for RDP houses and those who do not qualify for a bonded house. The huge increase of budget in financial intervention should be welcomed and commended by the Portfolio Committee. In addition, the overall increase should be welcomed as this is the main program of the department. On the Portfolio Committee noted that the largest share of the budget is allocated in this program, which aims to establish sustainable human settlement where all citizens have access to housing and other social amenities. According to the report, provision of housing units, financial link, individual program, eradication of informal settlements, urban renewal program, hostel redevelopment, acceleration of mega projects and winding down of the legacy projects and the rapid land release program, among other activities. Included in the program's budget over the MTF are the Human Settlement Development Grant, the Informal Settlement Upgrading Partnership Grant, the EPWP Grant for the Job Creation Initiatives, Provincial Earmarked Allocation for Rapid Land Release, and fast-tracking the delivery on urban renewal projects and incomplete projects of housing. On Program 4, Housing Asset Management and Property Management, it is allocated 186,824,000 for the year under review, which is a decrease of 21% when compared to the previous financial year's budget allocation. According to the report, the decrease is due to conditional grants baseline, budget cut implementation, as well as reprioritization of business plan related to the HSDG. The program will also continue to coordinate, manage, and oversee the maintenance of departmental immovable assets in the form of flats, hostels, and vacant stands, and encourage and support the provision of tools and personnel to maintain these immovable assets. The Portfolio Committee noted that the department has one entity, the Gauteng Partnership Grant, which receives an allocation of 624,489,000 for the year under review. The transfer to the agency for the financial year increased by 33% when compared to the previous financial year. Madam Speaker, on concerns and recommendations, especially on Program 4, the Portfolio Committee remains concerned with the 21% decrease of budget in relation to Program 4, as this may compromise efficient service delivery. The Portfolio Committee remains concerned with a huge increase of 33% to the GPF for the year under review when compared to the previous financial year allocation, lack of reporting on the huge increase of 85.6% in Category A municipalities, and a huge decrease of 67% in Category B municipalities. The Portfolio Committee remains concerned with lack of bulk infrastructure provision with regard to water and electricity in the mega projects, lack of reporting with regard to issuing of title deeds and the status quo of township proclamation, and lastly, the lack of reporting with regard to the incomplete housing project. On recommendations, Honorable Speaker, the department should provide responses to the following by the 30th of August. The recommendations are only focusing on Program 4. The department should provide a rationale behind the budget decrease in the program, and if this is not going to affect service delivery, especially on the department should provide a rationale behind a huge budget increase of Category A municipality and huge decrease in Category B municipalities, and if this will not affect service delivery. The department should provide a detailed report on how bulk infrastructure provision will be resolved. The department should submit a plan on how title deeds will be distributed along with a list of municipalities. And lastly, the department should submit a detailed plan on report on progress made and work done on the 6 hostels owned by the department. On acknowledgement, the Human Settlement Portfolio Committee wishes to thank the MEC of Human Settlement, MEC Tasmin Mutara, the HOD of the department, Ms. Pim Banjwa, and her team. The chairperson further wishes to acknowledge and express her gratitude to the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee.
Your time is up, Honorable.
Thank you very much.
Dr.
Let me move to the adoption. The acknowledgement as stated in the report on adoption in terms of Rule 1172C, read with Rules 164. The Portfolio
Your time is
Committee,
up, Honorable
Human
Dr.
Settlement,
Mukete.
therefore tabled the report for adoption. I thank you.
Is there a seconder for the report?
I write the second.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I now put the question. All those in favor say yes. All those not in favor say no. Okay. Will the Secretary please read the 4th order?
Thank you, Speaker. Debate on the detail of the Department of Human Settlements Budget Vote 8 of Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G001-2024 for the financial year 2024-2025.
Thank you very much. Honorable MEC Mutara.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, Deputy Speaker, and all presiding officers, Honorable Premier and members of the Executive Council, Honorable members of the Gauteng Legislature, the HOD and senior management of the department, executive and non-executive management of the Gauteng Partnership Fund, members of the media, guests in the gallery, the people of Gauteng. Over the past 3 decades, housing delivery has shifted from an emphasis on merely building and delivering houses to individuals and communities to recognizing the importance of providing access to resources and opportunities whilst doing so, which would facilitate the active participation of historically disadvantaged individuals and communities in the social and economic fabric of South Africa and bring about a better quality of life and living conditions for them. Honourable members, the changing political and economic discourse within the housing delivery sector resulted in a shift from housing to human settlements delivery, recognizing the sector's critical role in improving the broader socio-economic participation of beneficiaries and in driving socio-economic transformation. In order for us to effectively address the spatial and economic fragmentation within the Gauteng city region, our housing delivery mandate and model needs to expand beyond merely providing shelter for citizens to actually building integrated neighborhoods and communities within with the human settlements vision of delivery of transport nodes, schools, hospitals, libraries, sports facilities, facilities for commercial and economic activities alongside housing delivery. Madam Speaker, housing delivery has to go hand in hand with the delivery of basic services such as water, electricity and sanitation, alongside social amenities, as well as creating access to economic opportunities that bring about a better quality of life and improved living conditions for citizens in our city region. Hence, human settlements should not just be seen as a Department of Human Settlements responsibility, but rather it is an intergovernmental, interdepartmental, multidisciplinary responsibility that requires budget allocation and commitment on a year-to-year basis from other provincial departments as well as spheres of government. Over the previous term, the department has made noteworthy progress as relates to governance and financial management, with the number of audit findings decreasing significantly as the department finally achieved an unqualified audit opinion after years of poor performance in this particular area. We are pleased to report that this unqualified audit opinion has been sustained for the 23-24 financial year, with the department notably faring much better on capital expenditure and achieving targets, and the housing fund showing a slight improvement by coming out of a disclaimer to an adverse outcome owing to a slight regression in performance information. This we will definitely be improving upon in the current financial year. To put this in context, the Housing Fund improved from the disclaimer audit opinion as it received for 5 consecutive financial years, with the adverse audit opinion based poorly on adjustments that were pervasive in nature. This is a clear demonstration of the positive trajectory that the department is on when it comes to improving its performance across the spectrum. the department has commenced with developing a response action plan to address all audit findings, noting a significant reduction over the past 5 years, as well as ensuring that we have key management commitment in implementing audit recommendations, something that will be tracked on a weekly basis. To this extent, I would like to thank the MEC Lebogang Maile, the MEC of the department during the previous term, for having steered the ship in the right direction with the turnaround strategy that he introduced and implemented, ensuring that he left the department on a much sounder footing than where he found it when he came in as the executive authority in 2019. Madam Speaker, the Hostels Redevelopment Programme has been given renewed impetus with the adoption of the Hostels Redevelopment Strategy, with the aim of turning our hostels into dignified family units for beneficiaries. Work has already been done in terms of bulk infrastructure assessment across the 65 hostels owned both by the province and municipalities across Gauteng. At the very least, budget permitting, we will be embarking on rehabilitating at least one municipal-owned hostel per development corridor. This is in line with the constitutional mandate directing provincial government to support municipalities. Our central business district revitalization will be one of the priorities of the 7th administration in Gauteng, with the province proactively coordinating CBD revitalization in CBDs across the region. We want to increase the provision of affordable housing within our CBDs, and in line with this, we will actively pursue innovative and transformative partnerships in order to provide affordable lending for the owners of properties in our CBDs through our social housing program. Honourable members, we'll also be focusing on bringing about improved implementation of the upgrading of informal settlements program, with a focus on basic services, social facilitation, as well as the provision of socio-economic amenities. We want to provide amenities and infrastructure in informal settlements, and will be upgrading our informal settlements in collaboration with national departments, municipalities, and resident communities. This in line with the district development model. We'll be implementing alternative sanitation and energy solutions for our informal settlements with solar high-mast lighting and microgrid solutions, which are energy-saving and accessible to communities that have bulk infrastructure challenges and require interim services or emergency relief. Madam Speaker, we are embarking on a beneficiary data cleansing exercise through updating and verifying of the Gauteng Housing Needs Register. The Gauteng Department of Human Settlements manages a comprehensive housing needs register encompassing approximately 1.3 million individuals. To ensure the accuracy and reliability of this data, a thorough process of data cleansing, updating, and verification is imperative. An exciting initiative that we will be implementing, which is currently being piloted at our AfriVillage mega project in Randfontein, is the introduction of body corporates on all our mega projects, which will assist us with the following challenges: maintenance, ownership and transfer of title deeds, illegal occupation of houses, housing units being sold without transfer of title deeds, municipal counts, rates and taxes. This is a multi-stakeholder innovation requiring collaboration and coordination between community and civic organizations, ward councillors, municipalities, developers, provincial government, through the department and other relevant stakeholders, such as the community schemes ombudsman. In conclusion, Speaker, apologies, Speaker. But in conclusion, let me just say that our plans for 24-25 financial year include the completion of abandoned and blocked projects. The work underway will deal with bottlenecks for all projects that are blocked and allocation not blocked and not allocated owing to bulk and municipal issues such as township proclamation, which COCTA in the province will assist us with. The budget allocation for the Department 24-25 financial year is a main allocation of 5.7 billion rand, which accounts for 4.8 billion conditional grant funding. The conditional grant funding has human settlements development grant funding of 3.8 billion and informal settlements upgrade partnership grants for provinces, for the province funding of 927 million within it. Allow me to thank the head of department and all senior managers in the department, the CEO of GPF and its executives, the chairperson and the board of GPF, for the hard work they've put in so as to better position the department to fulfill its mandate and deliver on its responsibilities to the people of Gauteng. I want to also renew our commitment as a department to working with the Portfolio Committee and its chairperson during this term of office in order to ensure transparent, accountable governance as well as improved departmental performance. I now table the Gauteng Department of Human Settlements budget for the 2024-25 financial year for your consideration. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable MEC. Honourable Chirota.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Can we, give Honorable Shirota time to speak?
Madam
Proceed.
Speaker, the performance of the Department of Human Settlements continues to disappoint due to a lack of political leadership, uncertainty in operational accountability, and the misalignment of the budget with the intended goals set out in the annual performance plan. The failure to effectively implement its targets and projects all contribute to a department being unable to achieve its constitutional mandate. This department's budget cannot be supported. The Department of Human Settlements is in perpetual decline due to its repetitive and consistent failures in the delivery of its mandate. These include systemic underperformance in setting and reaching targets, consistent and repetitive understatement of returns of funding leading to funds being returned to the Treasury, failure of governance and leadership at the political and operational level with no accountability, and the continuance of hindering of delivery within the intended timelines. There's a lack of coordination between the compilation of the budget and its implementation in accordance with the annual performance plan. There are inherent failures in maintaining and supplying bulk infrastructure in most projects. The substantial reasons for this inability are manifested in poor planning and lack of vision in both the Departments of Human Settlements and Infrastructure. The practice of handing over units to residents when such units do not have either electricity or water due to bulk failures is a cynical attempt to claim effective delivery when it is clearly not so. This practice must end. The slow progress of title deed in the title deed restoration program continues to prevent the restoration of dignity and ownership for many of our residents. The Department's continued failure to use the Human Settlements Development Grant effectively in the hostel and renewal project programs demonstrate its continued inability to improve the lives of our residents. The confusion created by the indecision about upgrading and formalisation of informal settlements creates uncertainty and frustration for our residents. The substantial reduction in the amount provided for in the upgrading of informal settlements grant will have a continued negative impact on this vital initiative. Madam Speaker, the Gauteng Partnership Fund inability to carry out its mandate, while mired in controversy relating to its lending practices and underperformance, continue to prevent the GPF from achieving its outcomes. Special attention must be given to the slow progress regarding the rollout of the megacity program and the role the GPF plays in such process. The Gauteng Human Settlements Committee urgently requires an examination of the role and mandate of the GPF, whether it is in compliance with such role and what steps, if any, are required to accelerate this mandate. The failure to drive and accelerate the FLIS program has been a problem. This program has been underperformed in the last few years, and the new initiative introduced is to be welcomed. Its progress will be carefully monitored. The Rapid Land Release Program is an initiative which, implemented effectively, can change the lives of many of our residents. Its inability to do so is another failed opportunity. The implementation and participation progress in this program needs to be re-examined and changed where necessary. Without explanation, Madam Speaker, the amount of the human settlement budget has been reduced and continues to be reduced. The Department's targets remain way below the demand, and this practice places further unnecessary strain on the Department's ability to deliver. Until there are effective mechanisms in place to coordinate the setting of the budget in line with realistic goals as envisaged in the annual performance plan, under the direction of effectively capacitated officials and a hands-on MEC, the Department will be unable to fulfill its constitutional mandate. MEC Matara, as raised in the first Human Settlements meeting of the 7th Administration, urgent steps need to be taken to ensure more effective implementation strategies. In this regard, the DA will insist that timelines are strictly set and adhered to in the monitoring and rollout of the various projects and programs. It cannot be business as usual for the activities of the committee going forward. Excellence with prompt compliance with annual performance priorities is imperative to change the work ethic and performance and improve the Department's successes. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chirota. Honourable Abrahams.
Greetings to the House, Madam Speaker. and the commissars and leadership of the EFF in Gauteng. As a member of the East Terrace community who has personally witnessed shortcomings of the Human Settlement Departments under the leadership of ANC, I stand before you today, speaking of which, the report that was made public March 26, 2024, offered a nicely packaged vision of a department prepared to address the widespread housing crisis that has afflicted our townships and communities for the past 30 years. The report provides us with numbers in millions and billions of homes that will be constructed for our people, but it ignores the harsh reality that many Gauteng residents still live in substandard housings, still using pit toilets. Lack of access to water. Some informal settlements, they buy water for 10 rand a bucket. It is a disgrace reading this and actually addressing the department. Impoverizing and have been led down by the same government who has been leading this community. The lives of our people are at stake, and this discussion, especially those who the ANC administrates, has neglected to live in the places like the East Terrace informal settlement, known as House for All, Eerste Fabriek in Mamelodi, Marshallville in Artridgeville, and Nana's Farm City in Johannesburg. In Tshwane, DA, black renters in the La Montagne Tshwane apartment complex are being bullied, intimidated by racist DA property agent and caretaker named Mid-City to pay levies to Mid-City, but only the blacks pay, not the whites. The black renters are insulted and ignored when asked for financial statements. This scam at black tenants is being investigated by the EFF. Over 3,500 housing units were offered to the Rusterville Ward 60 neighborhood in Sedibeng back in 2017. For 30 years, this group has been marginalized. Over 5,000 people are still served by asbestos clinics. This is yet another unfinished project by the ANC. Prior to being forced to install electrical smart meters, the community staged a protest on July 30th, 2024, to get the Speaker of Mfuleleni Municipality to convene a meeting. As right now, those housing units are nothing more than just this government's ongoing contempt of our people and hollow promises. People who don't share the ANC's political viewpoint are being marginalized. Since 2016, 555 apartments of heavily flats, Mamelodi Extension 2, has remained unfinished. No accountability for that budget has been taken. Currently occupied for 2 years without water, electricity and sanitation, the Department of Human Settlement drafted a legal letter on the 19th of July 2024 requesting the removal of illegal building occupants. The reason for the letter from the ANC's intent that they will be repairing the apartments and with a fresh budget and rent them out. City of Tshwane moved victims of the 2018 floods, DA is well aware of this one, to Leeuwfontein. Julle ken mos Leeuwfontein, nee? Nee. Daar is oor die 300 households. So what is happening there? City of Tshwane has moved victims of the 2018 flood victims to Leeuwfontein. There is over 300 households still in large bricks and mortar buildings. Those people were just dumped there, promised that they will receive title
Your time
deeds.
is up, Honourable Abrahams.
No, yes.
Yeah.
Anyway,
No, it is. Thanks.
So, I will conclude.
Your time is up,
Like slavery
Honourable
and
Abrahams.
apartheid, poverty is not natural. It's a man-made, and it can be overcome
Your time is
and
up,
evacuated
Honourable
by the
Abrahams.
actions of human beings. Thank you very much.
Honourable E. Mori.
I just needed more. Yeah? Yeah. Okay.
Honourable
Madam
Mori.
Speaker, honourable members, all protocol observed, greetings. Speaker, Gauteng continues to face housing shortage, generational backlog, poor infrastructure, lack of running water, electricity, and poor sanitation. The mushrooming of illegal informal settlement exacerbates this housing crisis. The department is critical to the well-being of our society, and a lot needs to be done to align with the provincial goals and objectives. The department allocation amounts to 5.7 billion, and the biggest share of 4.8 billion is allocated to Housing Development Program 3, which we believe is key to the development of sustainable human settlement, as it provides housing units, funding of service stands, urban renewal project, etc. Speaker, allow me to highlight some of the NDP key principles that underlie the transformation of human settlements. It says the human settlement policies and legislation must realize people's constitutional right to housing. It further says human settlement spaces must be livable, equitable, sustainable, resilient, efficient, and support economic opportunities and social cohesion. Unfortunately, people have been on the waiting list since 1996 and still to date waiting due to corruption in the allocation of housing. And most RDP houses are not livable, they are not strong, they have deep cracks and are small. The gap between the rich and the poor is growing further apart since then. The delivery of housing must support active citizenship and involvement in conceptual and planning processes. But, Speaker, public participation and feedback mechanisms are often ignored. I will give you 3 examples. The failed Alexander Renewal Project, in which an inquiry was launched, and the South African Human Commission and the Office of the Public Protector found that there had been persistent failures on the part of the Gauteng Provincial Government and the City of Johannesburg in the implementation of the project. The project has since been recommended, been sent to the SIU for further investigation. And we're talking about 1.3 billion project. The second one, the delay in the department to maintain and repair Helen Joseph Hostel in Alexandra. This has been due since 2021. According to the department, 17 million has been spent, but the people of Alex, Helen Joseph, they say they haven't seen anybody renovating anything. To date, Speaker, 17 million is missing. Speaker, the 11 billion Montrose mega project in Randfontein is incomplete. Contractors abandoned the project, but the money has been squandered, while our people await the promised RDP housing and live in squalor. Speaker, we need to get to the bottom of the above mentioned. In conclusion, the GPU must do the right thing, turn around this department and use the allocated budget in line with the planned performance target as outlined in the annual performance plan, and improve the quality of housing service delivery in GP. Action SA supports the budget vote with those highlighted concerns. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable More. Honorable Meso.
Thank you, Comrade. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Special greetings to our MK Party President, Mhlanganyelwa Gedleyihlekisa Zuma. Jikijela, Mkhonto Jikijela. As Umkhonto Wesizwe, we are saying that clearly. Our mandate is from our people. It emanates from their demands of people, their aspiration and their wants. Speaker, we are saying that our people in Gauteng must receive adequate housing. We are saying any budget that doesn't speak to the dignity of our people through housing must be condemned. The government of servant administration of Provincial Gauteng, in particular in financial year 2024-2025, must speak to address the living condition of our people in all hostels that we are having in Gauteng. The hostels in Buyafuti, in Mshayazafe, in Fosloras, and in Togoza, and all other areas in Soweto, and all other areas in Gauteng. The budget must speak on urgent demand of our people who are saying they can build for themselves their houses. They are saying they want Gauteng government to provide them with service stands, which their budget is budgeted for. Without addressing the issue of housing in Gauteng, we are refusing abantu abamnyama their constitutional right to be treated with dignity and live in good conditions like those in the middle strata. As Umkhonto weSizwe, we are saying all RDP houses that are finished building, they must be allocated to their rightful owners and their title deeds must be given to them. We are noting with great concern as Umkhonto weSizwe, and we are condemning a wasteful expenditure on ABT buildings that were built in Tembisa and in Vosloorus. It's about time that we need to hold people accountable who approve the budget of such buildings. Any project that tends to fail, the officials must be held accountable. We condemn the budget that will not address the issues of township proclamation. E.g., Enkangala in Bronkhorstspruit, their land still belongs to the government of Mpumalanga till today, since the second administration of government in Gauteng. They don't own even title deeds. On issues of water, Speaker, Sithi kwanele, it's enough. And we believe as Umkhonto weSizwe, under the administration, under the seventh administration of Gauteng, under Ubaba Upanyaza, we are saying clean and healthy water is an international recognized human right.
Your time is up, Honorable Miso. Honorable Duplessis.
Speaker, it must be noted that as Umkhonto weSizwe, we support the budget.
Honorable Duplessis.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, as we all know, there are critical issues faced by the Gauteng Department of Human Settlements for the 2024-2025 financial year, particularly mega development projects. While mega development projects are one of the department's strategies for addressing housing shortages and the pressures of urbanization, they are not without significant challenges. These projects are designed to provide thousands of housing units, integrate various socio-economic amenities, and create new urban spaces that are sustainable and inclusive. They are not just about building houses, they are about creating communities and opportunities. However, their scale is complex and bring about several challenges. One of the primary issues is the allocation and management of the budget. The GDHS has allocated substantial funds towards these mega development projects. Still, there are concerns about whether these resources are being utilized efficiently and transparently. In previous years, delays and budget overruns have plagued several projects. These setbacks are often due to inadequate planning, red tape, and a lack of oversight. To ensure that taxpayers' money is spent wisely, we need stronger financial controls and accountability mechanisms. Another challenge is the coordination between different stakeholders involved in these projects. Mega development projects require the collaboration of multiple governmental agencies, private developers, and community organizations. However, misalignment of priorities and communication gaps often lead to delays and conflicts. For example, the provisions of essential services like water, electricity, and sanitation has delayed the construction of housing units in some projects, leaving residents in incomplete and unsafe environments. To address this, we must enhance interagency coordination and streamline processes to ensure that all aspects of development proceed in organized fashion. These projects also involve the relocation of existing communities, a process fraught with challenges including inadequate compensation, loss of livelihoods, and cultural disruption. It is crucial that we approach these situations with sensitivity, ensuring fair compensation and support for affected communities. Madam Speaker, we must consider the long-term sustainability of these developments by ensuring that they are affordable, energy efficient, and environmentally friendly. There have been instances where poor construction quality and lack of maintenance have resulted in rapid deterioration of housing stock. To prevent this, we need strict adherence to building standards and ongoing maintenance plans. Coming from the West Rand, I've seen the many challenges facing mega development projects, with units being built while amenities such as schools, clinics and community centres are only built or realised 5 to 6 years later. It is worrisome that projects such as Elijah Bukhai in Merafong and Afri Village in Radway City are built miles away from work opportunities and amenities. By improving financial oversight, enhancing coordination, ensuring fair and transparent land practices, and prioritising sustainability, we can make meaningful progress in creating vibrant, inclusive communities. This department's budget does not address the challenges in mega development projects. Therefore, the Democratic Alliance cannot support this budget as it does not speak to the realities on the ground. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Duplessis. Honourable Gentile.
Madam Speaker, Honourable Premier, Honourable MECs, Chief Whip of the Majority Party, Honourable Members and people of Gauteng. Madam Speaker, on this occasion of the Department of Human Settlement budget vote debate for the 7th administration, we felt it is important that we start by recalling what we committed ourselves on the 26th of June in 1955, when we adopted the Freedom Charter of the Congress of the People in Kliptown, Johannesburg, where visionary men and women, both young and old, foretold a free South Africa, and they declared, "There shall be houses, security, and comfort." I refer us to this passage of history to highlight that while the recent national and provincial elections have ushered in change, a change that has led to formation of government of unity and provincial government of unity in our case, that this is not forced on us, that it is the will of our people. But even so, this will of the people exists with a context which the government has a responsibility to respond to. Madam Speaker, let me say that change is an inherent part of our lives, and it is essential that we tune in without resistance. We must learn to adapt accordingly, such that we do not see this change as a threat, but rather as an opportunity to learn, to grow, to evolve, and to become better. Madam Speaker, we stand on this purpose given the mandate by the African National Congress manifesto that promised to fulfill, amongst other things, the increased land availability near economic centers for youth, for military veterans and senior citizens, the establishment of Human Settlement Bank for affordable financing, the upgrade of informal settlements to provide basic services, to ensure safe drinking water and to prevent pollution of water resources, but also to manage the rapid urbanization through a sustainable model of compact, connected to cities, towns, urban and rural areas, including the development of new cities and towns in this province. It is President Cyril Ramaphosa, on the opening of Parliament on the 18th of July this year, that said, the second phase of Vulindlela will focus on reforming the local government systems and improving the delivery of basic services, and enhancing the digital public infrastructure as a driver of growth and inclusion. That it will also focus on accelerating the release of public land for social housing and redirecting our housing policy to enable people to find affordable homes in areas of their choice. The President further said that the asset poverty is one of the underlying causes of object poverty, which exacerbates the high cost of living amongst our people. This government must therefore look at the provision of title deeds for land and subsidized housing to provide people with assets that they can use to improve their economic position. Madam Speaker, President Ramaphosa further said that we will increase the funding for land reform, prioritize the transfer of state land, and improve the post-settlement support by strengthening the institutional capacity to respond to structures. Madam Speaker, it is against this backdrop, informed by the ANC manifesto,
and encouraged by President Cyril Ramaphosa's commitment that we align our commitment to the service of people of Gauteng. One of the greatest philosophers, Socrates, once said that the secret of change is to focus all your energy in building the new. And in my view, this will be defined by the content of our character, which should be easy in the context of as dictated by an unchanged legislative legal framework. Honourable members, this budget comes 4 months into this new financial year, meaning that we must be already underway into the implementation of some of the important departmental programs aligned to the annual performance plan. The budget must continue to progress the implementation of the priorities of the former MEC, Honourable Lebohang Maile, outlined in his term of office, and these are the Urban Renewal Project, the Hostel Redevelopment Program, the upgrading of informal settlements, the mega human settlements, rapid land release program to our people in this province, and the title deeds registration. Madam Speaker, we certainly can't change the direction of the wind, but we're most definitely going to adjust our sails to reach the destination. It is our comrade Joe Slovo who reminded us that housing is not just a physical requirement when he said, open quote, it is also much more. It is a spiritual need which goes to the root of a dignified and tolerable life. It is at the core of a better life for all South Africans, close quote. Testament to this, our very own Premier, Honourable Panyaza Lesufi, would have previously spoken about the 5 related priorities that are elevated priorities that are related to the department. One of those priorities speaks directly to the mandate of the department, which is changing the living conditions in townships, informal settlements, and hostels, which is better known as TISH. Honourable members, the department must persist in fulfilling its mandate through various programs guided by the annual performance plan and amongst other plans. In this financial year, the department must continue to deliver on these key areas to facilitate the formalization of townships, which is a critical process for resolving the backlog in registration of title deeds for townships. The upgradement of the informal settlements is a thornily related issue, which remains a significant challenge in this province, and we must fast-track the work that we're doing in relation to issuing of title deeds. This effort must happen to demonstrate a commitment to ensure that communities in informal settlements benefit from government services and that they are not left out and they feel that they are not part of the residents of Gauteng. Honourable members, the planned hostel redevelopment, which is part of the strategy to upgrade the hostels into habitable family units, must be fast-tracked. And I speak of this as a person who grew up in the hostels and who continues to stay in the hostels, that hostels must be changed into a habitable family unit that allows for people to feel that they are part of them. The inner city hostels in Johannesburg must also benefit from major repairs that will be effected, including their daily maintenance, environmental upkeep, ensuring that they are also habitable. In conclusion, Madam Speaker and honourable members, we are all called to embrace these changes, this new administration. Our collective success will not only be defined by our ability to adapt to changed circumstances, but our ability to work together beyond our political lines. The ANC therefore supports this budget. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Gentile. MEC Mutara.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. As I respond to the debate, let me thank all members who participated. But let me say to Member Shirota as well as to Member du Plessis, I'm not surprised at the posture that you have taken not to support the budget.
However, some of your criticisms are also unfounded. Member Shirota, you speak about governance that has not improved. How do you then explain moving from a disclaimer to now an unqualified audit? It indicates and demonstrates that governance as well as internal controls have improved over a period of time, and my responsibility is to sustain it, but also to make further improvements. The points that you raised about houses not being allocated or houses being allocated because there is no electricity or connection to water is historic. But in the recent past, we have not allocated houses for that particular reason. And we are working together with municipalities to be able to address the provision of water, electricity, sanitation, so that those houses can be allocated. I think important that you, the points that you note, we'll definitely take it into consideration. But again, I think borrowing from my colleague MEC Mamabulo, I would appreciate that you would have supported the budget and raised those as constructive criticism so that we can work together to be able to address them. Our honourable member from the EFF, I think you were just all over the place. You were just all over the place. You were raising issues around clinics, around meters, around water, sanitation of residents in Tshwane is the responsibility of the municipality. We understand that while you may be new here, will also help you to understand legislation and laws. By law, we as provincial government are not allowed to spend our grants in metro municipalities on bulk services. As much as we would want to, it would be illegal for us to do so. We are allowed by law to spend on local municipalities on the provision of bulk. But the questions that you raise around metering is the responsibility of municipalities. The responsibility for water, sanitation, electricities in Tshwane is the responsibility of the metro. They get a grant directly from national government for them to be able to spend it. What we must do together is to hold the municipalities accountable. And I think what you raised would better be placed in a municipal budget vote debate, but we can definitely raise those issues, and we should, for the people of Eersterus, for the people of Rivoli, for the people of Eldorado Park, for the people of Rege Park, all of them. But every citizen of Gauteng deserves water, sanitation, electricity, and livable conditions that are respectable, that are humane, because it's a human rights issue more than anything else. I think importantly, I think that but I want to thank you, member from the EFF, and I apologize that I don't know your name and I'm not addressing you by your name. Honorable Abrahams, thank you for addressing part of your input on my behalf to the Democratic Alliance. You've made my work very well, very easy, and I hope they're also listening. To our Honorable Mbogoto from MKP, thank you very much. We will definitely, and I'm sure the Premier, together with ourselves, will outline our detailed plan and responses to the hostels. We do have a detailed plan. We do maintain that we can't have people living in such conditions. It's inhumane. It goes against everything that the African National Congress stands for. And thank you to Member Vuiswa for contextualizing why it is that South Africa, led by the African National Congress over the past 30 years, is one of the only countries that has a housing policy and provides for social housing for its citizens, because it is a human rights matter. And because we respect human rights, it is our priority and we'll continue with it. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much, MEC Mutara. Secretary, could you please read the fifth order?
Thank you, Speaker. Consideration of the Health Portfolio Committee's oversight report on the detail of the Department of Health budget vote of Gauteng Appropriation Bill G001-2024 for the financial year 2024-2025.
Okay, thank you very much. Honorable Advocate Lutswalo, kindly present your committee report.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, greetings to one, greetings to all. As the chairperson of the Health and Wellness, we know that there's quite a lot of members who must specifically focus on this wellness part. I've got the esteemed pleasure to table the committee's report on the Gauteng Department of Health and Wellness budget vote report for the 2024-2025 financial year. In seeking your indulgence, I wish to indicate that this report will be presented summatively because of the limitation of time, 10 minutes. So it's a much more comprehensive report. I'll focus on the executive summary and other parts. Out of the budget, equitable share, it is increased from 46.2 billion. We are no longer dealing with millions. 46.2 billion to 50.4 billion. Whilst conditional grants received an allocation of 14.4 billion, increased from the 13.4 in the 2023-2024 financial year. Each program is allocated a budget from the equitable share as follows. On administration, budget has increased by 3% from 1.4 billion to 1.9, so it's a significant incline. On district health services, it has also increased by 8.2% from 20.1 billion to 21.7 billion, another significant incline. On emergency medical services, there's an increment as well of 6.3%, which is 1.7 billion to 1.8 billion, another milestone. Provincial hospital services budget also with an increment of 10.3%, figuratively 11.3 billion to 12.5 billion. Central hospital services budget increased as well by 5.2%, from 21.7 billion to 22.8 billion. Health sciences training budget increased as well by 1.5% from 1.1 billion to 1.2 billion. Healthcare support increased by 4.6% from 453.9 million to 474.6 million. And lastly, health facilities budget also with an increment of 9.8% from 1.9 billion to 2.1 billion. So I want you to follow these billions because these are investments made in ensuring greater access, but also the promotion of the health of the residents of Gauteng, quite significant. The committee takes note of the key assumptions considered in the budget to sustain and recruit temporary staff for a period of 12 months across health facilities, as well as to reduce radiation oncology backlog. So there are demonstrable investments being made to turn around the situation insofar as the radiation oncology is concerned. I know there would have been media narrations about the department not intervening, but here it is in the report. The department is decisively intervening there. Moving further along, additionally, the current budget will guarantee that services continue to be provided while taking into account the allocation of resources to patient care, safety, and the strengthening and investment in primary health care to provide treatment at the appropriate level, funding for maternity, neonatal care program, improvements to occupational health and safety, as well as mental health care, expansion of 24-hour service posts and mental health posts, e-health investment in the facilities, and the provision or reduction of medical legal claims. The implementation of the long-delayed e-health or integrated health information system, which would improve patient administration, financial management, decision-making, and clinical patient management, are of crucial importance to the committee. Of course, in doing our oversight assessments, I think there would have been a number of frameworks that we relied on, including both the national as well as the provincial health priorities. I will not labor those. Oversight on financial performance, the current budget is increased by 7.9. So this is a nominal growth rate. And so in essence, if you were to consider a real rate, it would be around the 3.1. In terms of economic classification, current payment increased to 60.1 billion, sharing 92.8 of the total adjusted budget. Compensation of employees, which attributes to a bigger share of the allocations, increased from the budget to 35.6 billion to 37.4 billion to pay salaries as well as to strengthen mental health services. The committee knows that compensation of employees is sharing 61.8 of the total vote for of allocations to make provision for appointment of a critical position. So these are decisive interventions that the department is making that we are picking up out of this report. And then as I move further along on committee concern, the committee is concerned with the performance target for the health information system as well as the PACS implementation and facilities which have been reduced. Whereas progress toward complete implementation of the health information system, including ICT infrastructure, has been delayed for some time. Number two, the less reported information on the budget that is earmarked to pay for mental health contracted base. Number three, I've already spoken about it, the radiation oncology backlog, which is experienced in facilities. Number four, the less information provided regarding Masakani cook freeze that supplies healthcare facilities with prepackaged meals. Number five, there is less information available on the budget, particularly on the Cuban doctor training program. Number six, the less information provided on plans on existing infrastructure that requires maintenance, rehabilitation, as well as upgrading. Number seven, the decreased budget on goods and services from 20.3 billion to 20.1, since it has the potential to affect items such as medicine, lab services, consumable supply, property payments. Recommendations, the committee recommends that the department should provide detailed reports by the 30th of August on all of those specific concerns. So I would not recapitulate on all of those specific concerns. And then lastly, I wish to thank the MEC of Health, Meno Mantungo Moralo Hoko, and a team led by Ndate Arnold Lisiba Malotana, the HOD, duly appointed, Ndate Malotana, for the preparation of the budget vote for report and the efforts made in taking the committee through the details of the report. Highly appreciated as well is the role of the committee members of the Health Portfolio Committee for their dedication and commitment. I will not mention their names. It's still too early to thank anybody. So I will thank you as we are doing this work. Furthermore, I would like to acknowledge the supportive contribution of the administrative support staff. On adoption, in accordance with Rule 168, the committee hereby recommends that the House adopt the Health Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the adjusted Department of Health and Wellness budget vote for report for the 2024-2025 financial year, taking into consideration the concerns and proposed recommendations made in this report. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Advocate Letswalo. Is there a seconder for the report? Honorable Chiefut.
I rise to second the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I put the question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
All those not in favor say no. The yeses have it. The report is duly adopted. Secretary, please read the sixth order.
Thank you, Speaker. Debate on the detail of the Department of Health Budget Vote 4 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G001-2024 for the financial year 2024-2025.
Thank you very much. Honorable MEC Nkomorale Hoko.
honorable member from Bosa,
Yep.
and she's giving me the 3 minutes.
Yes, you have 13 minutes.
Thanks. Madam Speaker and Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier, the Chief Whip, members of the Executive Council, honorable members of this House, comrades and friends, residents of Gauteng. As we embark on the 7th administration, we look back on the trials that we've endured from the global pandemic, cholera outbreak, the Boksburg gas tanker explosion, Joburg fire, and many other, and the recent mpox, previously known as monkeypox. These challenges have tested our resolve as a department, but they have also highlighted the commitment and sacrifice of our dedicated personnel. Their empathy, compassion, and professionalism have not only enhanced patients' care, but also restored public trust. Many voices can now attest to the real improvements within this department. One of the most heartwarming examples of our work is the Mandela Day Surgical Marathon. Through this initiative, we were recently able to offer life-changing adenoton ciliectomy surgeries to children like Rekho Modiswe Nazo. Rekho is an 8-year-old from Gauteng, frequently missed school and struggled with severe throat infections and breathing issues. The surgery has given him a new lease on life, allowing him to attend school and play with his friends without constant burden of illness. His grandmother, Mabone Mkwena, who joins us today, can truly attest to the profound difference this has made to their family. Umama upaya phezulu. Another deeply touching story is that of Zianda Stole, a courageous burn survivor from Orange Farm. After heroic rescuing children from a blazing fire, Zianda endured severe burns himself with the dedicated care of our burns unit and a physiotherapist at Chris Hani Baragwanath Academic Hospital. He has made an incredible recovery. Zianda now shares his journey to raise awareness about fire safety, helping to prevent others from facing similar hardships. His presence here today again as my guest is an indication to his resilience and the transformative impact of our healthcare team that we have in the department. Now, these stories of hope and the recovery demonstrate the heart of our mission. They remind us that our work is not just about providing medical care, but about changing lives. Our collective success reflects the dedication and teamwork of every member of our department. And it is this spirit of unity and compassion that defines Team Gauteng Health. And it is in this spirit that continues to drive us to make meaningful difference in the lives that we touch. Madam Speaker and honorable members, the Gauteng Department of Health is presenting its budget today, which is the financial year of 2024-25, and with an allocation of 6.48 billion for this fiscal year and 202.6 billion over the MTEF. This funding focuses on priority interventions under the Gauteng 2030, which is GGT 2030. On health and wellness initiative, especially targeting townships, informal settlements and hostels, aligned with Sustainable Development Goal 3, which aims to ensure healthy lives and promote well-being for all ages. The budget emphasizes accelerating performance towards both local and global health goals by 2030. Key to this effort is the commitment to universal health coverage, ensuring access to quality health care without financial hardship. As the department, we acknowledge the past hospital-centric approach and commit to optimize the district health system by reconfiguring primary health care services models. This shift is encapsulated in the theme from cradle to grave, promoting the health communities, close quote, focusing on improving healthcare outcomes by investing in the PHC. Madam Speaker and honorable members, Gauteng is a home to 15 million people, continues to provide good healthcare despite growing demands, disease burden, fiscal challenges, and social determinants of health. Our health system has improved life expectancy for both men and women. Since the introduction of elevated priorities, we have successfully launched the Asibe Healthy GP program, expanding health literacy and prevention through community partnerships. Through this program and extensive health and wellness campaigns, we established 164 physical activity programs in 80 township, informal settlement, and hostel areas across the 5 districts, with over 116.35 participants by March 2024. To support the integrated school health program, we procured and deployed 7 mobile units in priority townships, and this also includes dispatching weekly mobile health clinics in 6 hostels providing PHC services to 61061 residents, ensuring equitable healthcare access. Infrastructure improvement include completed and handed over of employee wellness centers at Telemwe, Mkwerane, Kopanong hospitals. These initiatives again enhance staff wellness and health infrastructure, improving healthcare delivery. The Double Up Meds program, which is formerly known CCMDD, has significantly reduced queues and waiting times by transforming medication access to chronic patients. By the end of 2023-24 financial year, close to 1.4 million patients were registered on this program. This budget vote again reaffirms our commitment to the 2030 development agenda, with 6 remaining to achieve the NDP and SDG goals. The department again will focus on strategic drivers to enhance health system performance. Key investment include digital health, neonatal health, and mental health and improvements initiatives, and the interventions that are there to improve the quality and safety of our facilities to both users and providers. Following the Life Settlement tragedy, the provincial government has made concerted effort to ensure that the rights of mental health care users are promoted and safeguarded. 5 district mental review boards are functional and effective now. In response to the growing need of mental health services, we have prioritized the refurbishment and repurposing of some of our healthcare institutions to improve mental health care infrastructure and services across the province. Facilities such as Beta Kowa Hospital, South Rand Hospital, Tshwane District Hospital, Tembisa Hospital, Edenvale Hospital, Dr. George Mukari, and Chrisani Parakwanat Academic Hospital have mental health units now that have already been refurbished and opened, including the newly opened Kopanong Gateway Specialized Mental Health Day Care Clinic, to ensure that we have enough acute mental health beds in hospitals and we increase mental health resources, including specialized professional and rehabilitation services. We are now prioritizing innovation in the department and equity and efficiency. We aim to build a healthcare system that meets immediate needs and lays a sustainable foundation for future generations. We will capitalize on digital health opportunities to create a world-class digital-enabled health system that provides equitable, high-quality and efficient healthcare services to all Gauteng residents, setting a new standard of e-health technology innovation. We plan to enhance real-time monitoring of health system performance through integrated health information system. We aim again to reduce waiting times, to improve resource allocation through digital tools, queue management system, and an integrated data layer, enhancing data sharing, mining, and analysis capabilities to optimize healthcare outcomes and advance health development goals. We want to ensure robust data security and privacy to protect patients' data, which is very crucial. Integrating social sector system to monitor child and adolescent well-being is very critical, and the department is working on harmonizing data sharing and surveillance of adolescent and child services. We believe in acting swiftly for children, as Gabriela Mistral beautifully highlights in her poem, I will open quote, "Many things we need, we can, but the child cannot. Right now is the time. His bones are being formed, his senses are being developed, his blood is being made. To him we cannot answer tomorrow. His name is today," close quote. This agenda propels us to ensure comprehensive preventative, curative, and rehabilitative interventions for children through various programs, such as integrated school health program, therapeutic services, expanded program of immunization, and adolescent well-being programs, including capacity development for healthcare providers. And we're tracking these services interactions electronically, and it's very important that now for this time, and we make urgent interventions after we've done that. So the department again has set aside 284 million in 2024-25 and 893 million over the MTF for the rollout of comprehensive health information system to realize one patient, one file dream. This also includes digitizing a series of records in the hospitals. Our commitment to improve the experience of care continues, demonstrated by the initiatives such as the queue management system. This process now of procuring a comprehensive electronic queue management system has been initiated with plans to pilot it at a targeted community health care centers and hospitals. This is allocated an amount of 9.8 million in the year 2004-2005 financial year, and 29 million over the MTF. The safety of personnel and healthcare users matters to the department. Hence, we're investing in facial air recognition and biometric systems for movement control. Emerging infections update on Mpox again, it's one of the things that we'll be doing as a department. Madam Speaker, the department in the past 3 months has been dealing with the Mpox. As of the 30th of July, we had 11 cases confirmed in Gauteng. Province, now we have experienced 1 death and reported, that was reported in June month. So the number of Mpox cases by the district are the highest at the Johannesburg district, with 4 cases, 3 in Tshwane, 2 in Ekurhuleni, 1 in Sitibeng and 1 in West Rand. But we remain diligent in tracking these patterns of Mpox. With great lessons learned in dealing with COVID and cholera, we have a re-established incident management team, which meets weekly and have partnered with their key population, and we have partnered rather with key population in HIV and AIDS, sexual transmitted infections, which is STI and TB, stakeholders. All of them are working with us to carry out Mpox awareness and screening at facilities in the communities. In our pursuit of universal health coverage, as the Department of Health, our efforts will focus on ensuring compliance with occupational health and safety standards, refurbishing facilities to enhance usability for both patients and healthcare providers. These initiatives are integral to support the effective service delivery and improving health outcomes. Accessibility to quality healthcare facilities that are safe remain critical to the department. Special attention will be placed on the accident and emergency department and casualties. In addition, we are targeting expansion of neonatal facilities, starting in Tembisa Premier, as part of our integrated interventions to improve neonatal healthcare outcomes, as it is anticipated that must yield results for us. Priority will be on getting again our facilities to comply on OHS Act, and we are busy with that process now, checking into the regulations and implementation of our integrated management system that is prescribed by national and international standards. Gauteng has the highest proportion of hospitals, with 68% of them which are assessed by the team that comes from OHS inspections. The Office of the Healthcare Standards conducts inspections across the hospitals and primary healthcare centers. In the last assessment, which took place in the last quarter, 2023-24, 14 hospitals were inspected. All of them were compliant and were certified as compliant for NHI. Over the years, the department has not done well in regarding the non-negotiable areas of assessment, largely due to shortage of consumables and essential equipment. There are now various health system strengthening mechanisms in place through the SCM processes to ensure that they provide support to clinical services through consultation with the clinical and end users, and contracting for consignment stock and consumables. The auditing of essential equipment at primary healthcare facilities is underway to ensure that our facilities have appropriate essential equipment in the right quantity, which must also be maintained for effective quality care. And I know MK has raised that point to me, Premier, that I must focus specifically in the area of Ekurhuleni. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will come back in my 5 minutes and finish my speech.
Thank you very much. Honourable
Point of
Poho.
order. Point of order.
Oh,
Madam Speaker,
Honourable Poho, please take your seat.
I rise on a point of order in terms of Rules 77 and 83 read together. Madam Speaker, I submit to you that it is not regular for a member to utilise the free time of another party, and that they may only use the free time in a debate of their own party, and I request your ruling.
Okay, your matter will be looked at, Honourable Member, and a response will be given. Honourable Poho.
Thank you very much. Greetings, Madam Speaker, the Premier, members of the Provincial Legislature, and most importantly, fellow citizens of Gauteng. In terms of health, we would like to begin our input by inspiring the House to learn from the life and teaching of Ernesto Che Guevara, Charlotte Macleck, and Stephen Bantu Biko, who after their medical studies went beyond the confines of formal education by fighting to end a fundamental cause of sickness, poverty. Healing in the context of revolutionary medicine means the ending of ruling class dominance in terms of quality provision of healthcare. Currently, the 3 biggest private healthcare providers in South Africa listed in the JSE are Mediclinic, Life Healthcare, and Netcare. Yet these groups are passionately opposed to revolutionary reforms in the healthcare sector, which seek to bring relief for the working class and the black majority, which is African in particular. Ideally, private healthcare should be discontinued in favor of a one-tier system, universal healthcare for all. The most chronic disease in South Africa is poverty. It is out of poverty that the body is unable to nutritionally battle any virus that would seek to destroy it. Every conversation around health must therefore begin from that position. To speak about the failures of the Gauteng healthcare system without prefacing this reality is already a misdiagnosis. Healthcare can never be dissociated from a socio-political context that a country finds itself in. The healthcare system in South Africa still has connotations of those who afford a life-changing medical operation and those who barely have functioning tap water in Hammanskraal. We speak here on behalf of the working class members of the 16 million community of Gauteng who die waiting in our hospitals. People who lose their kin because community healthcare centers do not fully function 24 hours as a result of the lack of political will in the province. As we speak, there's a plethora of medical legal cases of people whose family died sleeping in the corridors of hospitals such as Begimlang Hospital in Soweto and Leratong in Kagiso, waiting for medical attention from overworked, understaffed medical practitioners with limited medication and equipment. Madam Speaker, the idea behind free healthcare is not premised on universal access for all, but is also located in doing away with the logic of commercialization of medicine to an extent that the separate amenities between the private and public healthcare expose such a bias. The oversight report says that there has been a 5.2 increase in the central hospital services, with the budget going to Chris Hani Parakwara, Charlotte Makleka, Steve Biko, and Dr. George Mkari academic hospitals. Goods and services, however, have declined, as well as administration and staff. We don't understand why there isn't internal capacity to do laundry. The carrying capacity of the top 5 biggest hospitals in Gauteng do not coincide with the population dynamics required to meet the population backlog. For instance, the Bara, the largest hospital in Africa and the 3rd largest in the world, it only has 6,760 staff members, 3,400 beds. How can we comfortably sit here in these chambers knowing that Bara services a Soweto population of over 1.2 million people? Today we stand in this chamber to debate the budget vote for Gauteng Department of Health. As representatives of a socialist revolutionary party, we believe that healthcare is a fundamental right and not a privilege. Firstly, we must address the department's egregious failure to spend the allocated budget for oncology. Cancer patients in Gauteng are languishing in pain, waiting for treatment that is indefinitely delayed due to administrative inefficiencies and bureaucracy. This is not just a budgetary oversight, it is a matter of life and death. The department must be held accountable for this gross neglect. We speak here at the backdrop of the life as a demand judgment. We affirm that in Gauteng, such a judgment could have been easily avoided if the system of holding government accountable was in place. The Premier of Gauteng,
Honourable Member, your time is up.
He grandstands and speaks about private education in Parliament. However, he's silent on the so-called NTR motive forces and them getting access to private health care.
Honourable Poho, your time is up. Thank you. Thank you very much. Honourable Mori.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The department is key amongst all, entrusted with improving our health, entrusted with providing quality health care that is accessible. Year in, year out, budgets are passed, yet health outcomes remain poor in Gauteng. Our poor and vulnerable communities continue to suffer due to degrading healthcare services subjected to daily. One wonders if these budgets really speak to their health needs and provincial priorities. The department has been allocated 64.8 billion in the current year, seeing 7.9 increase from the previous year, and therefore we urge the department to use the increased budget sparingly, efficiently, economically, and effectively. Action SA is placed to ensure that this does not impact negatively on health services. More needs to be done to assist the EMS practitioners to access the dense informal communities with no physical addresses. The safety and security of our medical personnel across GP remains a big concern and something needs to be done. Speaker, our lived reality is that public health facilities remain death traps for the poor who do not have anywhere to go. The new Begimlangen, your Tembisa, your Chris Hani are just examples of that. The nurse-patient ratio says it all. Infrastructure and lack of maintenance remains. Liability range at 18 billion due to medical legal claims, mostly related to negligence. Occupational health and safety is key. A plan must be devised to avoid such. Gauteng province continues to have high number of deaths due to non-communicable diseases. And Action SA would add the MEC to formulate targeted interventions and allocate resources to address increasing burden of the NCDs.
Thank you very much, Honorable
Action
Murray.
SA supports the budget.
Thank you. Honorable Bloom.
Plenty of scandal in between. The budget this year is a whopping 64.8 billion rand. 30 years ago, it was a mere 3 billion rand. That's right, only 3 billion rand, and in the year 2000, it was still less than 6 billion rand. Granted, the population has more than doubled since 1994, but even adjusting for inflation, the health budget is significantly higher on a per capita basis. Now, the big question, the really big question, is whether this huge budget is spent properly. There are many good things being done by dedicated workers who really want to do the best for the health of our people, but they are let down by top management. The Auditor General reports have painted a picture for many years of terrible financial management and massive misspending. The scandals never seem to stop. We saw the arrogance and the moral corruption that led to the life-of-Sedimeni abuse of hundreds of mental patients. Then there were the vultures who pounced on the 2 billion rand made available for the COVID medical emergency. This included the PPE scandal, the empty wards built at Kopanong and other hospitals, and the 500 million rand spent on the abandoned Anglo-Ashanti Hospital. And then Babita Deokaran was assassinated when she tried to stop the grossly overpriced contracts from fake companies at the Tembisa Hospital. Now, before her death, Babita asked for an investigation of suspicious contracts totaling 800 million rand. But it was all covered up until dedicated journalists forced it into the open, and we heard about the skinny jeans and the 5,000 rand armchairs being bought while casualty patients slept on the floor. And I have to ask you, there are the usual disciplinary delays for all of this. The chief financial officer has been suspended on full pay now for 2 years. How can this be justified? You know, as usual, I was viciously attacked by the department when I referred the fishy appointment of the Tembisa Hospital CEO to the Public Protector. But guess what? The Public Protector found severe irregularities in his appointment. And it turns out that the department has not been doing proper pre-employment checks, and they've now been ordered to appoint a service provider within 4 months. What we really need to ask is how many other senior appointments have been done without the necessary checks. The Health Ombudsman did a scathing report on the appointment of the completely unsuitable CEO of Rahima Musa Hospital that led to so much trouble there. And now there is a dispute about the qualifications and experience of the new CEO of the Chris Hani Baragwanath Hospital. You know, you would think that a department that is so mired in scandal would ensure there was no hint of impropriety with its new head of department. I think it is very suspicious that Mr. Arnold Malatana was appointed at HOD by the Honourable Premier 2 months ago after acting in this position since April last year, but no public announcement was made. Why would this key appointment be kept secret for so long? I'm most concerned that Mr. Malatana is reportedly being investigated by the Hawks and the SIU for a tender rigging scheme at the Masakani Cook Freeze factory, along with 2 other officials. they allegedly shared a bribe of 8 million rand. Now, the Public Protector also criticised Malatana for ignoring, quote, material discrepancies in the irregular appointment of the Tembisa Hospital CEO. I really have to ask this House and everybody here, are these not red flags when you are appointing the top position in a department plagued by corruption and incompetence? I'm actually going to be very blunt about what I think is happening here. The crooks are still in charge of this department. They want to keep their multiple scams going and to protect the looters. If there was another Babita Deokaran in the department, she would be silenced. This is the prime reason why the DA is not supporting this health budget, and neither should anybody else in this House until fundamental changes are made in this department. I call on anybody who says they've already pledged support for it, reconsider it now. Lives are being lost because of incapable and dishonest officials. Former health official Kwadani Mashlangu has been found criminally negligent in the inquest into the deaths of Sedimeni patients. You know, I wonder if something similar can be said of the unspent money that was set aside last year for the urgent treatment of cancer patients. And this is a subject of a court case brought by the Cancer Alliance, Section 27, and the Treatment Action Campaign. These are all very worthy organisations that the department should be working together with, but they are forced to go the legal route to get effective action to save the lives of cancer patients. You know, at one stage, there were 3,000 cancer patients waiting for treatment. The number of those who could die or have already died because of delays could well be more than the 144 who died from life Sedimeni. And just think of the suffering of cancer patients and their families as they wait for treatment. If any of you have had a family member who died of cancer, you know exactly what it's like. It's just absolutely appalling that this is happening.
You act very guilty.
You know, I could go on about the manifold failings in this department, including poor emergency response times, high neonatal deaths, low childhood immunisation, and there's a statement in the budget book, which I'm just quoting from it, none of the capital projects were completed. You know, you say it in the budget book, none of the capital projects were completed. I mean, that's quite damning. But, you know, there's an interesting thing here. The Honourable Premier talked about these 18 private hospitals which some pension fund was going to buy for us. Well, there's no budgetary provision for these 18 private hospitals, which I presume it's no use having a private hospital if you haven't staffed it and equipped it. So I don't see any budget provision for these 18 private hospitals. So, to conclude, this is a department that needs to be rescued to save lives and provide the best possible public health service within the available budget. The reason we have this situation is because of the minority coalition in Gauteng that has consciously chosen not to emulate the national unity model of government. I'm calling to everybody here, this budget vote should be rejected until there is evidence that top management is untainted by corruption and past failures, starting with an urgent review of Mr. Malatana's appointment. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Bloom. Honourable Advocate Letsalo.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Once more, greetings to one and greetings to all, including the residents of our beloved province. I should start by saying that I really believe that Member Bloom could actually make a good scriptwriter because he presents a horror story, you know, no positivity. And I think in the 31 years of his service in this legislature, we would have expected a bit more, but it sounds all the same. It's a recapitulation throughout the years that we have been here. It's the same script, sound narrations all the while. You know, so we really think much more would have been expected. So there's no inventive input coming from Honourable Bloom. But be that as it may, Madam Speaker, because I want to move away from the conventional rationalization of how the health budget is structured and executed, I really want to focus on the econometrics of the public health spending. Therefore, allow me at the very beginning to state that the provision of health care services involves a heterogeneous and complex set of budgets and expenditure, and hence requires scientific approaches and not conventional theories devoid of efficiency techniques. In order to engage with the budget process and further understand the efficiencies and deficiencies of its frameworks, one needs to have an informed understanding of the public health spending and its associated methodologies. So there are methods, so there are statistical references, there are models. So it's not conventional wisdom, Member Bloom. Public health spending is not just about computing numbers around, but it's more styled into complex variables intertwined with the objective socio-economic realities. And this would be your social determinants of health. And so perhaps we should start off by relaying the context, which requires that we should remind ourselves that the South Africa segregationist history has had a profound impact on the health policy and services to the present day. It must be said that all provincial health departments since 1996 have but sought to facilitate redress, which is primarily premised on ensuring quality access. This sole fact should never be forgotten, because essentially what most health departments are doing are also trying to respond to those systemic inequities which are inherited from the then predecessor of the DA, the National Part. The Budget Justice Coalition and Rural Health Advocacy Project Director Rensberg estimates, and I open quote, budgets, whilst important, are not the mechanism to drive the structural change needed to improve the responsiveness of the public health system to meet the needs of the population it seeks to serve. Instead, budgets follow the dictum, funding follows function. Put differently, budgets will follow the agreed upon institutional arrangements that are already in place rather than drive the change that is needed, close quote. It is for that reason that we are pleased that this budget, is striving to refocus the publicly funded health system to embrace transformative initiatives, and it's becoming much more apparent. On efficiency of health expenditure, Madam Speaker, if we were really honest, we would honestly admit that Gauteng is by far the most responsive of all provinces against most, if not all, indicators of health budget planning and expenditure efficiencies, including reprioritization. A case in point is the 22.2 billion allocated towards central hospitals, as well as the 21.7 billion allocated to district health services, followed by the 12.5 billion on provincial hospitals. What more? These are just a few of the programs, but you can almost see the considerable investments aimed at ensuring quality access of public health care across all health platforms. Stats SA reports that the provinces with the largest contributions to hospital services as a percentage of total healthcare spending were Gauteng, standing at 68%. So this is a Stats SA, you know. Of course, the Western Cape comes after Gauteng. Furthermore, notwithstanding physical constraints, a 7.9% growth rate as evidenced by this budget is testament to the prioritization of the health of Gauteng's residents and increasing their life expectancy. The Gauteng health budget spend amounts to about 4.6% of the national GDP per capita, quite significant. We wonder what that amounts to in the Western Cape. It is worth recording that in 2023, the Gauteng Health Department settled medical legal claims amounting to 369.7 million. Despite associated pressures, the recent South African Medical Research Council report on budget trends data suggests that payments for medical claims have stabilized in Gauteng and that the lists are not growing at the rate observed in recent years. It is apparent that there is a continuous commitment to the reduction of the historic medical legal bill, and we have further noted partnerships that the department has ventured into as part of efforts significantly to reduce the strain on the department's budget. In addition, to complement those interventions, we are quite pleased that the department is steadily moving towards the progressive achievement of the National Core Standards and Ideal Clinic, as well as hospital initiative to improve quality of health care standards as an additional to cap instances of malpractice. Efficiency assessment methods, because here we really want to unravel the economics as well as its analytics of public health spending. I wish, therefore, to invite honorable members, especially Member Bloom, to the findings of a survey of the health sector efficiency assessment literature that was conducted by Biomed Central to assess and quantify in depth the technical efficiency of the provincial healthcare sector in South Africa through the use of data envelopment analysis, DEA. The study generates new knowledge for efficiency benchmarking and improvement. This is achieved by determining, assessing, and comparing ways that individual provinces can benchmark their performance against peers to improve efficiency scores. This model compares firms operating in homogeneous conditions in the usage of multiple inputs to produce multiple outputs. So if you will, the health production function, which optimizes the relationship between health inputs as well as outcomes, is not linear, and neither is it monotonic. So you have got to really appreciate that fact. This study considers 6 DEA models using the total health spending and health staff as inputs and the infant mortality rate as an output. The first 3 models assume the constant returns to scale, while the last 3 use the various return to scale, both with an input minimization objective. The net results of this study are that the Gauteng province defines the technical efficiency frontiers in all of the 6 models. So this is not me, it's a report. It's a researcher study which has been heralded. The health efficiency results are sensitive to the number of inputs used in efficiency analysis. All in all, the study records that Gauteng was the best performing province, defining the efficiency frontier in all of those 6 frontiers. Quickly on the national health insurance, because there has been much ado on that, Madam Speaker. There's a popular screenwriter, Michael Moore, who asserts that we need to be a less selfish society, close quote. I wish to aver that anybody who opposes the national health insurance is selfish and unfit for the effort of nation building. It is tried that in our own country, the private share of health expenditure per capita is more than 4 times higher than the public share of health expenditure per capita. And this reveals the historic inequities in the financing of healthcare in our country. The public health sector has lesser resources compared with the private sector, but has had to deal with the highest disease burden amongst the uninsured population. Just like in Canada, in Britain, in France, including in Israel, Member Bloom, we should no longer burden ourselves in justifying a cause which is already justified by its pursuit of advancing the collective health franchise of the citizenry of our nation state. And how hypocritical that you can have a Member Bloom challenging the rollout of the NHI, but at the same time advocating or seen or wanting to be seen as a proponent of health care towards all the residents of our province. I mean, it just sounds as a hypocrisy there. Madam Speaker, with that said, it is our considered view as the ANC that the department's budgetary planning and allocation evidences the renewed commitment by the department under the stewardship of MEC Nomantu Nkomora-Lohoko to enable the provincial public health system to be responsive and equally accessible. Accordingly, I move for the adoption of this budget and encourage the broader House to accept the research. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Advocate. Yes.
Point of order, please.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to raise a point of order in terms of Rule 87, subsection 1, subsection F. During the course of Honourable Bloom's speech, the Honourable MEC Ralahoko was heard uttering words which, when translated, says, "You will be beaten." Now, while on the Honourable MEC Ralahoko, while the Honourable Bloom is not necessarily going...
I didn't hear that.
You will be beaten.
Beaten.
Yes. So while Honourable Bloom is not going to be tatazela over these words, The fact of the matter is that this is serious, and in terms of Rule 96 requires an investigation. So I would submit to you, Madam Speaker, if you would not mind listening to the recordings and determine whether this allegation is actually correct and if you need to take action. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay, thank you very much, Honourable Member. As you've suggested, I'll listen to the Hansard and then I'll give a response to the House. Honourable MEC.
Acknowledging issues that members have raised. Member Po, you raised the issue of universal health coverage, and I was so excited because I said, yeah, now. So I don't understand why. I guess there's been a discussion universal health coverage, and so that we are able to identify specific areas where you need me to clarify you on those issues. Equally the same with the one at Para. I think Premier agrees with you. But he agrees with us that we must make sure that Para gets the proper allocation that it deserves. And I'm happy because you know Para, including the beds that are there, and we're not doing that. So now we're going to work in ensuring that Para gets the status that it deserves. That's why because if that person was a white woman, that young girl that is employed at Para was a white woman, she will not say what he's saying. But unfortunately, it's a black child that was born in Tsakane. So there is no black child from Tsakane, according to them, who can qualify to lead the biggest institution in Africa. So that's why I will stand with one leg, because one thing I know, that child qualifies to be there. That child is changing Para as we speak, and I'm going to fight for the right things for that institution to be corrected, because people that have been there, the old guards, that have been at Para, they are leaving now since that child is there, because that child doesn't take nonsense.
MEC, just hold on, please. I just want to remind members in the gallery that you cannot participate in what is happening in the floor, please. MEC, proceed.
Thank you. No black child will be crucified under my nose. I am not going to agree. Anyone that wants to check her qualifications, they must go and check her file. It can be. Namhlanje sisavumela abantu abafana naba to destroy abantwana. We're not going to agree on that. I have children. I have a child that is at that child's age. I'm not going to agree on that because she deserves a chance. And she will be given a chance by me, not by people that are like that man that is talking on the other side. Then, Member More, I agree with all the things that you have raised. I am going to implement those things. Thank you so much for the progressive input. Same as you, Chair. I'm going to work with yourselves and the committee. I know that the Spitfire and Comrade City, but in the next time we are going to debate all of us so that we can deal with these issues. That needs to be clarified. Not when health has changed in Gauteng and we agree that there are people that think that there is no change. We have made change in the 2 years that I've been in the department. I don't want to counterpart other years, but when I've been there, go and assess me and don't pretend as if we didn't work. We've worked very hard. Premier has given us the responsibility to change the health system in the province, and he has been supporting that department. Hence, we've tightened up even controls in the SCM, that it has been one of the things that were criticized about by Member Bloom. So, Member Bloom, don't push me to the issue of Cancer Alliance. That issue is in court, you know very well, because those people, we are bazwena, those are your friends. Amachomi wako lawana Cancer Alliance. They come and cry to you. So don't push me to talk about what I know about your relationship with Cancer Alliance. So yeah, it's a court. Let's wait until the court finalizes the process. Then you can come to the House then and beat me up about it. But you know the allocation of Cancer Alliance. In fact, let me not talk about it because the court, as I've said, we are Yazi and we are Yaz Bangobani that came to you with the relationship that we have with them. So and tell them not to come to you. They must not come to you. Department. Madam Speaker, let me go down and quickly acknowledge some of the colleagues that have made an impact to make this budget a success. I want to express my sincere appreciation, Madam Speaker, and extend my heartful thanks to the Premier, Panyaza Lisufi, and her cabinet colleagues, their support that they've given me, and some of the things that we've done as a collective to change that department. If it was not because of you, Premier, I wouldn't be where I am in the Department of Health. That department wouldn't change. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that support that you have been giving me with your office, including dealing with cases that have been there, that your office have been assisting on that. Together we have made a great strides, and together we'll continue to make a meaningful difference in the lives of the people of Gauteng, in the lives of the people that we serve. And I want to express my sincere appreciation to the Health Committee and Committee of Health and Wellness led by Advocate Ezra Tswalo and the entire committee members that with their dedicated oversight support. Even when we met now, it was one of the fruitful meetings that we did and engagements, colleagues. My deepest again gratitude goes to Lisiba Malotane, that I know Bloom hate him so much. I don't know why you hate such a child. Ongamazio no mazi Bloom, because you never like Malotane anyway. I expected that you respond the way that you are responding in his employment. It has done correctly. Take it wherever you want to take it, but he's still the HOD of the department. I'm not going to accept you. And the whole entire healthcare team, thank you.
Will the Secretary please read the 7th order?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Order number 7 is the consideration of Community Safety Portfolio Committee's Oversight Report on the detail of the Department of Community Safety Budget Vote 10 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G001 2020-24 for the 2024-2025 financial year.
Thank you very much. Honourable Dr. Masuku.
Good afternoon, Premier, members of the Executive, the Chief Whip of the ruling party, members of the Legislature, and the Gauteng citizens. As the chairperson of the Community Safety Portfolio Committee, I hereby table the oversight report on the assessment of Budget Vote 10 of Gauteng Department of Community Safety for 2024-25 financial year. This budget appropriation for 24-25 financial year marks the first appropriation in the 7th administration term of office, aimed at ensuring crime reduction and a safer Gauteng. The department received over 2.3 billion, marking a decline of 374.6 million when compared to the 2.7 which was allocated in the previous financial year. This allocation was shared amongst the 3 programs of the department as follows. Program 1, it received 183.5 million, which was an increase by 5.2 million when compared to the last financial year, which was 178.3 million. Program 2, the Portfolio Committee noted that this program received 268.2 million, recording a slight decline of 537,000 when compared to the last financial year. Program 3, which is traffic management, the allocation also declined by 16%. The committee noted the department has aligned its plans and budget with the growing Gauteng Together 2030 plan of action to achieve its outcome of ensuring that the people of Gauteng are free and feel safe. However, the committee is greatly concerned by the spiraling act of criminality, particularly the ransom and kidnappings and the bug app-related kidnappings, human trafficking, drugs and gang-related violence, illegal mining activities, essential infrastructure vandalism, and gender-based violence. The prevalence of violence at schools also remain our great concern. It is therefore important that crime prevention efforts to be intensified. Integration and collaboration of the various law enforcement agencies is urgent, and it also involves other crime prevention structures. To achieve seamless integration of all crime-fighting structures, a functional provincial integrated command center is pretty much essential, and it's urgent to be implemented. The committee views community involvement as a critical aspect in crime prevention. It is therefore recommended that the department empowers all the community-based structures, such as the community police forums and patrollers teams to encourage and strengthen community participation in the fight against crime. The committee also noted the department plan to professionalize and support CPFs to ensure improved oversight and relation between the police and the communities. This will be monitored on a continuous basis. The committee also welcomes the effort made in enhancing police visibility through the deployment of crime prevention wardens. To date, the department has reported a total of 7,361 CPWs which have been deployed across the provinces to enhance crime prevention efforts and police visibility. The committee also welcomed the report that 1,529 military veterans are undergoing and were undergoing training as Gauteng traffic wardens to serve as force multiplier on the ground. The committee further noted the department plan to support victims of gender-based violence and femicide through the implementation of gender-based violence strategic plan and a variety of services provided through the victim empowerment centers, Ikaya Letemba, and Green Door facilities. Whilst the committee notes the strides made to address crime, the level of crime remains alarmingly high. The department must intensify its coordination of all law enforcement agencies, develop and implement safety strategies to achieve a reduction in crime. This must include plans to strengthen working relationships and building trust between the police and the communities around Gauteng. The committee notes the following concerns and observations. The committee is extremely concerned about the budget decrease, particularly the two core programs of the department, which are considering the high level of crime in the province. The committee is concerned about the implication of the DPSA directive to hold filling of vacant positions on service delivery. The committee is extremely concerned about the spiraling of horrendous crimes such as ransom, kidnappings, human trafficking, illegal mining, and other vandalizing of essential infrastructure. It is also extremely concerned about the prevalence of drug and gang-related crimes. Also observed that crime docket audits and case tracking with the criminal justice in efforts to improve the quality of investigations and minimize withdrawals of cases. The committee also observed the plans to professionalize community police forums. The committee is concerned by the massive involvement and participation, a passive involvement of and participation of communities in crime prevention. The committee is extremely concerned about the department's failure to finalize the establishment of Provincial Integrated Command Center. And it also expresses concern of the quality and the training and the tools of trade provided for the provincial crime prevention wardens. The committee further observed the plans to roll out the e-panic button to vulnerable groups and installing of the CCTV cameras at crime hotspots. The committee is extremely worried about the department's failure to reduce road fatalities. These concerns, members, that the committee expressed, the committee was very clear that we should be able to express the gravitas of the concerns that we have. Hence, the usage of the term extremely concerned, because it's something that needs to be noted that the committee is not really pleased with some of the observations and concerns that we have made. We further make the following recommendations. The department must provide a report on what implications might have on the budget decrease. The department must report on the implications of moratorium on filling of vacant posts. The department must report on what intervention has been put in place to curb the spiraling acts of criminality. The department must report on the intervention measures in place to deal with drug and gang-related crimes. The department must submit a report on the outcomes of crime docket audits. The department must submit its plan and progress made on professionalization of community police forums. The department must develop and implement measures to strengthen community participation in the fight against crime. The department must submit a detailed project plan on the timelines on the the establishment of the Provincial Integrated Command Center. The department must submit a progress report regarding the rollout of e-panic buttons and installing of CCTV cameras. The department must provide an improved plan to achieve the reduction of road fatalities. This report will be expected to be done by the 31st of August 2024. As a chairperson, I hereby thank the Premier, who's the political head of the department now, and also acknowledge that it is quite pleasing that this has been placed in the Premier's office, showing the seriousness that the Premier would have to engage in this fight against crime. Also, thank the HOD, Ms. Nontsikelelo Sisulu, the officials of all the Department of the Premier's Office and the Department of Community Safety for their cooperation during the consideration of 2024 financial year budget vote 10 of the department. Further, thank the members of the committee for their cooperation and diligence in assessing budget 10. The members being member Mahlakaza Manamela, Monty Gunene, C. Bosch, Honorable San, Honorable J. Mutley, Honorable L. Evans, Honorable Moleka, Honorable S. Nyati. Further, thank the following staff members for the work that they've been doing to coordinate the work of the committee. And also further thank the ones that do our communication and also who do our hindsight. In terms of the Rule 117, Section 2, Subsection C, reading together with Rule 164, I recommend that the Committee Oversight Report on Budget Vote 10 of the Department of Community Safety for the financial year 2024-25 be adopted by the House, taking in consideration the concerned and proposed recommendations made in this report.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dr. Masuku. Is there a second to the report? Honorable Nkani, rather.
I second the report.
Okay, thank you very much. I now put a question.
However, I want to comment something, Madam Speaker. The safety, the issue of safety to the police wardens. We understand Gauteng is one of the crime areas where we will find different crime. I must express
Honorable
that.
Mbani, can I give you an opportunity after? There will be an opportunity for you to make a comment. I just needed a second, so you're seconding the report. Thank you very much. I now put the question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
All those not in favor say no. Okay, the yeses have it, so the report is duly adopted. Secretary, could you please read the next order, the 8th order?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Order number 8 is the budget speech and debate on the detail of the Department of Community Safety, Budget Vote 10 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G001-2024 for the 2024-2025 financial year.
Thank you very much. Premier?
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, Deputy Speaker, honourable members of the Executive Council, Committee Chair, Dr. Wallis Masuku, Honourable Chief Whip and members of the Legislature, the Leader of Opposition, Honourable Member Msimang, leaders of various political parties that constitute government of provincial unity in Gauteng, our Provincial Commissioner of Police, our Director General, Edward Musuwe, the Head of Department, Me Nontsikelelo Sisulu, and senior managers of the department, the leadership of the police, chiefs of Metro Police that are here representing various municipalities, chiefs of local traffic police that are here representing various local municipalities, our stakeholders from the criminal justice system in the province, our community policing fora in Gauteng, and all members of community policing fora that are in the House. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Yesterday morning, 5 suspected criminals went inside Mainland Mall, to rob a jewelry shop. Our Air Force, our new helicopter services were alerted about this criminal activity. They immediately flew to mainland mall. As I'm speaking to you now, the 5 criminals were nabbed and their car, including 2 firearms, were retrieved by our armed forces fighting crime. Yesterday, a stolen car that was wanted in Northwest made an unfortunate visit in Gauteng, and through our CCTV cameras installed in Glen Vista, Johannesburg, this car was spotted and our ground forces were alerted. As I'm speaking to you now, this car was recovered and returned to the owner in Northwest. Last week, almost 3,000 law enforcement services closed down the entire Vosloorus from Friday morning until Monday morning, and immediately after leaving Vosloorus, all those that were wanted as criminals in Vosloorus were arrested, stolen cars were retrieved, those that were selling drugs to our children arrested, and those that were driving, being drunk in our street and selling liquor unlawfully were also arrested. Two days ago, a citizen in our province was about to be hijacked when she pressed our e-panic button, and within 3 minutes, she was rescued and her attempt hijackers were arrested by our law enforcement agencies. I'm stating this to demonstrate that the fight against crime is taking a proper turn to protect all our citizens using the latest technologies and also using the law enforcement agencies that have been assigned in our province. At the start of the tenure of this 7th administration, I announced at the 2022 State of the Province address that the fight against crime will be our priority. At the same time, at the beginning of this administration, we saw it fit to assign this responsibility to the Office of the Premier so that all these fights and coordinated efforts to fight crime can be coordinated at the center and be utilized to push back the frontiers of crime in our province. Honorable members, if we can't get our efforts to fight crime right, this province will be a safe haven for criminals. If we can't consolidate our efforts to fight crime, the level of vandalism of state-owned institutions will continue. If we can't consolidate our fights against crime, we will lose all the necessary investments and job opportunities in our province. We are indeed thrilled and excited that our budget of 2.3 billion rands, of this 1.1 billion rand will be allocated to our elevated priorities: to recruit more people to fight crime, to provide more tools of trade to our law enforcement agencies, to lease more helicopters so that the fight against crime can be intensified, to take more young people to be trained to be drone drivers or drone pilots so that every corner of our community is policed, and to also ensure that we've got a provincial integrated command center that can coordinate all the efforts of fighting crime in our province. I come to you to confirm that we are going to establish new strategic units within the law enforcement agencies to assist us to push back on the following one. From the 1st of September 2024, there will be no new land invasion in Gauteng. We're establishing an anti-land invasion unit that will protect all land in our province and ensure that there is no one that invades land that they don't own in our province. We are also establishing a new unit that will protect two critical installations in our province. They will protect ESCOM facilities, including transformers. They will also protect rent water installation to ensure that the free flow of water in our province is not disturbed by criminal activities. We are also establishing a new anti-cable theft unit to protect cable theft in our province and provide the necessary support to institutions that must have protected cables across all our province. We are also releasing a unit that will protect those that want to bring new investment and construct new buildings in our province. We can allow people to hijack construction sites or allow new people to stop new investment because they claim they have the right to interrupt and disrupt this investment. It was at our two-day Lekgotla, attended for the very, very first time by all executive mayors from our municipalities, that we have agreed to establish a central command center to coordinate the fight against crime from one center in our province, led by our Provincial Commissioner of Police. This will ensure that all our institutions are coordinated, and this will ensure all our resources are directed to the same enemy as we fight crime in our province. I want to thank those municipalities that have agreed to release their CCTV cameras to the one central command center. I want to thank all municipalities that have agreed that they will make their cars and their personnel available when members of the public press the e-panic button, regardless of where they are in our province. We further want to thank the private security companies that have enrolled their services to the e-panic button process so that they can also respond when members of our society press the panic button. We further want to thank the community policing forums and all community patroller teams at ground level who will also respond when the e-panic button is pressed by our citizens. This is a process of ensuring that there is no citizen that is intimidated, harassed, or any citizen that will be compelled to do things against their wishes. Madam Speaker, we've also taken a decision that the following three areas will be our priority areas to push back crime in our province. We want to reclaim the Central Business District, or the CBD area of Johannesburg City. We are of the view that we can't allow the level of crime to to play the way it's playing in our Johannesburg CBD. We want to reclaim the CBD from where we are up until Bertrams to ensure that we deploy relevant law enforcement agencies and our resources to reclaim this city. We have also taken a decision to support people of Makausi in Germiston against crime and also provide all relevant support to our former colored communities who are facing the high level of crime and gangsterism in their lives. This will ensure that as a province we protect all our citizens and we provide all the relevant resources as soon as possible. It is quite well known that we have deployed 7,000 wardens in all our communities, in all our wards. We are proud that on the 27th of August, from the military veterans and former military veterans that have been part of our liberation movement, on the 27th of August, we are unleashing almost 3,000 new military veterans to join the fight against crime in all our townships in Gauteng. This will bring the total number of law enforcement agencies on the ground to almost 10,000. We welcome the decision by the new Minister of Police, together with the law enforcement agencies, that Gauteng should present its case on how best to utilize our wardens and how best to ensure that this kind of resource is utilized to strengthen the support for law enforcement agencies in our province. We've just received a report that explains the number of police in our province and also explain the number of resources that we are displaying in the fight against crime in our province. And we remain disturbed that these numbers are too low to monitor almost 15 million people in our province. The province has a total number of 38,290 law enforcement agencies to police 15 million people in our province. The SAPS has 26,000 law enforcement agencies. JMPD has 4,000 law enforcement agencies. EMPD has 2,000. Tshwane has 3,000. Rand West has 233. Mirafong only has 14. Mukhali City 154. Sidibeng 116. Mfuleni 76. Lesedi 15. Midval 25. In total, we've got 38,000 law enforcement agencies that are policing Gauteng. We are proud as this government that to this 38,000, we are adding 10,000 new law enforcement agencies to police our people in our province. This will ensure that at least at all fronts, we have the necessary capacity and the resources to respond to criminal activities in our province. We are also proud that this budget will also provide for the Secretariat to provide oversight at all of our police stations. There must be no police station that is not manned. There must be no police station that must not respond on time. There must be no police station that will lose case dockets, and there must be no police station that does not have the capacity to fight crime in our province. This new budget will assist us to monitor this kind of support so that all our police stations should be the first line of defense against crime. We are also pulling back majority of our wardens to go back to training so that we can convert them from being wardens to be true traffic office wardens so that they can fight crime in our province. We are putting a new cost for them to respect new human rights, to be professional, to be efficient, to be responsive, to be accountable, to be committed, to be honest, transparent, more importantly, to utilize the weapons that we are about to release to them in a manner that will protect our people. We are proud that since the establishment of our law enforcement agencies or the wardens, we have made the following victories in our province. To date, 3,768 undocumented foreign nationals have been returned to their own country. To date, 1,721 drug lords have been arrested. To date, 2,418 people that have been found with illegal substances have been arrested. To date, 1,087 drunken driving have been effected. Arrests have been effected. To date, we have managed to close almost 388 liquor taverns that are selling liquor without proper documentation. We have also managed to stop 275 illegal mining taking place in our province. This is as a result of the more than 6,000 young men and women that were appointed almost a year ago to protect this province. We want to share this information with our law enforcement agencies and further provide the necessary support to those that want to work with us in the province. But we are research and policy driven. We don't do just policing for the sake of doing policing. We set up the research objectives, we set out the research methodology, we find the findings and utilize the findings to prepare our law enforcement agencies. We've just received a research report on the effectiveness of our law enforcement agencies and the need for us to strengthen all our law enforcement agencies. We are proud, Madam Speaker, that this report is guiding, has found that our communities have accepted our law enforcement agencies and are encouraging us to strengthen these law enforcement agencies so that they can feel protected. As we conclude, I want to thank the former MEC, Faith Mazibuko, for laying a firm foundation for us to start the fight against crime. To criminals, we want to send a very strong message. A new, safer Gauteng is emerging. Don't disturb it, because if you disturb it, you have an appointment with your Creator. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Premier. Honorable J. Maluka.
Bayadanki, Madam Speaker. Ake kale ki dumedise le ho hlompha ntlo enana ka ho fetisisa ke dumedise baahi bohle ka kakaretso Gauteng. Speaker, the EFF stands before this House to address a critical issue that impacts the very fabric of our society. The allocation of the community safety budget for the 2024-2025 financial year. It raises significant concern about the effectiveness and transparency. Madam Speaker, first let's consider the overall budget reduction from 2.7 billion, a staggering decline of 374.6 million. This reduction comes at the time when the crime rate in Gauteng is alarmingly high. How can we justify a decreased budget in the face of rising crime? Particularly, the traffic management program has seen a significant cut of 16%, dropping from 2.2 billion to 1.9 billion. This program is crucial for reducing road fatalities and ensuring road safety. Is this the right area to funding when road accidents and fatalities are at persistent issue? I doubt. The allocation of 183 million for administration, a slight increase seems out of proportion when critical areas are facing budget cuts. Why prioritize administration cost over direct safety measures? The employment of 7,361 crime prevention warden is commendable, but are they receiving adequate training and resources to be effective? This budget touches as slightly as possible on the actual amount of funds that will be allocated towards the optimal functioning of Victim Empowerment Center, or how much any sort of training will be allocated towards setting up GBV offices and various police stations of the training of police officers on the handling of domestic and sexual abuse complaints. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, the scourge of juvenile violence in our public schools continues to grow at unprecedented rates. Just in February this year, a pupil was stabbed in Edenvale. Few months later in May, a torturing saga was unveiled in Glen Vista High School, where graphic acts such as waterboarding was uncovered by the Premier himself and bear witness as a former MEC of Education for alarming and unjustified violence witnessed at our schools where they have failed. Madam Speaker, illegal mining activities in this province is also an area of concern. Even today, these activities are still continuing. Gauteng police are scared to go underground. They are waiting for Zamazamas to resurface so they can be able to arrest them. Police with bullet proofs are scared of Basotho with blanket proof. This shows the weaknesses of the SAPs that we have in our province. Speaker, as the EFF, we believe the priority of this committee should be focused on a targeted development programs for both police officers and communities. Speaker, the failure to establish the Provincial Integrated Command Center remains a significant concern. How can we ensure effective coordination and integrate of crime fighting efforts without this essential infrastructure? As I conclude, Speaker, this budget raises more questions than answers. We must hold our leaders accountable and ensure that every rent allocated is used to make Gauteng a safer place for all its residents.
Your time has expired, Honourable Member.
With the looming shadow of corruption undermines our trust in the government's ability to protect its citizens. Let us demand transparency, accountability, and budget that truly prioritize the safety and well-being of our community. Thank you.
Okay.
Didn't forget me, Madam
Honourable
Speaker.
Moody.
No, it's a withdrawal.
Committee and also the previous speaker with regard to a number of aspects. So I'll just like to emphasize a few things. You cannot maintain or deliver on your mandate of establishing and building a safer Gauteng with a decreasing budget, Mr. Premier. And that when crime, of course, is increasing. And I just need to emphasize the fact that administration receives an increase in a overall decreasing budget, and more specifically, traffic, which is your primary service delivery agent, receives a 16% decrease. It's a really worrying factor. Now, you know, you were talking about the previous MEC, and she did a good job under trying circumstances, creating a sound foundation on which to grow, a solid foundation on which to grow in the fight against crime. This is 30 years later, Mr. Premier. We should have been at the roof already. In fact, we should have built the house already. So you're talking here about all these things that you have this morning, for example, the successes by our crime prevention police, etc. And those are good things. But there's a saying from Aristotle, one sparrow does not make a summer, and neither does one fine day. And let it not just be a one-trick pony situation here. Yes, we should highlight our successes, but at the same time, we need to really take a stark look at where our deficiencies lie. You spoke now about the 10,000 additional people that's going to be employed to assist in the fight against crime. And I'm going to conclude, in a sense, by focusing upon those crime prevention wardens of yours. A good idea, noble idea. You are now going to retrain them or train them further, and that is of extreme importance. You were talking about the fact that citizens won't be intimidated, yet the previous speaker spoke about the true reality of things. Our police are outgunned, they are outsourced, our police are intimidated by the criminal element in South Africa, and more specifically in Gauteng. Even in our own homes, we are not safe. So I'm going to request the following in terms of the deployment of those wardens. I've watched how they work, 10, 10, 10. You cannot be having a multiplier effect if you have 10 people walking around together. Just yesterday in the city, there was a robbery taking place and they couldn't pursue because those perpetrators had firearms. How did they defend us? It is just as useless as having 10 Metro police officers in one vehicle driving around and doing law enforcement in one area when the rest of the area, 99% of the area, is not being policed. It's about the effective use of the resources that we have at hand for us to be able to make a difference. So, Mr. Premier, I'm glad it's in your office because I think safety has to start by you and has to start by you. And we're going to hold you to account, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Moodley. Honourable Mulder, Jane Mulder.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, Honourable Premier. I want to share a couple of views from the Freedom Front Plus on the crime situation and also on the report. The province's prominence makes it a prime target for criminals, as we know, leading to higher rates of violent crime, property crime and organised crime. The department often operates with limited resources, which impacts its ability to implement effective crime prevention strategies. The shortage of skilled personnel in law enforcement and and I'm talking about real skilled personnel, related fields hampers the department's capacity to address crime effectively. The encouragement of active community involvement in safety initiatives is crucial, and it's something that I miss in the report. The infiltration of organised crime into government structures hinders law enforcement efforts. Gang-related violence is a significant problem in certain areas in the province, contributing to high murder rates and social instability. Lastly, traffic congestion contributes to road rage and accidents, making traffic management a complex challenge. Honourable Speaker, the decline of 347 million rand, or 13.9% in the allocation to the department, is a real concern. The high vacancy rate of critical positions is alarming, and the Freedom Front Plus acknowledges the concerns of the committee in the report. Honourable Speaker, Mr. Premier, and this is what I want to utter today. Years ago, I served as a police officer at the Crime Intelligence Department of the Police. During the 10 years that I served as a member of the Community Safety Portfolio Committee in the Legislature, the lack of crime intelligence in Gauteng was visible and a serious challenge, and it still is up till today. Crime intelligence is a critical component in the fight against crime in Gauteng. It should play a pivotal role in informing policing strategies, resources, allocation, and the overall effectiveness of the overall law enforcement agencies. Time will tell if the move to the Department of Community Safety to the Office of the Premier was a wise one. The FF Plus is of opinion that this key department should have a dedicated and fit-for-purpose MEC implementing an effective crime intelligence system in Gauteng. Prevention has proved to be the most effective way of combating crime. The Freedom Front Plus cannot support this vote. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Mulder. Honourable D.K. Adams.
Madam Speaker, Honourable Premier, Honourable Members, former MEC Faith, thank you for your assistance in your tenure as MEC. Chief Ntombi, I notice you are here today. You are greeted. Citizens of Gauteng, let me get this out of the way firstly. The ACDP supports this budget. The reason why we support this budget is not because I am chair of chairs. It's because we want this 2.3 billion rand to be used effectively, Premier. There is a saying, Premier, Priya mo nitus, Priya mu nitus, or forewarned is forearmed, meaning that advanced knowledge and intelligence on a certain matter allows for advanced preparation, thereby mitigating greater risks in the future. I am inspired. I have lamented and spoken to former MEC about lockdowns in the areas of Westbury, Elders, etc., etc. You have now mentioned in your presentation, sir, that in Phosphorus the same has been done. I would reiterate that that kind of lockdown from Friday to Sunday must be done in those areas. It is critically important. Premier, the recent arrests of 95 Libyan nationals allegedly receiving military training at the COVID base in Mpumalanga, while welcome, they sent shockwaves through our nation, even in Gauteng. Indeed, while the successful uncovering of this operation is commendable, it begs many unanswered questions. How did such a facility operate unnoticed, especially by illegal foreign nationals within our borders under our noses? But let us bring it home to Gauteng, Honourable Premier, where the problem of illegal foreign nationals is all too well known and already way past pandemic proportions. Right here, as you mentioned, in what was previously known as a central business district, Hillbrow, Berea, and Yeovil, and Forsbrook, Mayfair, and many other areas in and around our city have fallen to this scourge. It is now the crime-besieged district. These areas have become like foreign cities right here in our very own neighborhoods. Honourable Premier, Chief Ntombi, The crime prevention wardens, you know my passion. They are sitting on corners that they used to sit on, but now they sit with uniforms. Recommission them, as you said, Premier. Capacitate them, retrain them, and let them go out and be effective. I thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honourable Adams. Honourable Bosch.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, I invite this House to take a walk down memory lane. Let us go back to Tuesday, 18 October 2022. Almost 2 years ago, when Premier Lesufi visited Eldorado Park after a series of gang-related killings and violence. The community cried out for help, and Premier Lesufi took the stage passionately declaring, our #1 priority is to fight crime. The department had a budget of 500 million, but it is now 8 billion. We will fight crime with technology. We will install CCTV in all townships and hostels. We will buy 300 new vehicles and train 6,000 safety wardens. We will buy 1,800 drones and 5 helicopters. I will do everything to fight crime. These words filled the community with hope, believing that change was imminent. During his State of the Province address this year, the Honourable Premier Panyaza Lesufi reiterated that combating crime would be a top priority for his government. Yet, despite his commitments, the budget for community safety has been decreased. The department received just over 2.3 billion, with a decline of 13.9% compared to the previous year's 2.7 billion. Additionally, the department confirmed the procurement of only 30 drones and 2 helicopters. The wage bill for the crime wardens increased by 600 million, yet the budget for goods and services decreased. This brings us to the giant invisible elephant within the Community Safety Department, the Integrated Provincial Command Centre. This command centre has been on the budget for the last 5 years, since I first joined this legislature, but remains a figment of our imagination, a pipe dream for the residents of Gauteng. If we are serious about combating crime, we cannot be driven by emotions, Mr. Premier. We cannot stand on stages while families grieve the loss of their loved ones, while young children are brutally murdered in front of their parents during hijackings, or young women are raped and killed walking home alone in the dark, and still make empty promises. You should feel ashamed of playing with the lives and emotions of our people. Yes, 30 drones were purchased, far fewer than the promised 1,800. 2 helicopters were acquired, but that is also insufficient compared to the promised 5, you said. Panic buttons have been distributed in limited areas, but how does this address crime without an integrated command centre to monitor, analyse data and allocate resources effectively? 2 years later, the training of a drone and helicopter pilots is still underway. This brings me to the question, how were we even able to leverage these resources without trained drone and helicopter pilots? Were these resources just gathering dust? In the Western Cape, the DA employs cutting-edge technology integrated with municipalities and the LEAP Officer program to strategically identify crime hotspots and allocate resources effectively. By utilising evidence-based data and regular crime statistics, the Western Cape can proactively address crime rather than waiting until the end of a quarter for the police minister to report on the increases in criminal activity. This proactive approach involves collaborating with communities and the entire security cluster to combat crime. During a recent committee meeting, I raised a crucial question regarding the data used to allocate the crime prevention wardens. The response was simply, we use the crime statistics. I also inquired about the impact of these crime wardens have had on the fighting crime in Gauteng. But unfortunately, there was no clear answer. Mr. Premier, or is it now Mr. MEC for Community Safety, you were present in that meeting and had to wait for your HOD to respond. The answer provided was political in nature, lacking any substantive outcome. This prompted me to analyse the crime statistics myself, and it is disheartening to report that from the 1st of May, during the intake of the crime wardens, Gauteng ranked first in the country, with some of the following crime categories: community-reported serious crimes, rape, sexual assault, assault with the intent to inflict grievous bodily harm, carjackings, kidnappings. The latest crime stats revealed that Gauteng still remains the first nationally in the same categories. Furthermore, 13 police stations consistently rank among the top 30 highest for reported contact crimes in the country, a statistic that has not changed year after year. We continue to rank among the highest for serious crimes such as murder, rape and other violent offences. This clearly indicates that the promises made by Premier Lesufi in 2022 were nothing more than empty words. After 2 years, it is evident that crime is not a priority in Gauteng, and this budget is a testament to it. Why has the community safety budget been decreased, particularly in the core programs of a department, given the high levels of crime in the province? Why are we not addressing the critical vacancies that remain unfilled? Surely crimes such as ransom and banking app-related kidnappings, human trafficking, illegal mining, gangsterism, violent hijackings and infrastructure vandalism should alarm us all. There are significant concerns regarding the department's failure to finalise the establishment of a provincial integrated command centre and the quality of training provided to the crime wardens. Additionally, the constant rise in crime and the failure to reduce road fatalities calls for urgent intervention. And Premier, I just want clarity. Are you establishing agencies or law enforcement agents? Maybe you should just find out what are you doing in this department. This budget should inspire confidence that it intends to address these issues, but with reductions this is not the case. The department has failed. It is clear that none of these projects that have been implemented over the last few years have worked. For this reason, one can understand why Premier Lesufi has chosen to be the bride at every wedding and the corpse at every funeral. He has decided to take on dual roles of Premier and MEC for community safety and MEC for everything else. It's so bad that he has even moved the responsibility for community safety to his office. Let me explain to you why. Premier Lesufi has realised that someone is undermining his legacy and dreams, and this situation has spiralled out of control. Gauteng is far from safe, and anyone who lives here will be able to attest to it. Premier Lesufi, it is time for you to acknowledge this failure. Moving community safety into your office and closer to you won't solve the problem. You must vacate your seat before more lives are lost. Allow the DA to take the reins of his province. We have the knowledge and the experience necessary to turn your dream into a reality, where residents in Gauteng will feel safe. Until we achieve this vision, until fighting crime is prioritised with tangible results, and until we are no longer among the top 50 highest crime areas, the DA cannot support this budget. It is time for change, and it is time for the DA to rescue this province. We can't afford any more lies to feast.
Honourable Kunene.
Honourable Madam Speaker, Honourable Premier, members and people of Gauteng, I come from Sidibeng, and I grew up in Palm Springs, where my mother still resides. Palm Springs, part of Everton, is a place where I hope my mother can walk freely without fear of being robbed or violated. We have a collective duty to protect our mothers, sisters, and all members of society. This budget vote is supported because it allocates resources towards achieving a safer Gauteng. Madam Speaker, the people of Everton are victims of high rates of murder, house robbery, and sexual offences. Domestic violence is rampant and rapidly increasing in Everton and Sebokeng. Alcohol abuse has emerged as a significant contributing factor to rape, gender-based violence, and domestic violence, underscoring the need for comprehensive crime prevention strategies. Honourable members, Everton, a historical township established 120 years ago and home to the Wilberforce Institute, founded by Mama Charlotte McClark in 1908, is in urgent need of renewal. We must work harder to transform Everton into a place where its residents can feel happy and safe. This budget offers hope that the people of Everton, like others in Gauteng, can enjoy living in safety. Despite its rich history, Everton currently faces significant challenges with fear often overshadowing the everyday lives of its residents. Therefore, it is crucial to intensify our crime prevention efforts through the integration and collaboration of various law enforcement agencies and other crime prevention structures. As the ANC, we committed in our 2024 manifesto to adopt a comprehensive approach to fighting crime through the integrated violence and crime prevention strategy. We also emphasized the critical role of communities in preventing crime and gender-based violence, committing to resource community policing forums to support these efforts adequately. Parties to the GNU also agreed that one of the top priorities for the 7th administration will be strengthening law enforcement agencies to tackle crime, corruption, and gender-based violence. To bolster crime prevention efforts, we commend Premier Lesufi's leadership, which has resulted in the recruitment of 7,361 crime prevention officers, who are popularly known as Amapanyaza. They are deployed across the province to enhance crime prevention and increase police visibility. Honorable Speaker, siyabona Amapanyaza ayasebenza. Siyabonga Premier for your vision. We welcome the report that 1,529 military veterans are undergoing training as Gauteng traffic wardens. These veterans will contribute their experience and discipline to strengthen the efforts in maintaining law and order. We support ongoing training for crime prevention wardens and call for the urgent normalization of their employment status. As the ANC, we welcome the commitments outlined in this budget vote of community safety. These commitments demonstrate a clear dedication in the fight against crime. However, we must recognize the fiscal constraints and challenging economic outlook that have led to reduced funding. The overall allocation for the department has decreased from 2.7 billion in the previous financial year to 2.3 billion in the current year. We will exercise oversight as the portfolio committee to ensure the Department of Community Safety spends these funds in a responsible manner. We can promise you that we will not tolerate any deviation from the mandate. The mandate of the Department of Community Safety is to enhance police performance through continuous oversight and active community engagement. Part of the core function of the department is strengthening social crime prevention by addressing violence against women and children, mobilizing youth, and combating substance abuse and gangsterism. The Department of Community Safety must enhance its collaboration with the Department of Health and the Department of Social Development to effectively address the pervasive issue of substance abuse. Tackling this problem requires a multifaceted approach, incorporating both law enforcement and social services to provide comprehensive support to those affected. In Everton, in Ward 42, a group of concerned residents, led by Sampi Lipale, exemplifies community engagement by providing cooked meals to Nyaupe addicts every Friday. Their efforts are aimed at encouraging these individuals to stay away from crime and reintegrate into society. Fighting crime necessitates a comprehensive approach that goes beyond traditional law enforcement. It is essential to address the underlying socio-economic challenges that contribute to criminal behavior. By focusing on such issues such as substance abuse, unemployment, and lack of education, we can create a more holistic strategy for crime prevention. collaborative efforts between various departments and community initiatives like those in Everton, Ward 42, are vital in fostering safer and healthier communities. South Africa is one of the most dangerous places in the world for women, with alarming rates of intimate partner violence and hyper-endemic levels of rape and social violence, as reported by Stats SA. This pervasive crisis affects everyone, regardless of age, race, wealth, gender, or location. Women and girls are being abused, assaulted, and murdered daily by men. In response to widespread demands for action from women's groups, civil society, and the public, the Presidential Summit on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide was convened on the 1st of November 2018, marking a significant step in addressing this urgent issue. We note that improving safety and reducing social crime, gender-based violence, and femicide is also a core function of the Department of Community Safety. We seek an end to tragic cases like that of Palisa Mufokeng, a 33-year-old teacher from Vanderbilt Park who was tragically gunned down. A doctor, reported to be her ex-husband, is among those arrested and currently standing trial. This case must be tracked and monitored by the department as it progresses through criminal justice system. The department must continue its commendable work of tracking GBVF cases through their finalization within the criminal justice system and providing support to GBV victims in court. Madam Speaker, we support this budget because the department has committed to continue supporting survivors of gender-based violence and femicide through the implementation of the GBVF strategic plan and provincial GBVF response plan. The Minister of Police, Mr. Senzo Mchunu, highlighted during the Police Ministry budget vote the critical need to modernize the police services to meet 21st century challenges. This modernization includes upgrading ICT infrastructure, enhancing connectivity, and deploying mobile technologies to significantly improve response times and effectively tackle crime activities. It is encouraging, Madam Speaker, to see Gauteng leading the way in leveraging technology to combat crime, ensuring law enforcement agencies can reach even the most remote areas of the province. We fully support the establishment of the Provincial Integrated Command Center, which will foster collaboration and coordination among government departments, law enforcement agencies, and external stakeholders. We note that the department is committed to building safer communities by enhancing visible policing and collaborating with public and private law enforcement agencies. This commitment includes investing in modernized and technologically advanced crime-fighting systems, infrastructure, helicopters, vehicles, drones, and CCTV. We trust the Premier will effectively oversee the Department of Community Safety, ensuring that all plans funded by this budget are implemented. We have confidence in his leadership and his commitment to the success of these initiatives. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kunene. Honorable Nkani, this is your opportunity now to make a remark in terms of Rule 77, subsection 5.
Yes, I'll also say I move with the budget again. It's fine, but I have areas where I have concern. You'll find CPF in the suburb and the CPF in the township. They are not the same. It's maybe because the private sector of Gauteng is biased to a certain race or something. This thing, I think we must try to, the issue to speed up, the issue for the tools of trade of the police warden. Because I don't believe in an old situation whereby maybe the state president of this country says, my father was a disciplined police with an opt-in.
Honorable Nkani, you are given an opportunity to make a remark, not a speech.
And it's like inheriting the same thing, Yagababak. Yeah, but
Honorable Nkani.
That is why I'm trying to pressure it. We must make sure that our people are safe on the street.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nkani.
This crime, it's dangerous. Crime as a Gauteng. It's not a normal crime. Yeah, but so I will also speak issue.
Honorable Nkani, now you're making a speech. I really have to ask you to take your seat.
No,
you are allowed to make a remark, not a speech.
No, we must also check the issue of remunerations. We've got volunteers in our township who are volunteering during the night for crime party.
No, you really are now pushing the rules. No, please take your seat.
Am I out of order?
No. You are allowed to make a remark or ask a question, not make a speech. Honorable Premier, you may respond, reply to the
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Let me start by thanking Honorable Member Nkani on his observations. And this will respond to the issues that have been raised by Member Bosch. Honorable Member Nkani, you are right. In our suburbs, we have private security, you've got all these law enforcement agencies. In the townships, our people were unpoliced. And the reason why we said our wardens must be ward-based, must be in the townships, it was to defeat that logic. That there are other people in this country deserve to be protected, and there are other people that don't deserve to be protected. And we are proud, and I'm glad we are raising that. With the patroller work that have been introduced, additionally with the wardens that have been introduced, now our townships have law enforcement agencies closer to them, which is something other people didn't want to. I want to also thank you, Honorable Member Tulan. I also want to thank you for elevating the issue of gender-based violence. It's something that you must not be cosmetic about it. It hurts me. There was a young girl that have just won an award and been nominated to be amongst the best women in our country. Before she can even celebrate that award, she was assassinated. We can't allow young talent to go to waste on the basis that we've got men that don't want to protect our women. And for that, I want to thank you for elevating that aspect. Fighter Maluka, the issue of budget cuts is out of our own making. This administration that we are leading, and MEC Maile will share those details, 35 billion rands have been cut out of our budget for the next 5 years. And we need to ensure that that budget cut will protect the weak, the vulnerable, and the poor. And that is why you see that we are trying to shield the budget cuts in a manner that it does not affect our hospitals, it does not affect our schools, and also it does not affect the Department of Social Development. And we are very careful in ensuring that we don't distribute budget for the sake of being seen to increase in budget. The budget of this department, for example, was increased by almost 1.4 billion rands in the last financial year. All of you that have spoken here today have indicated the limitations where the capacity was not there to spend that budget. We've put all those particular systems, and you will see in the next financial year, the budget of this department will be increased because they've got the capacity to spend that particular budget. But we also share your frustrations on areas where you believe people with bulletproofs are scared of people with blanket proofs. It's a reality that we must not encourage. That there are lawlessness people that have taken over strategic areas in our communities. They do as they wish. They go in their thing. But what I'm proud of, Member Maloka, we asked our president to deploy the army in our province, and since the deployment of the army in our province, there is a game, a dancing game that is taking place underneath where we are, where the army is finishing them off so that we can reclaim our minds in our province. We are excited about that intervention. So you'll never see the blanket proof being scared or the blanket proof being taking over the law enforcement services in our province. So we admit and we accept that area. Member Moody, exactly what I said. The decreasing budget for this financial year was nothing else but the capacity of the institution. And we are building on that capacity. Remember, you don't train people every year. We can't, when we've trained you in the financial year, continue to train you at the same level in the next financial year. And that's why the budget will move up and down. There will be areas where we need to strengthen. There will be areas where we just have to admit that we've succeeded and therefore we don't have to continue with those particular services. But you are concerned that in the last 30 years, we have not made a mark against crime. Is the reason why we felt that we need to relocate this responsibility so that we can give it the necessary direction and support. And I'm glad when you say time will indicate whether this was a correct decision or not. I think, Member Mulder, you also raised that aspect. And I accept that challenge. I accept that challenge, unlike others that are ridiculing us. We really have to put the fight against crime at the center of this government. We really need to accept that we are losing the battle against criminals. We really need to accept that as the economic hub of our country, we can't allow businesses to close around 6 o'clock and 7 o'clock in the evening purely because they are scared of criminals. And therefore, we need to lead that fight. I want to assure you, Member Mulder, like we have done when we were in this particular house before, every second statement that we're uttering in this house was about farm killings in our province. Where are those farm killings now? Almost to nothing, purely because of the coordinated effort with all the institutions that we presented to us. We have managed to lower down farm killings in our province, and we lead in the country in terms of that particular intervention, and will continue to do that. I also want to raise few issues that, Member Posh, you must accept. Whether you like it or not, we'll fight crime in this particular province. And you don't need your permission. You can ridicule the things that you have said, but the problem is that why I can't take you serious because you twist them. When I addressed the community of El Rado Park at the meeting that we have indicated, there were no wardens in this country. When I addressed that community, we said to them, we will bring wardens in strictly colored communities. And I want you after this meeting to meet Member Adams, because that's the only person that visited the training camp. That's the only person that visited when they graduated. As I'm speaking to you now, almost 2,500 wardens from colored communities are deployed in our communities today. So when you say I've missed, now ask Member, yes, Member Adams. So when you say I made a commitment, When you said I made a commitment and I didn't fulfill it, you are not only misleading the House, you are twisting facts. Secondly, we made a commitment that will buy 300 cars. According to your statement, as I'm speaking to you, we've bought more than 450, not 300, 450 cars to support the police. So you can't, therefore, twist the facts to drive a point. You can drive a point without twisting facts. I addressed that community and I said, we will have helicopters flying in our skies to protect our people. When I addressed that community, we didn't have even a single helicopter. Now we've got 2 of the 5 helicopters that the team is bringing to fight crime in our province. So you can't twist facts. When I addressed that community, and I'm glad you quoted me correct, we said we'll have CCTV cameras deployed across the province. As I'm speaking to you now, jointly with all local municipalities, Business Against Crime, and all other private institutions, we now have close to 18,000 face recognition high-tech CCTVs that are deployed in all our areas in our province. So you can twist whatever you want to twist. I don't mind. You can twist whatever that you want to twist. But whether you like it or not, our desire to fight crime will not be taken by your false and alarming statements. Our desire to fight crime here is not to impress anyone, but is to protect our citizens in our province. And we will do so. We will do so without fear or favor. Once more, you said to us in this particular house, when I addressed that community that will have e-panic buttons, no one believed that we'll have those e-panic buttons in our lifetimes. We now have more people downloading e-panic buttons of this government that is free of charge, so that gone are the days where you need a telephone number to call the police. You just press a panic button and the police will respond. That's the technology that we've introduced in our province. So as we conclude this debate, we want to persuade you, Member Mulder and other political parties. This budget is not about politics. This budget is about reclaiming what belongs to us in this province. We can't be scared of our own shadows, and we can't be held hostage in our own houses because of criminals. The fight against crime, the fight against corruption, the fight against lawlessness is on. Let the criminals come. We'll show them. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Premier. Can I ask the Secretary to read the next order?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Consideration of the sports, recreation,
Secretary, can you read
arts,
the next order? Honorable members, can we listen to the next order, please?
Arts and Culture Portfolio Committee's oversight report on the detail of the Department of Sport, Arts, Culture and Recreation Budget Vote 12 of the Provincial Appropriation Bill G001 of 2024 for the 2024-2025 financial year.
Honorable Deputy Madam Speaker, Honorable Premier of Gauteng, Chief Whip of the Majority Party, Honorable Members of the Legislature, please allow me to present the Sport, Recreation, Arts and Culture Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the detail of Budget Vote 12. Honorable Deputy Madam Speaker, may I kindly request that due to time constraints, part of the report that I will not read should be taken as read. The executive summary, the overall budget allocation for the 2024-2025 financial year is 1,090 million, which is a slight increase when compared to an amount of 1,089,937,000 that was allocated in the previous financial year, that was adjusted to 1,122,528,000. The budget allocation will increase over the MTF to 1,106,198,000 in the 2025-26 financial year due to infrastructure allocations. This allocation is in response to the national and provincial priorities as pronounced during the State of the Nation address and the State of the Province address. The Gauteng Film Commission received the same allocation of 41,377,000 as the previous financial year. It is worth noting that the GFC is currently in the transitional process with an intention to be registered as a public entity. However, funds were allocated to enable the Commission to continue creating an enabling environment to ensure that individuals, organizations, and companies benefit from filming in Gauteng and ultimately contributing to radical economic transformation. The equitable share allocation slightly increased by 1.3% from 788,688,000 in the 2023-24 financial year to 799,255,000 in the financial year under review. The allocation will continue to grow to 841,467,000 in the 2026-27 MTEF. The conditional grant, which compromises of community library services grant and the mass participation and sport development grant, decreased by 3.5% in the current financial year to 290,745,000. In the 2023-24 financial year, the allocation was sitting at 301,249,000. This reduction in the allocation is attributed to significant shortfall in the revenue collection and cost containment measures implemented by the National Treasury. It should be noted that the allocations will increase further to 312,071,000 in the outer years. The department did not make allocations for the EPWP in the current financial year, and this program was not implemented in the previous financial years. The committee, however, knows the department's recruitment drive through the NASISPAN initiatives that is spearheaded by the Office of the Premier, which commenced in the previous financial year. The current payments line item, which includes compensation of employees and goods and services, was allocated 679,950,000, which shows a reduction of 1.6% when compared to an committee oversight report on the Department of Sport, Recreation, Arts and Culture Budget Vote 12 for the 2024-2025 financial year. Amount of 690,795,000 allocated in the previous financial year. The reduction is mainly in compensation of employees by 9.1%, whereas goods and services saw an increase of 5.2%. The increase on goods and services is attributed to hosting and supporting of major events, annual sport awards, festivals, arts and culture programs in schools, commemoration of significant days, social cohesion dialogues, reading programs, as well as capacity building programs. The compensation of employees will grow gradually over the MTF to 324,984,000 in the 2026-27 financial year to be able to fund
that the realigned organizational structure, nurse spanning recruitment drive, as well as filling vacant positions. The department plans to transfer 366,992,000 to municipalities, departmental agencies, and non-profit organizations. This is an increase of 5% from 349,581,000 that was allocated in the previous financial year. The transfers to municipalities received the highest allocation of 218,484,000, indicating an increase of 8%, followed by the transfers to NPOs, which receive an amount of 105,897,000, which is 1.7% increase. The departmental agency received the same allocation as the previous year due to the transitional process in place. The allocation for payment of capital assets was reduced in the year under review from 49,561,000 in the previous financial year to 43,058,000, reflecting a reduction of 5.6%. On findings and recommendation, the committee is concerned that the delays experienced in the construction of 3 libraries in Zirbakom, Mellerstein, and Coxwood. These libraries were planned to be constructed in the 2019-2020 financial year, but the target was moved to the following years. The department planned to develop the Gauteng Soccer Museum in the 2021-22 financial year, and this target was not achieved but moved to the 2022-23 and 2023-2024 financial years. However, the department did not report on the plans for this output in the current financial year. And the committee recommends that the department should provide the committee with a comprehensive report on the construction of 3 libraries in Zirbekom, Mellerstein, and Coxwood by 30 August 2024. To provide the committee with plans and timeframes for the development of the Gauteng Soccer Museums by the 30 August 2024. Also recommends that to allocate financial resources to active programs designed to create jobs and empower young people, especially by setting up and actively supporting craft centers and memorials to catalyze deep economic change, and to provide the committee with plans by 30 August 2024. Also, the committee recommends that the department minimize expenses on events and redirect funds to programs with measurable results, such as constructing combi courts and multi-purpose sports facilities. Additionally, brainstorm innovative approaches to commemorate national holidays, and still emphasizing the historical and cultural importance in the country, and to provide the committee with plans by 30 August 2024. To also boost funding for initiatives that improve access to various sports activities, ensuring everyone has the chance to participate and enjoy a diverse range of sports, and to provide the committee with plans by 30 August 2024 to speed up construction of infrastructure projects and look into making changes to laws to make it easier to apply for grants, enabling quicker and more effective implementation, and to provide the committee with progress report by 30 August 2024. And the acknowledgement, the portfolio committee wishes to thank the Honorable MEC for Sport, Recreation, Arts and Culture, Mr. MEC, the Honorable Matume Chiluan, the HOD, Mr. China Mashinini, and senior officials from the department for their presentation of the Budget Vote 12 report. The committee appreciates the diligent deliberations of the Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Members Tin Ndlovu, Honorable M. Hlope, Honorable M. Chabalala, Honorable Andy Yacher, Honorable Seteka, and Honorable Miso. The committee also thanks the Group Committee Coordinator, Ms. S. Panzwambalo, senior researchers, coordinators, committee research.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
The time is expired.
In accordance with the Rule 117(2)C, read together with Rule 164, the Committee on
Expired.
Sports, Recreation, Arts and Culture recommends that the report of the Budget 12 of the Provincial Appropriation Bill be adopted by the House, considering concerns and
Thank you, Honourable
recommendations
Member.
made by this report.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Is there a seconder?
Member Ndlovu, I rise to second, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I now ask the question. Those who agree say yes.
Yes.
Those who do not agree say no. The yes have it. Secretary, please read the next order.
Budget speech and debate on the detail of the Department of Sport, Arts, Culture and Recreation, Budget Vote 12 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G001 of 2024 for the 2024-2025 financial year.
Honorable Shilwade.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker and the Speaker in absentia, the Premier in absentia, who was here, and members of the Executive Council, the Chief Whip of the Majority Party, leaders of political parties, members of the Provincial Legislature, representatives of business, organized labor, and civil society, distinguished guests. I rise today with profound sense of duty and privilege to stand here as the member of the Executive Council responsible for sports, arts, culture, and recreation in the province. It is with great humility and determination that I undertake this responsibility of nurturing the soul of our nation through the vibrant tapestry of sports, arts, culture, and recreation. As I assumed this new role, I did so acutely aware of the transformative power that these realms hold in shaping our society, fostering unity, inspiring creativity, and instilling a sense of pride in our shared heritage. Sports has the ability to transcend boundaries, instill discipline, promote physical well-being. The arts spark imagination, provoke thought, and reflect the beauty and complexity of our human experience. Culture binds us together, celebrating our diversity and heritage, while recreation rejuvenates our spirits and enhances our quality of life. For this reason, almost every time when addressing the officials of this department, I do not forget to remind them that the department is responsible for ensuring that the province climbs up the ranks of the happiness index. Mabajabula Bantu. As a province, our greatness is solely measured by our economic prosperity or history, but by the riches of the cultural tapestry and the vibrancy of our creative spirit. As a custodian of these vital sectors, we are committed to fostering an environment where every individual has the opportunity to participate, excel, and contribute to our collective journey towards a more inclusive, innovative, and harmonious society. I stand before you today not just as the MEC, but a staunch advocate for the power of sports, arts, culture, and recreation to shape minds, touch hearts, and inspire greatness. Madam Speaker, it is my singular honor and privilege to present the 2024-25 budget for the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture and Recreation. Our department is firmly committed to improving the lives of our people through the promotion and development of sports, arts, culture, and recreation, as well as through our library services initiatives. Therefore, Speaker, the allocated budget stands at 1,090 million. The budget appropriation embodies our commitment to responding to the needs of the communities we serve with pride. It is noteworthy that the budget increases marginally from the previous financial year due to the adjustments in line with the Consumer Price Index projected inflations. Here under is a breakdown of our program. Under Program 1, which is administration, we're looking at 170 million and 137.
Under Program 2, Cultural Affairs, we're looking at 244 million. Under Program 3, Library and Archival Services, we're looking at 335 million. Under Program 4, Sports and Recreation, we're looking at 340 million. Frank Sonneberg states, if, open quote, if everything is a priority, then nothing is a priority, close quote. Therefore, Deputy Speaker, I could not agree more with this quotation. Therefore, as a responsive and caring government, we have linked our budget to programs and projects that focus on changing lives of our people through our core programs, thereby ensuring that we continue to support and grow the vibrant cultural and sporting life in our province. We note with great concern the financial pressures of the budget that we are outlining, having strained by 40.5 million accruals, substantial budget cut of 34 million from the equitable share, and further 11 million from the conditional grants. Undoubtedly, Deputy Speaker, our commitment to deliver on our constitutional mandate will be severely affected. An administration to capacitate the state to improve the communication and the work of government, the department has acquired 4 gig trucks. This initiative will not only help save government money by not outsourcing these services, but also professionalize hosting of provincial major events and improve community coverage and impact of programs. On cultural affairs, our cultural and creative industry remain a cornerstone of Gauteng cultural identity and economic development. Therefore, this year we have allocated 6 million to capacitate our emerging artists, enabling them to develop their skills and gain exposure. The investment will resolve the demand for funding experienced in the last financial year and will also gear us towards the implementation of the Gauteng Creative Industries Growth Strategy. We aim to enhance access to cultural hubs, creative spaces, particularly in underserviced communities, to foster artistic expression and innovation. And a total of 8.7 million has been prioritized to implement the Premier Social Cohesion Integrated Holiday Program to keep our youth from the streets and further promote a cohesive and united society. In this regard, the department aims to provide infrastructure maintenance and programs to Rabasutu Community Hall in Tembisa to ensure the renovation of Mpatla Latsane Theatre in Sebokeng, capacity program, the Moses Molekwa Art Center, Uncle Tom's Hall, and many other community halls that have now been hijacked. There is a glimmer of hope as we appreciate the national contribution to Community Arts Centers grant that has injected a further 4 million into artistic programming of 24 community arts centers across the province. To this effect, the department needs 25 million in the current financial year and 42 million in the outer years. These are crucial programs that have been commemorated in Gauteng for the past 30 years of our freedom and contribute immensely to social cohesive society with a common national identity. About the Gauteng Film Commission, Deputy Speaker, I'm happy to announce the handover session between myself and the current Speaker, ushering in the 7th administration of the department. And we had the honor to hit the ground running based on the handover. It is for this reason that the most urgent task to do on the list is to regularization of the GFC funding and listing as a public entity to enable compliance with the regulation for the aim of not considering the increment of their funding model, but increasing their competitive edge to profile and position Gauteng location as preferred film destinations of choice to attract foreign direct investment to come from the Western African region, particularly Ghana, Nigeria, and most importantly, Northern Hemisphere of Europe and the United States of America markets. There is a need for the GFC to benchmark and collaborate with our BRICS partners in the Southern Hemisphere with an emphasis on China and India. Our libraries and archives are vital resources for education, research, and community engagement. And in this financial year, we aim to expand library infrastructure by building and upgrading libraries, particularly in underserved South and West Corridors area, to ensure equitable access To inform resources, 31 million has been allocated to continue enhancing digital library services by investing in digital infrastructure to improve access to online resources, e-books, digital archives, making information more accessible to all. We have allocated another 34 million for the preservation and digitization of archival materials and our historical and cultural records for future generations. In sports and recreation, are essential to promote health and unity and social cohesion. We have increased funding for school sports program, ensuring that young athletes have access to quality training facilities, competition through renewal of the Wednesday League program. So far, Madam Speaker, we have invested a total of 1.9 million was allocated to Learn to Swim and water safety program, which are implemented with partnership with the GDE. Through bidding and hosting committee, we'll be hosting the inaugural IBA Cup, which is pitting Gauteng youth in schools against other youth in other 8 provinces, European youth and youth from other African countries within the continent on the 12th to the 16th of December 2024. In closing, this budget reflects our unwavering commitment to fostering a vibrant, inclusive and dynamic Gauteng. Through strategic investment in cultural affairs, library and archival services, sports and recreation, we aim to create opportunities, build communities, and celebrate our shared heritage.
Thank you,
I urge
Honorable
the House
MC.
to support this budget, which is a testament to our dedication to enriching the lives of our people.
Thank you very much, MC. I call on Member Chabalala.
Deputy Speaker, the Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation continues to disappoint with its 24-25 budget allocation. Year after year, we witness lack of innovation and failure to address real challenges confronting Gauteng communities in sports, arts and culture. This budget is not just insufficient, it is a step backward. The decrease in funding for Program 1 is particularly alarming. How can we expect to improve governance and service delivery when we are cutting the very same resources needed to do so? Yes, there are some positive aspects, such as the allocation of support arts and culture organization through granting aids and the focus on capacity building in school sports program. But let us not fool ourselves. These are mere drops in an ocean of mismanagement and misallocation. The DA envisions a budget that prioritizes service delivery outcomes and addresses the glaring lack of sporting facilities across our province. The envisaged budget takes into account the following. Firstly, it invests in the creative sector and sports development by ruthlessly eliminating waste and enhancing financial oversight. Every rand spent is scrutinized to ensure that it delivers optimal value for our citizens. No money will be wasted on idle projects that go idle or events that leave no lasting impact. Secondly, that there is a significant investment made to job-creating programs. This includes operationalizing and modernizing craft hubs across Gauteng to foster economic growth in our communities. This is not just about preserving culture, it's about creating sustainable livelihoods. Thirdly, the envisioned budget cuts expenditure on inefficient sports events. Instead of focusing on photo opportunities and gala dinners, it redirects these funds to initiatives that genuinely support our athletes and artists. Madam Speaker, our imagined budgets promote equal access to all sporting codes. It will transform the sports, arts, and culture sectors to encourage participation across communities. There will be no lip service to accessibility. We would put our money where our mouth is. Fifth, with fast-track infrastructure projects. These include developing modern, technologically advanced libraries, not just building them and leaving them non-operational like many current budgets. Would explore legislative changes to streamline capital grants, improving operational efficiency. It's time for action, no endless planning and delays. Lastly, we recognize the potential our monuments have for economic growth, especially in tourism. But unlike the current administration, we would not pour millions into sites that remain closed to the public. We would only allocate funds once these monuments are fully operational and properly maintained, ensuring that they provide real value to our province. Deputy Speaker, this approach will create a budget that truly serves the people of Gauteng. It focuses on long-term development, community access, and efficient use of resources, not on flashy events and empty promises. It's time for innovation, sustainability, and a clear plan with workable measures. The current budget, much like its predecessors,
Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
lacks structure and vision.
Time is up.
It fails to address socio-economic. I'm concluding, Chair of Chairs.
The time is up.
It fails to address socio-economic conditions faced by many in our
Thank you,
constitution.
Honourable. Your time is up.
In this context, the DA does not support this budget aimed at wasting taxpayers' money. We argue the new MEC to reconsider and present a budget that truly serves the people of Gauteng, a budget that prioritizes long-term development and community.
Member Chabalala, your time is up.
Member Adams, we were together before you became chair. Why are you fighting me now?
Hey, Member Chabalala.
Thank you.
Before the Secretary calls the next speaker, good afternoon, everybody. I will call it here, but let me just say there is a rule that no heckling must be done when there's a maiden speech, right? This is my maiden sitting, so no heckling while I'm sitting here now. Also, please. So shall we call on Member Siteka, your maiden speech?
I would like to start by greeting our speaker, acting speaker. I would like to start by greeting our acting speaker and honourable members in the House. Speaker, the Department of Sports and Arts and Culture received an allocation of just over R1 billion for the period under view. The department, through its program, is vital towards social coherence, cultural expressions, as well as non-securitated approach towards combating crime and reducing the prevalence of violence within communities by enhancing the transformative power of arts, sports, as well as culture. Gauteng boasts of a rich contemporary culture, heritage, particularly within townships which have been the rise of international music from Kwaito, Mapiano, and Bakate, which is associated with Pretoria. Despite this, the expenditure towards cultural affairs has always left the artist out. The department has in the past failed at harnessing the rich cultural treasure to support artists and stimulate the township economy. Through the expenditure towards creative art and industries, the department should lead the change towards professionalizing the industry as well as offering incentives to artists to support them in their craft. Speaker, it is a concern that the department continuously underperforms in its set target for initiatives like the Gauteng Heritage Festival. The Economic Freedom Fighter, as a movement that understands the importance of art and culture, hosted a carnival in Sandton as part of the 10th anniversary celebration. The EFF also showed a theatre play as well as an art exhibition at Uncle Tom's Hall in Soweto. All while the department was failing to operationalize its own monuments, like the Women Living Heritage Monument, as well as other projects like the Soccer Museum. We believe that initiatives like the Soccer Museum would have honored the province's rich soccer heritage, from James Sofasonke to the shoe shine piano of Marabastad, as well as the 2010 World Cup. As part of the department outlooks on heritage as reflected in the budget, there exists a need to move away from the prioritization of history associated with the apartheid liberation struggles towards the supporting of other heritage, like historical heritage around the province, while financial support towards this is lacking. The importance of school sport is occurred across all sectors of society. The EFF manifesto puts forth that resources ought to be dedicated towards the supporting various sporting code, yet the department also fails in meeting its target of providing schools equipment and attires to the school. And this prevents the rolling out of this program. The department continuously failed at creating an enabling environment for school sports, while it failed at developing schools, gyms, as well as revamping swimming pools and diversifying school sport. The department needs to prioritize school
Thank you,
sport
Honourable Member.
across all boards.
Your time is up.
And not just at school, which specifies in sport as a point of departure. Thursday sports needs to be brought back, and institutions within school across the province.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Alongside the Department of Education, the
Thank you,
department
Honourable
should
Member.
also provision in its budget to incentive teachers who prioritize school sports. We are
Your
not
time is up.
satisfied that the budget
Honourable Member, your
presented
time is
can
up. 50 seconds
cater to
already.
this as well, achieving
Please.
intangible outcomes.
Please be
of
seated.
the department.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Member E. More.
Okay, thank you, Chair, Honourable Chair of Chairs.
Order, please. Order in the House, please.
Residents are living under pressure from
Member
the
More,
rising cost of
wait
living.
for a second, please. Can we have some order, please? We can't hear the speaker. Member More.
Okay, thank you, Chair of Chairs. All protocol observed, Gauteng residents are living under pressure from the rising cost of living, and this department can play an important role in promoting wellness and social cohesion. Gauteng is home to a lot of talent, but we do not have adequate sporting facilities for training and development, as some sporting facilities and recreation centers are falling apart. Imagine if this department was functional and used its allocated budget to address the infrastructure challenges faced by communities, and on programs that add value to youth development, we would have less youth soaked in drugs. Madam Speaker, the construction of libraries in Kokswoord, Mellerstein and Zirbekom, the development of 5 Kumbi courts, and upgrade of 5 community soccer fields, all under infrastructure project, is still to be completed, with no tangible plans provided to streamline the project management steps. Libraries are key in ensuring access to knowledge and information, promotion of the culture of reading and learning, and personal development. And the construction of such is really, really welcome. However, Action SA would like to advise the department to also maintain and upgrade the many libraries already fully operational. Madam Speaker, we are very concerned that the funds allocated to this department is insufficient considering the mandate and sectors they support. Therefore, the budget will not enhance service delivery and will affect its deliverables throughout all programs. For instance, Program 1 administration has been decreased by 15%. We need a budget for the future, a budget that will shape and address community needs and interests and contributes to the overall well-being of the province. The department has been underspending the allocated funds in the recent financial years due to high vacancy rates and delays in procurement processes. The department hasn't been achieving most targets and therefore must cut down spending on celebratory events. Some of the infrastructure development targets that were not achieved in the 4th quarter but were removed includes the development of 15 outdoor gyms, refurbishment of 5 swimming pools, conducting a feasibility study and design on the development of a soccer museum. Therefore, we cannot trust the department to deliver the many initiatives listed in Programme 2, which do not have any tangible or detailed plan as we speak. Chair of Chairs, the department lacks proper planning, and this budget does not include measures to improve monitoring, transparency, accountability, and good governance. Therefore, Action SA will not be supporting budget vote 12 of the Department of Sports, Arts, Culture, and Recreation. I thank you.
Thank you, Member More. Member Elder Jager. Elder Jager.
Good afternoon, Chair of Chairs, honourable members of the Legislature and residents of Gauteng. I rise today to address Budget Vote 12 of the Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation. In recognising the significance of sports, arts and culture in our Gauteng communities, we have serious concerns about the financial management and priorities reflected in this budget. The Democratic Alliance is greatly concerned about the insignificant increase in the department's overall budget from 1.89 billion in 2023-24 to 1.9 billion in 2024-25. This essentially represents a decrease in real terms when considering inflation, at a time when artists and athletes are struggling due to the lack of meaningful investments. This budget is insufficient. Inevitably, the minimal budget increase will affect strategic priorities and the implementation of programs such as sport and recreation and library and archive services. How can we expect to develop sports and the arts in our townships when we are not adequately investing in programs designed for that purpose? The impact of a reduced budget on a department that failed to build any sporting facilities in the 2022-2023 financial year and struggled to maintain and refurbish existing ones will be devastating for the residents of Gauteng, especially in the townships. Additionally, cuts to the department's budget will continue to hamper its efforts to build and transform libraries into information, knowledge and cultural hubs in our communities. The DA is also concerned by the cuts to critical conditional grants. The mass participation and sports development grant, crucial for grassroots sports development, has been slashed from 124.7 million to 111.2 million. This short-sighted cut will directly impact township youth who rely on these programs for skills development and for positive engagement. Madam Chair of Chairs, the DA believes in the power of sports, arts and culture to transform lives and communities. But this requires real investment, not empty promises. In this regard, the DA proposes the following solutions. Number one, redirect funds from non-essential administrative costs to bolster the mass participation and sports development grant. This will ensure township youth have access to quality sports programs. Number two, implement a township cultural hubs initiative, creating dedicated spaces in each major township for arts and cultural activities. This will not only nurture talent, but create jobs in the creative sector. Number three, partner with the private sector to establish a sports and arts entrepreneurship program, specifically targeting township youth. This will create pathways from participation to profession. Number four, increase, not decrease, the budget for community libraries. These are vital knowledge hubs that support education and skills development in our townships. Chair of Chairs, we cannot overlook the 1 million reprioritised in this budget. The DA is demanding complete transparency regarding the reallocation of these funds. We need to know if these funds are genuinely meeting the needs of our most underserved communities. In short, this budget falls short of addressing the critical needs of township development and job creation in the sports, arts and cultural sectors. As a result, I cannot in good conscience endorse the 2024-2025 financial year budget because it represents missed opportunities and misplaced priorities. I thank you.
Thank you. Member N.E. Meso.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Greetings, afternoon, colleagues and members at the gallery. Chairperson, as Umkhonto Sizwe, we'd like to remind the House that our primary objective is to hold the executive accountable. It's for that reason we condemn the continuation of vacancies in the Department of Sports that has been there since the sixth administration. For it hinders the service delivery to our people, and yet the rate of unemployment in Gauteng is at higher scale. Chairperson, we are concerned on how much money has been spent by the department on the development of sports, art and culture, and yet the results are minimal. Chair, we have noted that the bulk of budget has been spent in catering, funding the festivals that has not much positive impact to our poor citizens, and it only benefits the elites. Without any fear or a favor, we are saying the budget for such event must be reduced and the funds be allocated to the empowerment of people living with disability in different sporting codes. People with disability have been struggling for quite some time. They've been neglected for quite some time. We therefore, people with disability have been neglected for a long time. We are putting emphasis in ensuring that people who are living with disability are part of the economic emancipation in Gauteng. Example, February 2024, the young lady, a young woman by the name of Dimakaso Litageng was invited to Dubai to represent SA in a meeting for Paralympic. She couldn't go due to non-funds availability. We want to encourage the sports, art and culture to set aside such budget for the disabilities. Chairperson, our children in school, in particular in township, are not participating in sports mainly because there are no proper facilities and necessary equipment. As Umkhonto Sizwe, we are saying all township have legends in different sporting codes. We therefore emphasize that the 7th administration, it must speak to the budget that will reveal those legends. The primary goal of those legends must to adopt each school and teach sports and for aiming to develop and producing the young talent in our society.
Thank you. The time is up.
Oh.
Chairperson Klebere.
As Umkhonto Sizwe, we want to register that we support the budget.
Thank you. Chairperson Klebere. Okay,
Chair of Chairs, Honorable Premier, Honorable MECs, Chief.
Sorry, Honorable Chair. Just for our guests in the gallery, please, you're not allowed to clap and participate in the sitting. Please refrain from that. Thank you so much. Go ahead, Chairperson.
The Honorable MECs, Chief Whip of the Majority Party, Honorable Members and the people of Gauteng, greetings once more. I will be failing as a vote women's rights activities if I don't bring attention to the House that this speech is delivered on the eve of the 68th anniversary of the Women's March of 1956. It is for that reason I believe that this budget vote address today will be poor if I do not acknowledge the many, many giants on whose shoulders I proudly stand. Were it not for the sacrifices of the women, I'm dedicating this budget to many women, Black and African in particular, will never have had the opportunity to be able to sit and address gatherings of this nature as equals. We remain forever indebted to their selflessness, their dedication and commitment to equality and women's rights. This speech is proudly dedicated to stalwarts, activists, and torchbearers such as Charlotte Matreke, Lillian Goyi, Helen Joseph, Raima Musa, Sophia William De Bruyn, Winnie Madikizela Mandela, Elizabeth Letanta, and Teresa Ramashamole, and many others. Chair of Chairs, sport is a universal language. At its best, it can bring people together no matter what their origin, background, religious beliefs, or economic status. These are the words of the former UN Secretary General, which reflects the power of sport to unite and inspire, serving as a common ground for people around the world. Whether it's the thrill of competition, the joy of play, or the shared passion for a team or athlete, sport indeed speaks to everyone in a language all can understand. Sport plays a significant role in nation building by fostering a sense of national identity and unity. It encourages teamwork, discipline, and a spirit of cooperation among citizens. Chair of Chairs, the Sports, Recreation, Arts and Culture Department is one of the small departments in the Gauteng Provincial government. The budget that we are debating today covers both the actual activities of the department and the infrastructure thereof. The overall budget allocation reflects a marginal increase from last year and will increase over the MTEF due to infrastructure allocations. This allocation is in response to the national and provincial priorities as pronounced during the State of the Nation address and the State of the Province address. As a start, the Gauteng Film Commission received an unchanged allocation as in the previous financial year. The GFC is in transition as they are in the process of registering as a public entity. The allocation will enable the Commission to continue creating an enabling environment to ensure the growth of the filming industry in the province and that individuals, organizations and companies benefit from filming in Gauteng and ultimately contributing to radical economic transformation. Chair of Chairs, due to the size of the department, it is easy for the activities that are undertaken to impact other areas, including the budget. There was a significant shortfall in revenue collection and cost containment measures implemented by the National Treasury. This affected the conditional grant, which compromises of community library services grant and the mass participation and sport development grant as it was decreased. This will, however, increase again in the MTF. Honorable members, we wish to note that the department has embarked on a recruitment drive through the NASISPAN initiative that is spearheaded by the Office of the Premier, which commenced in the previous financial year. Honorable members, the budget supports the department's plan to respond to the provincial 10-pillar program of TMR and have aligned their programs in the financial year under review to this strategy. The plans of the department are also anchored in the provincial priorities of the GGT 2030 plan as some of the initiatives linked to the provincial priority of economy, jobs and infrastructure. In response to the provincial priority, education, skills, revolution and health, the department further plans to transfer funds to municipalities for the implementation of the library program and digitization thereof. In response to the provincial priority, safety, social cohesion, and food security, the department will promote a socially cohesive society through the implementation of the heritage landscape by organizing programs that honor and salute men and women who have earned their titles as veterans of wars of liberation and recognizing all aspects of provincial heritage. Chair of Chairs, the budget also takes a cue from the National Development Plan 2030, which recognizes the important role that is played by the arts, culture, and sports sectors in society. In terms of the NDP, arts and culture, arts and culture open powerful spaces for the debate about the direction of society. Therefore, if promoted effectively, the creative and cultural industries can contribute substantially to small business development, job creation, urban development, and renewal. As for sport, it plays an important role in promoting wellness and social cohesion. Chair of Chairs, in recognition of the role played by the arts, particularly the creative sector, in the provincial economy, Premier Panyazali Sufi said the performance of the government requires the province pays attention to and improve the creative sector during the 2024 State of the Province Address. Paying homage to the late great Mbongeni Ngema, the Premier promised to launch the annual Mbongeni Ngema lecture in partnership with the Market Theatre and the National Development and the National Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. He further indicated that following consultation with his family, the sector and the community government will further name the soon-to-be-built Davidson Hospital after Mbongeni Ngema. These activities are to be incorporated into the departmental plans for the year. The department has realigned its plans and budget to respond to the priorities coming from the 6th administration through various key interventions, which includes repositioning the creative and cultural industries as drivers of economic growth and inclusion, commemoration of national days to ensure broader inclusivity, and developing a provincial sports plan to ensure that Gauteng remains a hope of champions. In pursuit of prioritizing nation building and social cohesion, the department will continue to use sport, arts, recreation and culture as vehicles for pursuing social cohesion and nation building. With regards to the infrastructure project, the department will continue to support projects from the previous financial year, such as the construction and operationalization of libraries. They further intend to continue with outstanding infrastructure projects from the previous financial year, such as the development of 5 Kumbi courts and 5 community soccer fields upgraded. Honorable members, I know the challenges experienced by the department in the operationalization of monuments in the previous financial year. As a result, the allocation was reduced because the monuments were not ready for occupation. In the current financial year, the department intends to recruit a full staff complement for the 3 monuments through the operationalization model of creating an independent and fully fledged monuments agency. Chair of Chairs, the Sports and Recreation Program continues to promote sport and recreation and school sport, facilitates talent identification, promote sport development and high performance, and to make Gauteng the home of champions. With that in the background, let me take this opportunity and congratulate Team South Africa athletes who are currently representing our country in 2024 Paris Olympics. Specific mention goes out to Tatiana Smith for exceptional performance in the 100-meter women's breaststroke swimming final, the rugby sevens for their bronze medal, and Alan Hatherley for winning bronze medal in the men's cross-country event. As I move for an adoption of the budget, I would like to also reiterate the quote: "Sport is more than just a game. It is a language of peace, a celebration of diversity, and a builder of nation." Thank you.
Honorable MEC Chilwane, your reply.
No, thank you, Chair of Chairs. I must note that most were comments, but I want to start with Member Chabalala, that he can learn a lot from Member Dijak. Member Dijak. You know, it's nice to point, this is wrong, this is wrong. This is the easiest thing in the world, especially when you don't have to do anything. But it takes a wise person to actually realize that I can actually contribute to getting the system right. You know. So irrespective of what she said earlier, I've noted the the recommendation, the proposal that she has brought forward is something that is constructive, and we'll look into it. And that's what we expect from this House, that we are here to serve the people of Gauteng together, irrespective of positions where we are or parties. The responsibility is on all of us to really ensure that we improve the lives of the residents of our province. So I've noted your constructive criticism, Member Diak. And Member Meso is correct. I agree with her. We do have a program that is in place that maybe I might not have mentioned, that talks to utilizing legends, because there are many legends in our communities that can contribute to ensure in our schools. So that is part of the intervention that the department is going to be embarking on. Perhaps maybe I was not explicit, but that is a fair contribution which is noted, and I would fully agree with her. And school sports is something that is #1 priority, and it's an apex priority in our province to ensuring that we get our schools right, and in particular the sports element of it. So we've got a number of our township schools. Majority of our townships are actually participating in the Wednesday Schools League. We have what we call Champions League member from the EFF. We do have a very vibrant Wednesday Champions League, which majority township schools are participating in different sporting codes, from soccer, netball, you name them. All those sporting codes are there, and our learners are participating, and it's quite vibrant. So I would urge members to, from time to time, do your job, go to schools, go to the communities, just get facts right and come back. Because it's quite easy to speak when you have not seen and you have not done. So do your job, do those oversights that the people of Gauteng have elected you to do. So overall, as I've said, thank you, Member, the Chair of the Portfolio Committee has really outlined the true program that is happening within the department, and truly appreciate your input. It's quite enriching and supportive. With those few words, thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable MEC. Will the Secretary please read the 11th order? Thank you.
Consideration of the Gauteng Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the detail of the Department of Education Budget Vote 5 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G001 of 2024 for the financial year 2024-2025.
Thank you. Member Nklongo, kindly present your committee report.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Greetings to the House and to the people of Gauteng at large. This report is presented by the Chairperson of the Education Portfolio Committee, the Honourable M. Hlongo, and it is the Gauteng Department of Education budget vote of the Provincial Appropriation Bill for the 2024-2025 financial year. Some of the contents of the report might not be presented here due to time constraints, however, the report is shared with everyone. The oversight role of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature is provided for in the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa and is one of the most critical roles of the Education Committee of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature is to ensure that provincial investment in the education sector effectively projects the national and provincial priorities. The committee's assessment of the Gauteng Department of Education budget for the 2024-25 financial year utilized the sector oversight model to verify whether the proposed inputs translate to outputs in order to realize the required outcomes, and thus ensuring that the funds apportioned to the department are used cost-effectively. In the 2024 academic year, 2,700,000 learners are enrolled across the sector in Gauteng schools. This shows a 69% increase in public schools over the period of 1995 to 2024, with an average annual increase of 2% per year. There are 3,270 schools in Gauteng, of which 2,000 are public ordinary schools and 153 are special schools. The 2024-25 budget shows that the department has received a total allocation of 65.8 billion rands. This includes monies from the main appropriation and 3.9 billion in conditional grants. The conditional grant allocation constitutes 6% of the total allocation. The department's budget growth translates into 3.8%. The report shows that 48.6 billion is for the compensation of employees, while 2.4 billion is allocated as a carry-through for the improvement in conditions of services program. The report further shows that the department aims to at least an 80-20 ratio between personnel and non-personnel costs, although an increase in personnel costs is evident. The department reports that key to the budget is to achieve the following amongst others: the infrastructure development as well as maintenance of school buildings, the transfers and subsidies to institutions and schools, the implementation of the National School Nutrition Policy, the direct development and support, the skills development as well as vocational and technical skills. The department overall budget appears to be responding to most of the provincial education priorities, such as, and amongst others, the delivery of quality education in a conducive learning environment, transforming public schooling by addressing the barriers to access, equity redress, as well as an increase to access to quality pre- and post-school education opportunities. It is, however, difficult to assess how the delivery of schools will be done. This is due to the fact that the budget does not necessarily adequately accommodate the eradication of asbestos infrastructure, the improving of sanitation in most schools, the provision of sports facilities in some of the schools that do not have, as well as the major rehabilitative work that most schools require. The budget, according to the department, is geared towards the capitalization of township technical schools, enhancing e-learning through an investment in ICT, leasing of office buildings, as well as the provision of protective equipment to be used in schools. These will be realized through the department's annual targets for the programs which are reported and shown how the allocation will be done. The first program will be on administration. The report shows that the total budget for administration for the year 24-25 amounts to at least 5 billion. The second program speaks to the public ordinary school education. The overall budget for the program increases in the year 24-25 financial year. According to the department, this increase is geared towards the implementation of the no-fee school policy, the compensation of employees, as well as the implementation of the national and provincial intervention programs, which includes the resourcing of schools, especially to ensure that there is improved learner performance in literacy and numeracy. The independent school subsidy in the budget allocation, the program has increased in the financial year. According to the department, the funding will assist in increasing inspection, audit and oversight capacity to ensure compliance, to monitor the compliance of all independent schools with conditions of registrations, to enforce regulation of all relocations to new sites by owners of independent schools, as well as to train and support the independent schools in the implementation of curriculum assessment policy statements. The fourth program, the budget for this program has increased in the current financial year, and it appears to be enough to support the department's mandate towards the public special school education. The department's main outputs under this program are aimed at the screening of learners to identify barriers to learning and development, to identify learners in need of individualized learning support programs, identify learners in need of alternative, and to provide additional and departmentally managed sporting and cultural activities in public schools. With the early childhood development centers, the budget for the ECDs shows an increase in the current financial year. According to the department, the allocation will be utilized to expand grade R to all public schools, as well as register new grade R sites and procuring additional classrooms to meet the demand. Furthermore, the department reports that it will identify grade R practitioners for training to improve the quality of teaching and learning in the classroom. On infrastructure development, the budget increases towards new infrastructure, rehabilitation, as well as the upgrading of existing infrastructure. The department reports that through the budget in examination and education-related services, the following will be carried out. There will be support provided to employees through a human resource development in terms of the Skills Development Act. They will also provide departmentally managed examination services. With the National School Nutrition Program grant, they will provide nutritious meals to targeted learners. With the Technical Secondary Schools Recapitalization Grant, they will recapitalize technical schools. With the Maths, Science and Technology Grant, they will promote mathematics and science teaching and learning. And with the Education Infrastructure Grant, there will be construction as well as maintenance of the school infrastructure. Some of the concerns raised by the committee are the following. The committee is concerned about the funding allocation towards special schools infrastructure despite the challenges faced due to lack of adequate access to public special schools in the province. The committee has noted that the grade R in the ECD centers is the only sub-program that has seen a budget reduction. The committee is also concerned about the infrastructure backlog in relation to the asbestos classrooms, the new schools, the maintenance, as well as the upgrading of existing infrastructure. And it thus has the following recommendations: that the department should explain the factors that have contributed to the budget reduction of special schools sub-programs, as well as the implications that this will have on the provision of infrastructure development in schools. The department should further explain the factors that have contributed to the budget reduction in the sub-program pre-grade R in ECD centers. The final recommendation is that the department should provide a plan, including alternative methods or mechanisms to address the infrastructure backlog in relation to asbestos classrooms, new schools, maintenance, as well as upgrading of existing infrastructure. The Portfolio Committee on Education wishes to thank the MEC of Education, the Honorable Mr. Matume Kopano-Chilwane, and his senior officials for the presentation that was given to us and the substantial and sustained efforts that they have made to inform the Portfolio Committee of the details of the budget vote. The chairperson would also like to thank the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, the Honorable Sesedi Nyane, Honorable Chief Whip Makubela, Honorable Dos Santos, Honorable Waters, Honorable Ngobeni, Honorable Mkanazi, Honorable Ali for their dedication as well as their support during the process. We would further like to thank the group committee support staff for all the work that they continue to do for the committee. In accordance with Rule 1172C, read together with Rule 164, I, Muiponi Mhlongo, the Education Portfolio Committee Chairperson, hereby recommends that the Education Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the Gauteng Department of Education budget vote be adopted by the House, taking into account the committee concerns as well as the proposed recommendations. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable. Is there a seconder?
Second.
Chair of Chairs, I rise to second.
Thank you so much. I now put the question. All those in favor say yes. Yes. All those not in favor say no. The yes have it. Thank you so much. Can we go over to MEC Chilwane? I'll read the next, my apology.
Thank you, Chair. Debate on the detail of the Department of Education Budget Vote 5 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G001 of 2024 for the financial year 2024-2025. Thank you.
Thank you. MEC Chilwane.
Yes. Thank you, Chair of Chairs, the Premier in absentia, the Deputy Speaker and Speaker, members of the Executive Council, members of the Legislature, invited guests from the education community, including representatives of teacher union and governing bodies, officials of the Department of Education, comrades and friends. As I deliver this very first budget speech for the 7th administration, I'm pleased to be part of a province that has made great strides in education. I take immense pleasure in sharing the visible gains made in education by my predecessors. I will draw your attention to efforts made in closing the gap in quality education between fee-paying schools and no-fee-paying schools, as well as achieving universal access to schooling. I'm proud to present the budget plan that aims to focus on the consolidation of a 5-year strategic plan with special emphasis on the programs of the 2024 to 2029 medium-term development plan, to build on the successes achieved to date, to adjust our focus, to achieve and make an even greater impact for the citizens of Gauteng. There is indeed no doubt that education remains a powerful tool for change. No matter what you are fighting for, leading the sharp mind can create more positive change than running towards challenges with a sharp sword. As such, our approach to education transformation in Gauteng is multifaceted and is directed to address the quality of learning through quality improvement strategies that will improve the classroom performance of teachers, the active learning of children in classrooms across all schools in the province. Simultaneously, we are introducing interventions that compensate for poor family literacy level and the impact of poverty affecting a large percentage of our communities in Gauteng. It is for this reason that we wholly support the focus on townships, informal settlements, and hostels. And now they spoke about CBDs. Despite the reduction made to some conditional grants of the department, funds were made available for reprioritization and further fiscal consolidation measures. The department's budget has seen a marginal increase for the 2024-25 financial year, which amounts to 65.8 billion, and that represents an increase of 3.8%, which is 2.4. The budget grew by 27.4% from 2020-21 to date. The budget is anticipated to grow at an average annual rate of about 4.1% over the medium term. This is an ambiguous demonstration of the commitment of the ANC government to education as a national priority. The compensation of employees remains the largest cost center for the education budget, amounting to 48.6 billion, which is 73.9% of the total budget. Therefore, Chair of Chairs, priorities for education response to key challenges facing the people of Gauteng. We need to ensure that education contributes to the reduction of inequalities in our population. Foremost amongst these challenges is access to quality schooling in the communities we live in and to respond to the high levels of migration into the province. In his State of the Province address, the Premier unveiled elevated priorities for the 7th administration to focus on the priorities elevated, which amongst other accelerated implementation for the remainder of priorities of the 6th administration. It is within this context we adopted the medium-term development plan and the Gauteng 2030. We are committed to ensuring that all phases of education are progressively targeted and that all grades will benefit from interventions that are designed to ensure that the root causes that are peculiar to that phase and are addressed. We are not implementing in a one-size-fits-all solutions to challenges experienced in each phase. At the center of our framework is a commitment to deliver quality education in the classroom every day. To do this, we need to ensure that inputs for learners, teachers, and management are provided, that there are programs to compensate for the ravages of poverty and, as I've said earlier, family literacy. Our approach is focused on aligning the whole system to support these interventions and to ensure that we use scarce resources in targeted school-based approach that supports classroom practices in sustainably improving learner performance and attainment. The 4-stage intervention programs are: foundation phase, intervention focusing on improving basic literacy and numeracy and improving language competency. This includes the universalization of grade R. Senior primary phase intervention focusing on improving language practice in the language learning and teaching and mathematics. Transition, the third one is transition from primary to secondary school intervention program, which focuses on improving language practice, mathematics, science, and accounting. The Senior Secondary Intervention Program will focus on improving learner performance in the 6 key subject areas where learner performance is the weakest. We will be investing in what we call the skills of the future, which focuses on providing access to relevant curriculum offering through schools of specialization, technical high schools, special schools, and special schools. In addition, we will introduce a multi-certification skills program for learners across all our schools, of which, Chair of Chairs, we did manage to launch it in the previous financial year, last year, 2023, in a school of specialization called Gauteng Source, of which I'm happy to announce that that school today has received a certificate from a body called QTCO. I know Baba Ngalabala, QTCO, just Google it, just give yourself time. What that says, that school, learners from that school will get accredited trade certificates which they can take immediately into the employment area, which is NQF level 2 to 4, will be provided in a school beyond the ordinary curriculum offering. Multi-certification talks to additional 12 skills that learners, as opposed to them getting grade 12, spending 12 years to get 1 certificate. Within that 12 years, every year they get a skill that is accredited that they can utilize, so that even if they do not finish matriculate, they have other 11 skills that they can put and say, this is the additional skills. And currently, Chair of Chairs, this program we have now, since we have launched 200,000 learners that are currently on the program, obviously we'll expand it phase by phase to ensure that all our schooling community will be able to participate. I don't want to say much about the School of Specialization. It's just a wonder, this one. This is what we call the next world wonder. These learners of this school, they develop cars. They've got electric cars. They develop a solar-powered locomotive. These kids are ready to even contest Elon Musk in the School of Specialization. And it's a high-performing schools. In fact, to demonstrate this, one of the schools that is the most in-demand school in our province, it's a school in a township, and it's a school of specialization. As we speak, we're sitting at more than 2,500 applications for grade 8 because of the confidence and the quality that comes out of those schools. So I don't want to say much about school of specialization. I just want honorable members, just go to school, or to schools rather in this. So we have currently launched 35, and we're going to conclude, have all high schools specialize in one form of speciality or the other. ECD, we have received early childhood from the Department of the function shift from the social development, and we're able to do a research and found that there's 10,250 ECD sites within the province, and we could only able to get 2,500 to comply. But we do have a program in place to ensure that we get the rest of the ECDs to comply, so that it can get the additional support from government. So, furthermore, we have built ECD sites in our 6 hostels that are responsible, the provincial government is responsible for. And furthermore, we have identified other hostels, namely those that are the responsibility of local government, those 72. We are looking to expand ECD sites because these hostels are for family units, and families are living there. So we are going to expand the program to ensure that we roll out the ECD program, ECDs in those sites, in those hostels. And furthermore, we are building what we call an ECD of the future. What it means to be what it means when we speak about an ECD. So, Chair of Chairs, we will continue the program, school sports and infrastructure, where we'll be building 35 schools that are currently in the pipeline. Most of them will be concluded in the next financial year.
Thank you.
2025.
Time up.
Time up.
Thank you.
No, thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you.
Honorable Dos Santos.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Today I rise to debate the 2024-25 budget vote for education with one major concern. As the Democratic Alliance, we will continue to advocate that every child has access to quality education and ensure that every child in our province has access to a safe and conducive learning environment. The DA notes the budget decreased from 5.1 billion to 5 billion under Programme 1 administration. This reduction, especially in the remuneration of employees, has major effects on the department's capacity to retain and attract more qualified human resources. Given what the DA discovered in its countless oversight visits to schools across Gauteng, we ill afford not to retain or attract teachers. Despite the budget increasing to 47.3 billion under Programme 2, overcrowding and inadequate infrastructure persists in most parts of the province. Many schools lack sufficient classrooms, are in poor hygiene conditions, and do not have proper sports facilities, if they have any in the first place. Regarding independent school subsidies, the budget has been slightly increased, but it currently lacks a proper system of supervision and monitoring. Without proper measures in place to ensure that the implementation of relevant policies and standards for allocation, this funding may not fulfill its intended purposes. Additionally, there should be continuous monitoring and enforcement to address the proliferation of independent schools operating illegally. Chair of Chairs, the decrease in the budget for public special school education by 187.8 million is concerning. Learners with special needs require more support, not less. The department must prioritise their needs and ensure that they receive the education and support they deserve. Public special school requires specialised classrooms, therapy rooms, specialised therapists, as well as counsellors and psychologists, amongst many other requirements. Although the budget for early childhood development has increased, we must ensure that these funds are effectively used to expand access to improved quality, especially in our townships and low-income communities. Early education is the foundation of a child's future, and we must lay this foundation with care and dedication. There is a dire need for infrastructure development of our schools within the province. When one looks at the number of schools built during the 5th administration compared to the 6th administration, there has been a significant decrease in the number of schools built. Improved collaboration between infrastructure development is needed to ensure timely construction of quality schools. Constructing new schools and eliminating all schools with asbestos is crucial. Progress has been slow despite the raised alarms. The department should finally listen and provide safe, modern and well-maintained school facilities for learners. Furthermore, we note the budget cuts on examination and educator-related services, which may threaten the quality and effectiveness of examinations we administer. In closing, Chair of Chairs, I urge the MEC to consider the following proposals. 1. Adopt the Rapid School Build Programme as seen in the Western Cape, which has shown that it is possible to build decent schools in as little as 71 days. 2. Maximise learning time by ensuring that learners are engaged for a full school day, with catch-up classes after school on weekends for those who fall behind. 3. Promote time management by instilling a culture of being present, punctual and prepared, making the most of the 210 teaching days per year. 4. Curriculum breakdown by allocating specific times in the annual programme for different curriculum components for each grade. 5. Focus on foundation phase by dedicating the first 2 hours of each school day in grade R to 3 to developing reading and writing skills and 1 hour each day to numeracy skills. The Department of Education's budget should reflect a commitment to providing quality education tailored to the needs of all learners, empowering them for the future success. However, the current budget does not meet this standard.
Thank you, Honourable.
Thank you.
Honourable Ngobeni. Is it
thank you,
Honourable
Chair.
Moody? Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Chair of Chairs. I almost said Madam Speaker. Yeah, I should have said, anyway. Mr. Chair of Chairs, you know, on a daily basis, a person meets educators, you also meet concerned parents who talk about children who have to go to school on empty stomachs, knowing the trying circumstances we find ourselves in economically due to high unemployment. And in many instances, children go to school, and that's the only place where they have a full meal for the day. And yet, even in the very Gauteng,
Chair of Chairs. No, I called for Honourable Ngobeni.
Yes, but it's Honourable Mood who's speaking.
Yeah, they are sitting next to each other. They are sitting, they
No, I'm
must
here,
have
Chair.
focused.
Okay, can I go ahead and then
Yeah,
let's
go
just
ahead,
change the
we'll bring
program?
him.
I'm
We'll
very
bring
well.
him
Let's
back.
allow Honorable Ngobeni.
They are from one party, Mos. Thank you.
Let's follow the line.
Chair, my time, please. They say if you snooze, you lose, Chair.
My apology. There's another Ngubeni. Okay, my apology. I will call you. I thought it was F Ngubeni. Funzi. My apology. Go ahead. Okay, go ahead, Honorable Moody.
Yeah, Chair, just remember my time, huh?
Yeah.
I watch it. Time is money. So, Chair, yes, just coming back to that. When last has the department did an audit on the quintile levels of schools in the province, especially out there in the townships in our less privileged communities? Circumstances has changed over the past 10, 15 years. Yet we remain in that old dredging lane as such. We mustn't make any changes. Please, our people are suffering out there. Our students need to be fed. So let's do things differently a bit and let's do an audit there. We look at the empty schools in townships, yet families already under severe financial strain have to send their children to schools in so-called previously advantaged communities. A huge expense. What is being done to find out what the root causes of such migration, if we want to call it such? Bosmont Primary School, as we stand here, is without water for more than 2 weeks. The water bill is not paid by the district, according to what I've been told. A 1.5 million rand water bill. What is the district doing about it? Yet I'm being told by the SGB that they've gone there and approached the officials with no help. Early childhood development is important to build a strong foundation on which to build the child's future learning. Yet, we are aware of the fact that in many of our communities, these centers are nothing more than childcare centers, and this budget is being cut. It's concerning. 30 years on, and we still have asbestos classrooms in our schools. Our children are still exposed to a recognized serious health risk. Violence in our schools continues unabated, and it's very disturbing. Educators who attend university for 4 years minimum and have chosen this career because it's a calling. They are underpaid, and now they face difficulties and challenges at school where they are assaulted by their learners. What is being done to protect those law-abiding learners as well as the educators? Gang warfare in El Dorado Park specifically, it just goes on school, on the playground, without any intervention by the department or by the SAPS. What is being done in that regard as well? One-stop performing schools, such as the Blue School in El Dorado Park, and it's in every other community, that 10 years ago achieved top results, today are poor performing schools. What is the department doing about raising the standards and the bars at our schools? We can't continue to do things as usual and believe a different outcome. That is stupidity. It can't be business as usual. So I'm going to request of this department, please, you need to do an analysis of your performance over the past at least 15 years and see what an impact your department has done and made upon the education in Gauteng. We won't be supporting this budget. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable F.K. Ungubeni. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I stand on behalf of the Economic Freedom Fighters, led by the capable party leader, Philip Makwala. So, we stand here inspired by the words of Robert Mangaliso Sobukwe. Please, we stand here, inspired by the words of Robert Mangaliso Sobukwe when he says education to us means service to Africa. So, the EFF indeed welcomes the budget presented. However, we stand here firmly with no confidence in the MEC precisely because the budget reflects nothing but the reputation of the previous term and we are still stuck with the same commitments. But of course, we are here together with him, and we'll be able to guide him and redirect him from being an MEC of condolences to the real MEC of education. While the department has alluded to the allocation of 27 million towards the education information and management system with a specific priority of optimizing the national learner tracking system, the Gauteng Department of Education still encounters a huge backlog of unplaced learners who, for one reason or another, do not find space within the allocated regions and therefore fall out of the system. Whilst we can commend the department on the strides taken towards learner intake, particularly by launching the online application portal per district and circuit, it remains a system that falls in the main upon the purview of department personnel to allocate learners who are unable to be fully assisted by the online platform. As such, every year, Gauteng Province witnesses unnecessary backlogs that may have otherwise been averted, particularly with regards to enrollment of grade 1 primary school children and grade 8. It is therefore, in our view, unfortunate that the department will reduce funding from the administration program when it still quite clearly plays such a pivotal role on a learner intake. As the EFF, we argue that instead of having its funding reduced, the Gauteng Department of Education Program and Administration, in actual fact, needs enhancement both in the sense of online and human resource function. Chair, it may be easy for all of us to remember the frustrations of many parents at Danimalan Primary School in Tshwane, who at the beginning of 2023 clashed even physically due to flustered admission process at the school. The scenes witnessed at Danimalan are unfortunately not unique to the one that happened this year in 2024 by Val District and also in South Johannesburg. Over the course of the past 3 to 5 years, it has become acutely apparent that there has been...
Time is up.
No, but where's the time?
Time is up.
We also want to address that even all the projects that the MEC had promised the previous year that the schools will be built, even today our people are still without schools. So it is very difficult to have confidence in him at this moment when we have crisis of schools.
Honorable Ali.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs, honorable members. When a man is denied the right to live the life he believes in, such a man has no choice but to become an outlaw. These are the words of Utatu Rolihlahla Mandela. This was said to be one of the reasons for his joining the struggle. Now, I dare not be so arrogant as to try and speak on his behalf, but I can't imagine that he'd be pleased that his utterances describe a continued struggle in the democratic dispensation, the struggle for quality education for all of our children. Today, I speak on behalf of parents who have been denied the right to live the life they believe in. The Gauteng Department of Education, or GDE, has turned honest people into liars. We as parents are forced to lie about where we live, going as far as falsifying our proof of address in a quest to place our children in one of a handful of good public schools left. Because the truth in this case will not set us free. Instead, it will put our children in academic captivity in undesirable schools with overcrowded classrooms, no libraries, no science labs, and no sports facilities. We as parents have become reckless spenders. We put ourselves in precarious financial positions in order to send our children to expensive private schools that we cannot afford because the alternative is too ghastly to contemplate. Positioned between a rock and a hard place, we're forced to cram our children like sardines in unsightly modes of transport, not dissimilar to tin cans, so that we can transport our children relatively affordably across town like education migrants. GDE, you did this. And you continue to do this. Teaching and learning in Soweto is still worlds apart from teaching and learning in Gauteng. Learners and educators from Noordwijk Primary, Fleurhof Primary, Amanda Secondary, Tuto Buhlale Secondary, and many others still suffer the indignity of teaching and learning in prefab structures years after promises of brick and mortar were made. We as Build One South Africa do support this budget, but dare we say, the issue is not the budget. It is those who spend it, those who flush tens of millions of rand down the drain by building on a wetland, as was the case at Maibuye Primary School, and oversee costly delays which further disadvantage learners of Simunye Secondary in Bekkersdal. We implore you in this 7th administration, let there be no two tiers of education, one for the haves and one for the have-nots. We are 30 years into democracy. Please prioritize infrastructure, deliver on your promises. And Honorable MEC, the fact that there are thousands of parents who flock to one school because of the quality of education there proves our point. It's an indictment. Parents should be able to have good quality school every 5-kilometer radius of wherever you go so that they are spoiled for choice. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable Alberts.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Just a note on order. When you called Member Ali, I almost stood up. So in the future, there might be trouble with more surnames. You might need to separate the people from each other in the future. Thank you. So, MEC, I've been in this committee since 2019. I'm not a permanent member now, but I will visit. And I want to focus on one central issue that I've found since I've been in this legislature, and the problem with schooling in Gauteng. And this department has to deal with a lot of issues, very difficult issues, I admit. But one of the central issues that we need to resolve somehow is the infrastructure, the lack of infrastructure, and the fact that we are behind in infrastructure, which is a continuous problem and seems to be exacerbated. We have spoken about this in person as well. It is the central problem because so many people are coming to Gauteng, so many new families, so many new learners, and they all want quality schooling, of course. People want the best for their children, and that's normal. But they cannot find access to schooling, and that creates pressures on existing schools. And over and above the fact that schools will be too full, it also creates a problem, obviously, where schools are not maintained properly, they are overpopulated, and there might be some disaster in the future, as happened in Driehoek Hoërskool. So we must address this. And I know this is not centrally your department's problem, because the schools are built by another department. And I think the solution would be for this government to really apply their minds and attend to it that the school build projects are all moved away from DID and placed with the Department of Education. So that the Education Committee can also have oversight about what's happening, and you will have more control over those projects because you are somewhat removed due to the fact that it is another department that's building the schools, with many problems in that own department, which creates these pressures. And I think if we can start winning on that basis, and in that domain, we will solve a lot of the other problems as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Waters.
Thank you, Chair. In a global knowledge economy, success depends on quality education. Those with a quality education can fulfill their potential. Those without it are destined to remain excluded from opportunities and dependent on the state for survival, a state of two provinces. Quality education is the key to improving quality of life. It empowers individuals to obtain fulfilling jobs, contribute to the economy, and fully utilize their talents. While spending money on education is important, it is simply not enough. What matters is what is taught, how it is taught, and how the system is managed. This budget fails to address those critical principles. The DA believes that an education policy must focus on instilling quality, accountability, and strong leadership into the system, and we propose the following recommendations. We need to establish an enabling regulatory environment for educational excellence, improve school management and teacher quality, promoting accountability through appropriate assessments of academic performance and to the adherence of good governance, reward good management, teacher and learner performance, and we need to ensure that our curriculum is reviewed regularly so that it equips learners for participation in a competitive global knowledge economy. Chair, it is impossible to compete in a globalized world without ensuring that all learners have the language skills to comprehend tests and work materials and to communicate that. They also need to have basic skills in maths and science, which is lacking, and to use technologies that permeate every aspect of the world of work. South Africa is facing deeply entrenched systematic challenges to provide quality education for all, and Gauteng is no exception. Innovative and creative solutions are needed to bridge the gaps. The paradoxical nature of ICT innovation is that it not only reflects the development gap between societies, but simultaneously provides the best hope for bridging those socio-economic divides. ICT can improve education through various means. The obvious one is ensuring that children can have access to the best teachers in maths, science and technology, no matter where they live in the province. In addition, ICT can increase innovative in the curriculum. To utilize technology to broaden learner access to information and support, the DA would like to make the following solutions. 1. Make online support available to learners by developing websites that will serve as knowledge databases containing relevant curriculum materials. 2. Develop an online portal for learners. 3. Engage educational experts in various fields to develop and produce interactive e-textbooks and teacher guides. E-textbooks are amazing for children to learn with. 4. Actively encourage the use of mobile cellular ICT platforms for educational purposes. And applications such as Dr. Maths and Quiz Maths can be used. They give real-time tutor support and revision tools immediately and help children understand quicker. We need to develop and use ICT technology to provide tailored support to students with special needs. And lastly, Chair, explore the available e-schooling options that can be used to broaden access to education in remote areas. So, Chair, in conclusion, the use of technology can and will revolutionize education. We need the political will in order to do so. This budget fails to address that political will. By refusing to revolutionize education, we are only ensuring that we have another lost generation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Waters.
Thank you. Thank you.
Honourable Cesar Diane. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. Allow me to take this opportunity to greet honourable members and the people of Gauteng. Education from the cradle to the grave. Chair of Chairs, today I would like to remind us all of the words of Amil Cabrala, who said, we must always bear in mind that the people are not fighting for ideas or for the things in anyone's head, but they are fighting to win material benefit, to live better and in peace. So to see their lives advance and to secure a future for their children. When we discuss the education budget, it is imperative that our focus remains on what is best for our children and our country. The youth are the custodian of the future, and we must not deny them their rightful opportunity due to our petty squabbles. Chair of Chairs, before we delve into our priority areas, it is crucial that the House take note of the enrollment growth, which I will not necessarily bother you because the chairperson of the committee would have presented numbers in terms of the growth, but continue where she would have left off. The number of students in public ordinary public schools from grade 1 to 12 grew from 1,310,080 in 1995 to 2,342,448 in 2024. The learner-educator ratio in POS primary school improved from 35.9% students per educator in 2011 to 33.8 in 2024. However, students per education in 2011 to 34.4 in 2024. This increased the student number underscores a pressing need for enhanced infrastructure to alleviate overcrowding in schools. Moving on to the priorities. On priority 1, early child development, the 55th Conference of the African National Congress resolved that the education sector must urgently review and assess funding for education, including early childhood development, ECD, basic education, higher education, training, and relevant state academic institutions, with a detailed report to present to the African National Congress. Additionally, it was determined that the provision of learning resources should start at the ECD level, in keeping with this spirit of lifelong education from the cradle to the grave. The budget outlines the department's objective, including the full implementation of Grade R, universalization and realignment and remodeling of pre-Grade R program to establish framework for curriculum quality assurance, modernization, and evaluation within the education sector. On priority 2, promote quality education across classroom and schools. Chair of Chairs, we draw inspiration from Amilcar Cabral's words. The most important thing in the world is not just to fight against something, but to fight for something. The era of segregated teaching and learning is behind us. We are now dedicated to realize the vision of Youth of 1976 for the equal education across all classrooms and schools. The commitment is reinforced by the 55th ANC Conference resolution, which calls for the African National Congress structures to adopt and encourage the establishment of schools for improved oversight, regular monitoring, and support. In line with the commitment in 2023, we aim to emulate the examples of, in line with the commitment from 2023, we aim to emulate the examples of Seychelles, a small island nation in the east of Africa, with a population of 98,347. Seychelles is recognized as the first and only African country to have fully achieved UNESCO's goals of quality education for all. The department's plans to follow Seychelles lead by implementing quality education program and other related initiatives. This involves strengthening fundamental skills across the general education and training, GET, grades, and enhancing quality of learning in the further education and training, FET, bands. Additionally, there is a commitment to expand and improve in schools of specialization and teaching higher schools to ensure that comprehensive evaluation, provincial, national, regional, and international learner assessment will be implemented. On priority 3, change education landscape to accelerate relevant quality learning. Chair of Chairs, Chair Govara once said, the walls of education system must come down. Education should be a privilege reserved to children from the wealth. We share this perspective in this budget. We are committed to ensure that there is no disparity between the children of the working class and those from more influent background. At least within the school system, education remains the key to privilege all our children with equal opportunities to brighten their future. This done rationalizing under-described schools and optimizing resources through twinning and restructuring, including addressing small schools and normalizing grade structures. The focus also includes development, new improved schools, infrastructure in line with the national norms and standards. Additionally, the efforts will be made to address issues in purely managed schools, enhancing multi-campus schools and evaluating effectiveness of mega schools to ensure that they meet educational needs. Priority 4, create safe schools that embodied social cohesion and prioritizing and non-violence. Chair of Chairs, President Oliver Reginald Tambo taught us that a country's movement, a person that does not value its youth and children does not deserve its future. In essence, President Oliver Reginald Tambo conveys that the health and the success of any society or organization depends on how it treats its young generation. Valuing and investing in the youth is crucial for ensuring that prosperous and sustainable future. This budget addresses the needs of young people holistically, emphasizes the neglecting youth, undermines the potential for positive future. Without a focus on the development, education, and well-being, the future is at risk. This includes promoting school sports in organizing tournaments in schools, rugby, cricket, netball, athletics. The focus extends to enhancing schools' healthier through anti-drug programs. As I look at this time, Chair of Chairs, that is why Priority 5 focuses on enhancing education and career opportunities. To support youth development and economic growth, this includes awarding bursaries to the top 3 learners from no-fee schools and other priority areas. It involves in providing workplace and experiential learning to boost youth employability along comprehensive career. Driving and sustainable change in the Gauteng city region. Intervention will address local labor, market and needs that tackle the youth unemployment, fostering contribution to boost the higher education institution. Chair of Chairs, as I close, by addressing these priorities, we honor the legacy of leaders like Amilcar Cabral and the President Oliver Reginald Tambo, who emphasizes that the importance of investing in our youth for a better future. Let us work together to remove barriers, fostering inclusivity, and build an education system that is truly serve the needs of our children, ensuring that the doors of learning and culture remains open for all our people. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable MLC Chowani, your reply, please.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Members have spoken a mouthful. Let me start with Honorable Goveni for quite a distasteful comment. You quote Robert Sobukwe, and it seems he said Africa and humanity are inseparable. But Africa le both. It's quite shameful that you say such things, that when you go and support bereaved families who are MECs of condolences, you must be ashamed. Maybe those families have voted for his party, and today he's saying it's shameful that we're going to support them. hloka botho moshimanyana. Chair of Chairs, I'm worried about the honourable members, Honourable Santos
Honourable
and Waters.
members,
Honourable Waters.
let the MEC speak, please. Thanks.
Honourable Waters and Santos, I'm worried about them. They are bringing their manifestos here, as if we don't know what we are doing. We know exactly what we are doing. We know exactly what we are doing. You are telling us things that we are already doing. Just because you have not come into contact with them, does not mean they are not there. So I want to urge honourable members that go to schools. Don't just go and find out, or come to the department and ask, are you doing this? Yes, we do. We do have a website. We do have all those online applications, a website that support. They are there. Just come to the department and we'll show you. Don't speak as if it's new, because it's new to you. Honourable Moody, I agree with you around the quintile system. The demographics and population migration and movement has changed a lot in our province. There are schools that were quintile 5, and the learners, the community at that point, did ensure that we identify them and determine their quintile 5. But now the population has changed. Now you have learners who go to those schools and they can't afford to pay. And that has brought us a new dynamic and challenge into the system. And then there I agree with you, you're correct. And it's something that we'll continually do and audit. But obviously we need support from national. So around empty schools, also it talks about migration and preference, Honourable Ali. It's preference. Maybe I made a mistake by not finishing. Sometimes when you speak and then they take that and they don't give you opportunity to conclude. Parents, that school that I'm talking about, it's a school of specialization. There are 35 in the province. So ordinarily parents will want their children to form part of those schools because of what they are. It's not necessarily that all schools, they're just centralized into that particular school alone in the whole community. And what you need to look at is the performance of no fee paying school and fee paying school. We've currently reduced it to 7% difference in terms of metric outcome. It's a 7% difference from what we call historically Model C schools, Dikolo Tsabo Solim Simang, and township schools. 7% difference in terms of performance. So it's all about preferences. Currently, our top performing schools. Currently, our top performing schools are township schools. They even perform better than these historically model schools, and it's a fact. Evidence is there. We can give it to you if you want. So on the infrastructure, much more needs to be done. Honourable members are correct. The learner population in Gauteng is growing very fast. And I always say that we are victims of our own success. Because Gauteng is providing such good education, everybody wants to bring their children to this province. We are growing at 50,000 learners for the past 5 years. This is about 250,000 learners that have actually come into our system in the past 5 years. So obviously that dynamic will put a new challenge to us. But the only way to resolve it is to build more schools. And I agree with all members who are saying that we need to accelerate the build program, the schools build program. So Honourable Sedinyane, you spoke very well. I agree with you, Honourable Member. Great contribution, solid, well thought, and accurate. Spoke like a leader. So I really think, as I conclude, I want members to really, as I conclude, just 1 second. As I conclude, I want to urge honourable members to really get their facts right. Don't come here and speak because you are told to speak. Take your time.
Thank you, Honourable MEC.
Come back with facts.
Thank you, Honourable MEC.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, MEC. Will the Secretary please read the 13th order? Order. Order, members. Secretary.
Consideration of the Social Development Portfolio Committee on the detail of the Department of Social Development Budget Vote 6 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G001 2024 for the financial year 2024-2025.
Honorable Choku. Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Greetings to you again, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Greeting to the Chief Whip of the Majority Party. Greeting to the members of the Executive. Greeting to all of you members, honorable members in the House. Honorable Chair of Chair, the House should take other parts of this report as read. I, Dr. Tlo Chokwe, Chairperson of Portfolio Committee on Social Development, hereby table the committee's report on the budget vote 6 of the Gauteng Department of Social Development for the financial year 2024-2025 as follows. In our executive summary, in the current financial year, the committee noted that the department has been allocated a budget of 5,466,262,000. This is a department that has 5 programs. The first program being the administration, which its objective is to render accountability through good governance and sound monitoring and evaluation. This program has received an allocation of 826,269,000 rand with a decrease of 28,520,000 rand compared to the previous financial year. On program 2, which is called Social Welfare Services, the program that its purpose is to provide integrated development social welfare services to the poor and vulnerable in partnership with stakeholders and civil society. This program has received an allocation of 883,281,000 rand, marking a decrease of 20,093,000 rand compared to the previous financial year. On program 3, Honorable Chair of Chair, which is called Children and Families, which is responsible to provide comprehensive child and family care and support to services to communities in partnership with stakeholders and civil society and organization. The program has received an allocation of 2,131,000. 2,131,258,000 rand, marking a decrease of 20,177,000 compared to the previous financial year. We have program 4, which is called Restorative Services. And the objective of this program is to provide integrated development, social crime prevention, and anti-substance abuse services to the most vulnerable in partnership with stakeholders and civil society. The program has received an allocation of 800,053,000 rand, marking a decrease of 92,567,000 compared to the previous financial year. The last program is called Development and Research, and its purpose is to provide development program which facilitate empowerment of communities based on empirical research and demographic information. This program has an allocation of 825,401,000 rand, marking a decrease of 48,620,000 rand compared to the previous financial year. During the engagement of this budget vote 6 of the 2024-25 financial year, the department indicated that it will reach 17,461,867 beneficiaries through community-based service and 6,146 through residential facilities for older persons, while 1,250 NPOs will be capacitated. On school uniform and dignity packs, the department planned to provide school uniform packs of around 185,000 learners in the financial year 2024-2025 financial year in no-fee school, as well as schools located in previously rural node. Each school uniform package consists of a pair of shoes, one shirt, one jersey, one trouser or a tunic, and one pair of socks. On sustainable employment creation, the department reported that 7,494 work opportunities will be created through an extended public works program in the current financial year. We did have, as a committee, a process, and our process was as follows. The former Speaker of Gauteng Legislature, Honorable Ntombi Mehwe, referred the budget vote 6 of this department to the committee around the 25 March 2024 for consideration, reporting, and adoption. Went to election, and here I am the chair. And on the 25th of July 2024, we met with the committee, and we convened a meeting to receive the presentation of the research analysis on the department on the budget vote 6 for 2024-2025 financial year. Honorable Chair of Chair, immediately after the presentation of this research analysis on the 25th of July, the committee received the presentation by the department on the budget vote 6 for the 2024-25 financial year. It was then that on the 30th of July, the committee convened again in a meeting, and we then adopted the budget report for the 2024-2025 financial year. The committee did have some concern, and one of the concern, which is just one, and we believe that because it is the first meeting and we are the new administration, we know the department will fix that, is that the department has planned to deliver about 185,000 school uniforms for the financial year 2024-2025, while it has failed to deliver school uniform to deserving beneficiaries for the past 5 years. And we do have some proposed recommendations. The first recommendation, Honorable Chair of Chair, is that the department should provide a detailed and realistic plan that will demonstrate that the promises and commitments made in this budget of 2024-2025 financial year, in as far as the delivery of school uniform to rural nodes will be met. The report should be submitted by the 30th of August 2024. The last one, the department should submit all the outstanding responses to the third quarter report of the department for 2023-2024, as this will help the committee to properly conduct its oversight on the department budget for this year, for the financial year 2024-2025 financial year. So the report should be submitted again by the 30th August 2024. We do have some acknowledgement that we want to make, and as the chair of this committee, I would like to thank MEC for Social Development, Honorable Faith Mazibuko, and her acting head of department, Mr. Bongani Omani, and all the officials of the department. I would also like to express my appreciation to my honorable members, Honorable Member Sharif, Honorable Member Nseke, Honorable Member Mehwe, Honorable Member Abrams, Honorable Member More, Honorable Member Mpho Sedidinyani, Honorable Member Semasha, Honorable Member Ali, Honorable Member Lindiwe, Honorable Member Evans, Honorable Member Meso, for their commitment to the oversight process. I commend them for their diligence during deliberation on the budget vote for the 2024-2025 financial year. The committee will also like to thank the following team of Ms. Mbalo, Mr. Sipho Ngwala, Dr. Nenweli, Ms. Jikolo, Mr. Moloi, Ms. Dimagazongwenya, Ms. Nzuke, Ms. Ndlebi, Ms. Kulu, Mr. Mukoka, for their dedication in assisting the committee to achieve its mandate. After extensive deliberation, Honorable Chair of Chair, the committee adopted the oversight report on the Department of Social Development Budget Vote 6 of 2024-2025 financial year in accordance with Rule 117 Section 2, subsection C, read together with Rule 164, the Social Development Portfolio Committee tabled the report to the House for consideration and adoption, considering the concern and recommendation made in the report. I thank you, Honourable Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Shuku. Is there a seconder, please, honourable members?
Chair of Chairs, I rise to second the report.
Thank you, Honourable Nseke. I now put the question. All those in favour say yes. Yes. All those not in favour say no. The yes have it. The report is adopted. Thank you very much. Secretary, can you please read the 14th order? Thank you.
Debate on the detail of the Department of Social Development Budget Vote 6 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G001-2024 for the 2024-2025 financial year.
Honourable MEC Mazibuko, will you please present your budget speech? Thank you so much.
Siyabonga mphathi wohlelo. Ngibingelele amalunga esishayamthetho, ngibingelele noNdunankulu, ngibingelele bonke abakhona bezothamela lolusuku lwanamhlanje, ngibingelele nabahlali baseGauteng. Honourable House Chair, the triple challenges of poverty, unemployment and inequality remain with us. As we celebrate the 30 years of democracy, the economic and structural challenges of apartheid refuse to die. Coupled with the slow world economy and slow growth rates in Africa generally, this dire situation is a constant reminder of the mammoth task ahead of us, a demanding task that we must tackle in order to change the living conditions of those in our society who are challenged by poverty, unemployment, and inequality. These challenges are also strategic focus areas of GGT 2030 are also outlined there. As we debate various budget debates in this August House, I would like to quote the words of the late President Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela when he said, I open quote, "As long as poverty, injustice and gross inequality persist in our world, none of us can truly rest," close quote. The late world statesman uttered these words in London in 2005, and these were the words that were true as we see them happening today. None of us can truly rest, and this budget vote seeks to demonstrate what we are going to do. And not resting on an option for us, sizimisela ukusebenzisana ngokuzikhandla ukuphucula izimpilo zabantu kulesifunda saseGauteng. House Chair, please allow me to take a look back on some of the achievements the department has made in the last financial year. The department has made strides in restoring the dignity of most of the vulnerable people in Gauteng. This through the implementation of the strategies such as the Gauteng City Region Poverty and Inequality Strategy of 2019-2030, the GCR Strategy to deal with street adult homelessness of 2021-2024, the Gauteng City Region Anti-Substance Abuse Strategy and sector funding policy. Part of the work we do responds to strategic themes of the medium-term development, which speaks specifically to safety, social cohesion, and food security. The identified elevated priorities for the department include war on poverty through food security initiatives, fighting substance abuse, tackling homelessness, and ensuring skills development. This work we must also continue to do in this financial year and in this term of the 7th administration. None of us can truly rest. We are set on increasing on these gains. On food relief, which will now be classified as Operation Tibatlala, according to the General Household Survey conducted in 2023, it has been discovered that despite noticeable gains, South African citizens still face challenges ranging from high unemployment, poverty, the energy crisis, and the rising cost of living, amongst others. These impact negatively on the South African state of food security by making food to be expensive and inaccessible to many people, and increasing in the number of people and households experiencing food inadequacy and hunger. The One Poverty Profiling Program will continue to ensure that the needs of the people are taken care of, and those that are needy, vulnerable, and indigent within our communities are assisted. This will be a focused intervention, and the department's commitment to the elimination of poverty, unemployment, and inequality will remain unwavering as long as people are confronted by these stubborn challenges. One of these initiatives we're exploring is to have a state-run food distribution center, which will reduce over-reliance on NPOs, especially in times of emergencies. Working with the service delivery brigades, we will be strengthening the ward-based profiling to generate an integrated database of households living in poverty, and this informs service needs and allows coordinated targeting and enables the tracking of households as they graduate out of poverty. This will be further enhanced by a service referral system that facilitates a coordinated response from the government and its partners. Another consideration for the department is to gradually move away from food parcels to the introduction of food vouchers, which will be much easier to manage and will allow families to shop according to their specific needs. On substance abuse, the department will intensify the awareness through multifaceted campaigns to reach those that are in need of these services. And the beneficiaries will access substance abuse treatment centers, and will also be establishing walk-in centers in each and every township in our community, so as to make it easier for those that seek help to be able to be assisted. Even our treatment center, which is located in Cullinan, and later this year will also be opening another one in Heidelberg. We hope that those that need these services will be assisted. The department will also ensure that no person with substance abuse disorder is turned away when they are seeking assistance. Parents and guardians and caretakers in Gauteng who are also negatively impacted by substance abuse, we are going to enlarge our services so that then they also get the help that they need. We will be working very hard with law enforcement agencies, and we will be embarking on a campaign to shut down all the drug dens and the lolly lounges that exist here in Gauteng. We also want to invite the public to join us in this fight by reporting these drug dens. On homelessness, Gauteng has the highest number of people who sleep on the pavements in the major city centers. And we believe as the department, we need to work together in ensuring that we intensify programs, in ensuring that most of those that need this assistance, especially through sheltered accommodation and outreach programs to address street homelessness. Our work will include exploring safe spaces and occupying unused buildings in the CBD to allow homeless people to have a decent sleep during the night and also have a way of coming back even after hustling during the day, and ensure that they come back to a safe place. Honourable House Chair, one of the challenges we have in Gauteng, especially in CBDs and busy road intersection, is street begging. This is very concerning, and this is also a manifestation of trafficking sometimes of some of these young children. And some of these organized crimes, they used some of our people to be able to use to beg at these robots. I'm sure working together through Operation Chanela and Operation Ukaimlao, we're going to extend an invitation to our fellow sister departments to also help us to turn the tide around. On the Masupatsila, the pioneers, House Chair, we know that young people are also affected, and majority of them are affected by these social ills that are threatening their lives in our townships. We as the department will be working very hard in ensuring that we launch a Masupatsela program to mobilize girls and boys in the next 3 years, and this program will assist with life skills, tackling substance abuse and character building to ensure the development of strong patriots and independent young adults. Beneficiaries shall be sourced through community identification as well as caseload of the department, designated child protection organizations and crime prevention programs, the drop-in centers, orphan and vulnerable children, and school intervention programs. Furthermore, we'll be organizing drum majorettes carnivals to encourage young girls also and amachichi to also come into the fold. As we prepare for the next generation of leaders in Gauteng and a massive brigade of young men and women who will be ambassadors of change, hope, and a new order. On skills development, the model that we are using of multipurpose centers to deliver services to the poor in a comprehensive manner, we shall be making sure that we also link up with majority of young people through the SEPA 1 million strategy. That way we'll be able to be skilling young people and the youth and be able to make sure that even programs of your expanded public works program, they do get opportunities after being trained, and also through the welfare to work program, which will be progressively upscaled, targeting young women, not also to depend on social grant, will also be facilitated. On dignity packs, we shall ensure that children that come from poor households are also do have access and get these dignity packs. On gender-based violence, we shall ensure that all the victim empowerment centers that are situated in our township and areas do get help. And care for the vulnerable, we shall make sure that even persons, people with disabilities and older persons remain on the list of priorities for the department. As I conclude, House Chair, I wish to indicate that the budget allocated of 5.4 billion to the Department of Social Development shall be utilized accordingly so, and we hope communities of Gauteng will actually benefit from it and work together with us in ensuring that we liberate our people from indlala. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you, Honourable MEC. Honourable Nseke.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. The DA will not be supporting this department for the following reasons. But before I start, MEC, congratulations on your appointment to this department. Faith, unfortunately, you've inherited a department that is a complete mess and fast causing a humanitarian crisis in Gauteng. Questions were posed in the previous administration, written and via committee, regarding how the Nasespani Social Development Brigades, team leaders and supervisors are being remunerated. To date, no response has been given. This program has been quite concerning. It is the same team that conducted site visits, contributing to the failure of the adjudication process for the funding of NPOs. Why did the department fund Nasespani when there's a desperate need for social workers, social auxiliary workers, and caregivers? 14 senior officials in the department were suspended. MEC, congratulations to you. I see that 3 of them are still under suspension, but the rest are back without a disciplinary hearing. The department has violated such labor laws in this regard. I wonder how much of salaries were paid to the suspended officials and then the actors that had to come in to fill in the gaps. Such a waste of public funds. The acting HOD and his fellow actors are in a way over their depths and fumbling as they go along because they do not have a full grasp of the entire department and what is supposed to be happening, including continuing on the mandate of the previous MEC, the failure, incompetent MEC Mbalihlophe. Memphis, your work is truly cut out as you have a job that is big because there is a major trust deficit with the welfare sector. NPOs, their staff who've been fired because there's no fund, the beneficiaries who benefit from these NPOs. The election has shown what angry people do. They too are voters. They wait patiently for elections and vote with their anger. I bet the NPOs contributed significantly to the ANC decrease from 37 seats to 28 seats. In fact, if I were you, I would put squarely this loss on the feet of the ex-MEC Mbalihlophe. This is her legacy as an ANC MEC. On behalf of the people of Gauteng, I do not trust the ANC with public funds for this department. Instead of uplifting the most vulnerable with public funds, Gauteng Department of Social Development has caused such humanitarian crisis, violating court orders not once but twice. The acting HOD who misrepresents or lies about recommendations of the Auditor General, these are signs of being against the rule of law or just being a rule unto himself. To add insult to injury, the department has gone on a multiple 8 million rand spending spree. The appointment of Open Water, the appointment of FSG, again, no tender processes, something the Auditor General warned about as early as about 2021, but again, the department didn't listen. Parallel processes for distribution of food in the food banks costing 36 million. MEC, I saw you had food in the food parcel, in the food banks this time, but no money to distribute because NPOs have not been funded. People continue to be hungry. The same GDSD incurred multiple deviations of over 300 million combined that were irregular. Once again, something that the Auditor General warned against. Cooperatives, sadly, I see Nelson Mandela being acknowledged, but it was his initiative to have cooperatives in this country. And they have not been paid, yet they were told to make school uniforms and dignity packs in December. The MEC then claimed she didn't even know them. End of Q4, the department returned 554 million rand, while NPOs needed that 228 million that was earmarked for them. NPOs are closing down every day. Chair of Chairs, do you know 2 children died of hunger in my presence? They were taken out of a shack because the drop-in center closed because of lack of funding. An elderly man of the age of 79, and he was given his frail 83-year-old brother dropped at home because the old age home he was staying in was closing. I referred them to Boxburg, but he can't afford the 10,000 rand. With all of this, how can Gauteng residents trust ANC to protect and look after the vulnerable? Mayor Faith, I welcome your presence in the department. I want to see whether you have the political will to turn around the mess your predecessor has created. And I'd like to give you the benefit of doubt. However, there's something that is worrying me. It is the fact that you've been in office for a little while.
Time up.
And not all NPOs have been funded. But I'm happy to see you've taken on my advice from 2021 during COVID to implement food vouchers. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Nseke. Honourable Sematla.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me start by greeting our fellow honourable members, EFF caucus led by Honourable Philip Makwala. Chair, as the EFF, we firmly believe that social development should also mean self-sufficiency. We believe that social development is more than just the provision of free services. As a result, we believe that the truest definition of social advancement in the combination of self-sufficient, economically capable population and a capacitated, accountable state. The EFF notes that in the main, the budget of social development in this province is guided by a decreasing of allocations across all programs, which has been a trend even in the previous financial years, most notably with the funding of sizable amount of NPOs in the previous year. Critical services such as community-based care programs are slowly being unfunded. A case in Togoza, Ward 57, a gogo called Gok Salamina Zwani, can no longer benefit from these community-based care programs. As the EFF, we are aware that women's struggles have worsened in the past 30 years of the so-called freedom. Chair, the decrease in the allocation of budget for women development particularly carries undertones that women have been satisfactorily empowered, while we know that they remain at the permanent receiving end of the effects of patriarchy. So any reduction of the budget allocation suggests to us that there are no women development issues to tackle going forward outside of the one we currently deal with. This is a flawed understanding that we must reject and encourage pumping more money in initiatives that are deliberately aimed at empowering women. We are in a firm belief that the youth of Gauteng should be at the center of being developed and equipped with skills that can better and change their skill. Therefore, the decrement of its program of youth development is a call for concern. In fact, we go as far to reject a notion that EPWP should be recognized, as stated in this budget, as a category under youth. This is because EPWP does not create sustainable work beyond temporary financial relief, and in the real instance, unable to adequately skill the youth and prepare them for the changing world of work. In fact, we believe that the cost differentiation in which the money used to target and attract young people into the EPWP should be funneled into internship and learnership, whose focus is to advance the development of young people. Chair, let me speak about the Department of Social Development is in a crisis generally. The department has prioritized 185,000 school uniform, which it has failed to deliver in the previous 5 financial year. Ogote bazo deliver this time. So guess we are also concerned with continued allegation of corruption and fraud within the Social Development Department. It remains a dark cloud that continues to hang on this very department, which resulted in appointment of educators. That cost about 50 million, which was diverted from the dignitary pegs. In the light of recent NPO funding crisis, which reckoned the Department of Social Development in the previous year, there has been a huge disjuncture in the provision of subsidies for NGO. Many of our people have been constantly under the care of NGO and have been made to rely on such institutions for food, shelter, clothing, and so on. And when the state subsidies are reversed like this, our people remain marginalized, are left to bear the brunt of poverty and landlessness. Lastly, Speaker,
Thank you. Your time is up.
We are going to monitor the department and we are going to work
Your
with
time
the
is up.
department
Honourables
to ensure that it
Sematla.
delivers and it meets its planned targets.
Honourable Sematla.
Chair of Chairs.
Thank you.
Chair of Chairs.
Thank you, Honourable
Chair of Chairs.
Sematla.
The
Yes.
honourable member still has 36 seconds.
I actually gave 25 more seconds more.
But this is not the true reflection here.
Sorry, no, I checked the time here, Honourable Member. Thank you so much. Honourable More.
Thank you very much, Chair. All protocol observed. Social grants play a critical role in providing a safety net for vulnerable South Africans that still live with the legacy of economic exclusion. However, social grants alone can never be enough to ensure upward social... There's noise behind me, please, Chair.
Protection.
Okay, however, social grants alone...
Sorry, Honourable More, please, can we give member a chance to speak?
Thanks.
Thank you.
However, social grants alone can never be enough to ensure upward social mobility. Therefore, we must enable our citizens to leverage grants to create their own economic opportunities, thereby reducing their reliance on government support. The department has been struggling with high vacancy rate, and we hope that with the current budget, improved budget, more social workers can be hired to serve our communities. Nonetheless, there is discrepancy in the personnel composition of the department, and this has a negative impact on the current number of vacancies to be filled, and therefore, one wonders if the department staff establishment structure was or is approved by the DPSA. Chair, the EPWP budget has been reduced from 22.4 million to 14.7 million, which is significantly less than the previous financial year. Not sure how the increased annual target will be achieved by the decreased budget. The food parcel and cooked meals targets for the HIV and AIDS program form part of the department's policy priorities. However, the department removed these important indicators, which might contravene this policy directive. There is a lot of issues haunting the department, and as Action SA, we do not have confidence that the department will achieve its target with the decreased program budget allocation in 4 out of its 5 key programs. That is your social welfare, children and families, restorative services, and development and research. Corruption and fraud within the department seems to be thriving. The delays experienced in the dignity packs and school uniform program should be dealt with urgently, as these are meant for the vulnerable children and are not nice to have but required necessities. We urge the department to assist all GBV aggrieved women. The delays or non-payment of the non-profit organization that deliver services to vulnerable people in GP by this department had dire consequences, forcing some to close doors and some to actually scale down their services. Hope this matter will be put to rest as soon as possible, because those are our brothers and sisters taking care of the poor and must be assisted the best way possible. The issue of the food bank run by Believers Care Society that closed due to delays in funding from Gauteng Department of
Time is up,
Social
Honourable Member.
Development is disappointing. Action SA will not be supporting this vote.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Mulder.
Thank you, Honourable Chair of Chairs. Honourable MEC Masabuku, members. We live in a country where 7.4 million people are registered as taxpayers. 6.6 million are individual taxpayers. 2.3 million of these taxpayers, or 38.7% of them in Gauteng, with 75% of their total taxable income comes from salaries, wages, pension, and overtime and annuities. The department is faced with an increasing demand of social services due to factors such as poverty and unemployment. The department often operates with a constrained budget, making it difficult to meet the growing need of its beneficiaries. Inefficient resource allocation, backlogs in service delivery and mismanagements of funds are a real concern. Honourable Chair, Honourable MEC, the Dara Corp farming project of this department comes to mind. An agricultural project on the Merridale military base on the East Rand, part of the multi-million rand initiative funded by the Gauteng Department of Social Development, has resulted in what appears to be little more than a failed home garden. Chair, Gauteng is desperately in need of more taxpayers, which can only be achieved by economic growth and investors' confidence. The burden on this department is heavy, and its outcomes are not sustainable. Let's eradicate corruption, maladministration, and fruitless expenditure in this department. The FF Plus cannot support this budget vote. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Mulder. Honourable N. Sharif, maiden speech.
Thank you, House Chair. There is no denying that the Department of Social Development has failed to make meaningful changes in the lives of the people of Gauteng. Based on the department's performance, it is clear that marginalized and vulnerable people in Gauteng have not been on top of the department's agenda. That is one of the reasons the DA cannot support the budget. Communities on the ground where it matters most...
Maiden speech, please.
Have not felt the reach and impact of the department. Gender-based violence and femicide ravage Gauteng unabated, the epicenter of GBVF across the country. At least 1 in 3 women in this province face violence every day. Evidence of the need to combat the scourge of GBVF against women and members of the LGBT+ community. The budget for victim empowerment was not spent by the end of the financial year, as reported in the department's annual report for 2022-23. As the DA, we urge the department to implement the National Strategic Plan and must formulate a provincial strategic plan to combat GBVF. The department must focus on increasing the amount of training given to GBVF frontline workers. The state of shelters and places of safety is precarious and fraught with many challenges. The number of shelters and NPOs at victim empowerment rooms is declining compared to the previous financial year. The department must prioritize increasing the resources and capacity for NGOs and NPOs working at police stations. It must also increase funding for these organizations and ensure they are paid on time. This will help make the work at VEP stations meaningful and impactful. MEC, the idea that GBVF only happens between 8 a.m. and 4 p.m. is madness. The DA in Gauteng is committed to bringing issues around the safety of the most vulnerable as we focus on rescuing Gauteng. We are committed to speaking up for the marginalized citizens of our province. The lives and livelihoods of the residents of Gauteng must always be at the center of everything we do. Programs, budgets, plans developed by the department must speak to improving people's lives in Gauteng, especially the most vulnerable in our communities. As the Democratic Alliance, we will continue to provide solutions to the many societal issues we are facing, but we will also hold this government accountable without fear and without favor. Our focus remains to ensure that everybody in this province has a life of dignity, equality, and justice. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable. Honorable Sedinyane. Thank you.
Hey, that. Thank you, Chair, Chair of Chairs. Spedisere Mojamorao ke kgoshi. So, Dr. Mokhetsi will translate, Chair. And honorable members and the people of Gauteng. Chair of Chairs, it is indeed truly an honor to be standing in this August House today to debate the Department of Social Development, Volume 6. The South African government summarizes the role of the Department of Social Development as that of providing social protection, services, and leading government's effort to forge partnership through which vulnerable individual groups and communities become capable and active participants in the development of themselves and the society. Based on the summary, one can deduce that social development is central to the development of our nation. It is indeed a helping hand that gives an opportunity to every individual to reach their full potential. The department therefore has a responsibility of not only lending a helping hand, but to facilitate self-reliance. It is therefore the imperative that as the people's representative, we engage on the budget and play our oversight role to ensure that the budget represents the needs of our people and the department. Chair of Chairs, we note that the total budget allocation of 5,466,262,000 rands, the government operates within the limited resources. As such, every single cent counts. As the African National Congress, we acknowledge that while the cost of the needs of the people is way beyond the available government resources, the current budget should be utilized stringently to ensure that it has an impact on alleviating some of the challenges facing the people of Gauteng. Chair of Chairs, the Department of Social Development has 5 programs that have been allocated different budget amounts as indicated by the chairperson. While I will not echo what the chairperson of the committee presented, it is worth noting that all the programs have been decreased in the budget allocation compared to the previous year. This decrease should not only be viewed as a negative light or celebrated, but be viewed as an indication that the department must use the budget very efficiently, and the strict measures must be put in place to ensure that not a single cent goes to waste. Furthermore, the department must ensure that funds are spent in such a way that there is an impact, and where there is misuse of public purse, consequences management must be prioritized. Chair of Chairs, we debate this budget at a time when the household remains constrained by the ever-increasing cost of living, and while our country is ravaged by high level of unemployment, the department's programs are essential to the livelihood of many households, and we should do so that is in our power to provide service that lessens the burden on our people. The African National Congress is pleased with the possibility of creating work opportunities with indication that about 7,494 work opportunities will be created through Extended Public Works Program, EPWP, in this financial year. As the African National Congress, our roadmap and Growing Gauteng Together for 2030 plan, amongst others, prioritizes food security. The budget of the Department of Social Development is aligned with the priority of the African National Congress. The African National Congress has an interest in the department's program, particularly Program 2, Program 3, Program 4, of which all these programs, our chairperson has actually elaborated in terms of the figures, which I will not bother you in terms of taking you back to those figures. This program of the Department of Social Development are essential in the fight against the social ills facing our society. We are encouraged that the Department of Social Development prioritize the provision of on-school uniform and dignity packs to vulnerable children in schools. This is one of the best initiatives by the African National Congress-led government. To date, research indicates that schoolgirls who have no access to basic toiletries and sanitary pads due to lack of financial resources are vulnerable to have the relationship with older men, and therefore the restoration of the dignity of these school children is crucial in addressing social problems. Indulging unwanted pregnancies, drug and alcohol abuse, and to curb the HIV infections. Chair of Chairs, our country is ravaged by the scarce of drugs that has destroyed families, and it is slowly eroding our humanity. In a society like ours that is marked by violence, alcoholism, drugs, gender-based violence, we need a generation of citizens that will be responsible and facilitate the realization of a democratic, non-racial, and non-sexist and prosperous South Africa. This marks the intervention by the Department of Social Development crucial. The restorative services brings hopes to many parents who have lost their children to drugs and alcohol, and hope the children who have lost their parents to drugs. As the African National Congress, we support the budget that is focused on developing and supporting, a budget that seeks to address challenges of our society and improve the lives of our people. We encourage by how the department plans to spend its budget on interventions and that facilitate a better life for all envisaged by the African National Congress. In closing, Chair of Chairs, we all know that good plans and excellent budget do not materialize unless they are implemented. Our role in this August House is not punitive, but to oversight and give guidance while ensuring that government prioritizes the needs of our people. The African National Congress itself as an organization, it is centers on the principle of putting people first. It is therefore our wish that the department does well for the benefit of the people of Gauteng. Therefore, we plead with the MEC for the Department of Social Development. MEC Jovichu, there is no accolade, no prize you will receive for non-expenditure. Spend every little cent for our people. In taking stock of access and evaluating on how the budget was spent and how it impacts on the lives of the people of Gauteng, there will be a positive story to tell. We urge the Department of Social Development to ensure the implementation of the program and spending of the budget within expected time frame. Chair of Chairs, as I take my seat, let me sit, please allow me to borrow the words of the ANC stalwart and Rumlanging when he said, and I quote, "Criticism or not, there comes a time when bold steps have to be taken to ensure that transformation is realized." Close quote. Society cannot be paralyzed by perennial caution, because people's aspiration cannot be put on hold forever. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. MEC Mazibuko, your reply, please.
Masibonge, sihlalo wezihlalo. Ngiyabonga lunga siselinyana la kwa lenhlangano yaka African National Congress. Ngempela sizoqiniseka ukuthi you can put in your headphones, shelf chest, if you can't hear. Sizoqiniseka ukuthi le mali esinikiwe indlu namhlanje ngaphandle kwalabo abangavumelananga nayo yabona labo kabahluphi ngoba bazake bangqongqoze nabo bafuna uncedo ngizobazama ngama food parcel ngizobakhumbuza kodwa ukuthi anizange nivumelane nesabelo mali manje yilo suyifuna ngoba imali ayikho wena uvumelananga nathi ungasihluphuza uzongqongqoza eminyango kaMazibuko ngizokukhumbuza mhla ka 31 July ukuthi wena uvumelananga nesabelo semali uthi ngithenge ngani uma ngabe ungavumelananga nemali ningasihluphi-ke malunga nizofuna ngeke nithole leli cula lithi ki emi mona kuyakokota alizusebenza la kimi sohlangana khona emarenkeni unasi sipane lungantseki bekaqonde kona ukuthi sithole wona lama social worker angasebenzi iningi labo kulama youth brigade bama social worker abanye ama auxiliary social workers kepha sumnyango siyazi ukuthi iningi lalidinga lolusizo lolu elunga usimahla loluhlelo laka EPWP luzalwa imali ephuma national manje nathi siyayithokozela imali babiza grant money yebo so thina ke senza siyaqiniseka ukuthi siqasha intsha abanye babo malunga wenu bayathola lapho kunasi isipani nasi isipani izusu wasibona isipani nasi bona ha ena thulubukele wena uzangibuza ungiphala ulimi bathi akulahlwa mbeleko ngakufelwa sihlalo esihlalo amalunga lawo wegnu ngelinye la azawuza athavumelana naso lesabelo mali masibongeke amalunga athe ukubamba iqhaza kule nkulumo mpikisana ngiwatshela namalunga ukuthi mina kanye no ngqongqoshe wezezimali ubaba uLebukhang Mayini sike saba nayo ingqongqothela nosozindaba kuloyo ngqongqothela sawathembisa laba akuyibona abasebenza umsebenzi obalulekile awuthi ngifunde ngesingisi ukuzungezwe. On the 21st of July, myself and MEC Lebukhang Mayini held a media briefing to address the NPO funding. Ngithemba nelunga ngalena uNtshehe kanye nelunga uMure kanye nelunga uMelde kanye nelunga lesibongo sakhe siyangilahlekela simahla. No Sharif. Funa ngubhekile nje Sharif man, hey ngaba usizo kwezinye zale indawo zethu ezigcina abantu yazi. Hayi yazi abanje ngawe ngibathanda kanjani. Yafaka la endlebeni uzozwa. One of the urgent tasks, Honorable Chair or House Chair, is to make sure that the NGOs do get their money. And we believe as the provincial government, working together with these NGOs, we will be making a huge difference. So we've called upon all of them to partner with us and make sure that we provide services to the communities of Gauteng. And as the department, we're also going to hold them accountable in ensuring that those that need services, they go and knock on their doors. We're going to refer them to their doors. But also reminding NGOs, you can't solely depend on government 100%. Approach those that are also listed at the JSE hamba uyokhubuluza imali lapho ngisho bazokunikeza mangibonge sihlalo sesihlalo ngibonge namalunga ukuthi namhlanje kube usuku olumnandi kube yithi bathi isinamuva liyabukwa yithi akabogcina namhlanje siyabonga.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. Members, honorable members, that concludes the business of the day. The next House sitting will be on Thursday, the 1st August 2024 at 10 a.m. sharp. Thank you and God bless. Bye-bye, everybody.